Reason and Revolution. 2. Max Horkheimer and the Institute of Social Research. Preface. The content of a truly philosophical work does not remain unchanged with time. If its concepts have an essential bearing upon the aims and interests of men, a fundamental change in the historical situation will make them see its teachings in a new light. In our time, the rise of fascism calls for a reinterpretation of Hegel's philosophy. We hope that the analysis offered here will demonstrate that Hegel's basic concepts are hostile to the tendencies that have led into fascist theory and practice. We have devoted the first part of the book to a survey of the structure of Hegel's system. At the same time, we have tried to go beyond mere restatement and to elucidate those implications of Hegel's ideas that identify them closely with the later developments in European thought, particularly with the Marxian theory. Hegel's critical and rational standards, and especially his dialectics, had to come into conflict with the prevailing social reality. For this reason, his system could well be called a negative philosophy, the name given to it by its contemporary opponents. To counteract its destructive tendencies, there arose, in the decade following Hegel's death, a positive philosophy which undertook to subordinate reason to the authority of established fact. The struggle that developed between the negative and positive philosophy offers, as we have attempted to show in the second part of this book, many clues for understanding the rise of modern social theory in Europe. There is in Hegel a keen insight into the locale of progressive ideas and movements. He attributed to the American rational spirit a decisive role in the struggle for an adequate order of life, and spoke of the victory of some future and intensely vital rationality of the American nation, knowing far better than his critics the forces that threatened freedom and reason, and recognizing these forces to have been bound up with the social system Europe had acquired. He once looked beyond that continent to this as the only land of the future. In the use of texts, I have frequently taken the liberty of citing an English translation and changing the translator's rendering where I thought it necessary, without stipulating that the change was made. Hegelian terms are often rendered by different English equivalents, and I have attempted to avoid confusion on this score by giving the German word in parenthesis where a technical term was involved. The presentation of this study would not have been possible without the assistance I received from Mr. Edward M. David, who gave the book the stylistic form it now has. I have drawn upon his knowledge of the American and British philosophic tradition to guide me in selecting those points that could and that could not be taken for granted in offering Hegel's doctrine to an American and English public. I thank the Macmillan Company, New York, for granting me permission to use and quote their translations of Hegel's works, and I thank the following publishers for authorizing me to quote their publications: International Publishers, Longmans, Green & Co., Charles H. Kerr & Co., The Macmillan Co., The Viking Press, The Weekly Foreign Letter, Lawrence Dennis. My friend Franz L. Newman, who was gathering material for his forthcoming book on National Socialism, has given me constant advice, especially on the political philosophy. Professor George H. Sabino was kind enough to read the chapter on Hegel's philosophy of right and to offer valuable suggestions. I am particularly grateful to the Oxford University Press, New York, which encouraged me to write this book and undertook to publish it at this time. Herbert Marcuse. Institute of Social Research. Columbia University. New York, NY. March. Part I. The Foundations of Hegel's Philosophy. Introduction. The socio-historical setting. German idealism has been called the theory of the French Revolution. This does not imply that Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel furnished a theoretical interpretation of the French Revolution, but that they wrote their philosophy largely as a response to the challenge from France to reorganize the state and society on a rational basis, so that social and political institutions might accord with the freedom and interest of the individual. Despite their bitter criticism of the terror, the German idealists unanimously welcomed the revolution, calling it the dawn of a new era, and they all linked their basic philosophical principles to the ideals that it advanced. The ideas of the French Revolution thus appear in the very core of the idealistic systems, and, to a great extent, determine their conceptual structure. As the German idealists saw it, the French Revolution not only abolished feudal absolutism, replacing it with the economic and political system of the middle class, but it completed what the German Reformation had begun, emancipating the individual as a self-reliant master of his life. Man's position in the world, the mode of his labor and enjoyment, was no longer to depend on some external authority, but on his own free rational activity. Man had passed the long period of immaturity during which he had been victimized by overwhelming natural and social forces, and had become the autonomous subject of his own development. From now on, the struggle with nature and with social organization was to be guided by his own progress in knowledge. The world was to be an order of reason. The ideals of the French Revolution found their resting place in the processes of industrial capitalism. Napoleon's empire liquidated the radical tendencies and at the same time consolidated the economic consequences of the revolution. The French philosophers of the period interpreted the realization of reason as the liberation of industry. Expanding industrial production seemed capable of providing all the necessary means to gratify human wants. Thus, at the same time that Hegel elaborated his system, Saint Simon in France was exalting industry as the sole power that could lead mankind to a free and rational society. The economic process appeared as the foundation of reason. Economic development in Germany lagged far behind that in France and England. The German middle class, weak and scattered over numerous territories with divergent interests, could hardly contemplate a revolution. The few industrial enterprises that existed were but small islands within a protracted feudal system. The individual in his social existence was either enslaved, or was the enslaver of his fellow individuals. As a thinking being, however, he could at least comprehend the contrast between the miserable reality that existed everywhere and the human potentialities that the new epoch had emancipated, and as a moral person, he could, in his private life at least, preserve human dignity and autonomy. Thus, while the French Revolution had already begun to assert the reality of freedom, German idealism was only occupying itself with the idea of it. The concrete historical efforts to establish a rational form of society were here transposed to the philosophical plane and appeared in the efforts to elaborate the notion of reason. The concept of reason is central to Hegel's philosophy. He held that philosophical thinking presupposes nothing beyond it, that history deals with reason and with reason alone, and that the state is the realization of reason. These statements will not be understandable, however, so long as reason is interpreted as a pure metaphysical concept, for Hegel's idea of reason has retained, though in an idealistic form, the material strivings for a free and rational order of life. Robespierre's deification of reason as the être supreme is the counterpart to the glorification of reason in Hegel's system. The core of Hegel's philosophy is a structure the concepts of which, freedom, subject, mind, notion, are derived from the idea of reason. Unless we succeed in unfolding the content of these ideas and the intrinsic connection among them, Hegel's system will seem to be obscure metaphysics, which it in fact never was. Hegel himself related his concept of reason to the French Revolution, and did so with the greatest of emphasis. The Revolution had demanded that nothing should be recognized as valid in a constitution except what has to be recognized according to reason's right. Hegel further elaborated this interpretation in his lectures on the philosophy of history. Never since the sun had stood in the firmament and the planets revolved around it had it been perceived that man's existence centers in his head, i.e. in thought, inspired by which he builds up the world of reality. Anaxagoras had been the first to say that no governs the world, but not until now had man advanced to the recognition of the principle that thought ought to govern spiritual reality. This was accordingly a glorious mental dawn. All thinking beings shared in the jubilation of this epoch. In Hegel's view, the decisive turn that history took with the French Revolution was that man came to rely on his mind and dared to submit the given reality to the standards of reason. Hegel expounds the new development through a contrast between an employment of reason and an uncritical compliance with the prevailing conditions of life. Nothing is reason that is not the result of thinking. Man has set out to organize reality according to the demands of his free rational thinking instead of simply accommodating his thoughts to the existing order and the prevailing values. Man is a thinking being. His reason enables him to recognize his own potentialities and those of his world. He is thus not at the mercy of the facts that surround him, but is capable of subjecting them to a higher standard, that of reason. If he follows its lead, he will arrive at certain conceptions that disclose reason to be antagonistic to the existing state of affairs. He may find that history is a constant struggle for freedom, that man's individuality requires that he possess property as the medium of his fulfillment, and that all men have an equal right to develop their human faculties. Actually, however, bondage and inequality prevail. Most men have no liberty at all and are deprived of their last scrap of property. Consequently, the unreasonable reality has to be altered until it comes into conformity with reason. In the given case, the existing social order has to be reorganized, absolutism and the remainders of feudalism have to be abolished, free competition has to be established, everyone has to be made equal before the law, and so on. According to Hegel, the French Revolution enunciated reason's ultimate power over reality. He sums this up by saying that the principle of the French Revolution asserted that thought ought to govern reality. The implications involved in this statement lead into the very center of his philosophy. Thought ought to govern reality. What men think to be true, right, and good ought to be realized in the actual organization of their societal and individual life. Thinking, however, varies among individuals, and the resulting diversity of individual opinions cannot provide a guiding principle for the common organization of life. Unless man possesses concepts and principles of thought that denote universally valid conditions and norms, his thought cannot claim to govern reality. In line with the tradition of Western philosophy, Hegel believes that such objective concepts and principles exist. Their totality he calls reason. The philosophies of the French Enlightenment and their revolutionary successors all posited reason as an objective historical force which, once freed from the fetters of despotism, would make the world a place of progress and happiness. They held that the power of reason, and not the force of weapons, will propagate the principles of our glorious revolution. By virtue of its own power, reason would triumph over social irrationality and overthrow the oppressors of mankind. All fictions disappear before truth, and all follies fall before reason. The implication, however, that reason will immediately show itself in practice is a dogma unsupported by the course of history. Hegel believed in the invincible power of reason as much as Robespierre did. That faculty which man can call his own, elevated above death and decay, is able to make decisions of itself. It announces itself as reason. Its lawmaking depends on nothing else, nor can it take its standards from any other authority on earth or in heaven. But to Hegel, reason cannot govern reality unless reality has become rational in itself. This rationality is made possible through the subjects entering the very content of nature and history. The objective reality is thus also the realization of the subject. It is this conception that Hegel summarized in the most fundamental of his propositions, namely, that being is, in its substance, a subject. The meaning of this proposition can only be understood through an interpretation of Hegel's logic, but we shall attempt to give a provisional explanation here that will be expanded later. The idea of the substance as subject conceives reality as a process wherein all being is the unification of contradictory forces. Subject denotes not only the epistemological ego or consciousness, but a mode of existence, to wit, that of a self-developing unity in an antagonistic process. Everything that exists is real only insofar as it operates as a self through all the contradictory relations that constitute its existence. It must thus be considered a kind of subject that carries itself forward by unfolding its inherent contradictions. For example, a stone is a stone only insofar as it remains the same thing, a stone, throughout its action and reaction upon the things and processes that interact with it. It gets wet in the rain, it resists the axe, it withstands a certain load before it gives way. Being a stone is a continuous holding out against everything that acts on the stone, it is a continuous process of becoming and being a stone. To be sure, the becoming is not consummated by the stone as a conscious subject. The stone is changed in its interactions with rain, axe, and load, it does not change itself. A plant, on the other hand, unfolds and develops itself. It is not now a bud, then a blossom, but is rather the whole movement from bud through blossom to decay. The plant constitutes and preserves itself in this movement. It comes much nearer to being an actual subject than does the stone, for the various stages of the plant's development grow out of the plant itself, they are its life and are not imposed upon it from the outside. The plant, however, does not comprehend this development. It does not realize it as its own and, therefore, cannot reason its own potentialities into being. Such realization is a process of the true subject and is reached only with the existence of man. Man alone has the power of self-realization, the power to be a self-determining subject in all processes of becoming, for he alone has an understanding of potentialities and a knowledge of notions. His very existence is the process of actualizing his potentialities, of molding his life according to the notions of reason. We encounter here the most important category of reason, namely, freedom. Reason presupposes freedom, the power to act in accordance with knowledge of the truth, the power to shape reality in line with its potentialities. The fulfillment of these ends belongs only to the subject who is master of his own development and who understands his own potentialities as well as those of the things around him. Freedom, in turn, presupposes reason, for it is comprehending knowledge, alone, that enables the subject to gain and to wield this power. The stone does not possess it, neither does the plant. Both lack comprehending knowledge and hence real subjectivity. Man, however, knows what he is, only thus is he real. Reason and freedom are nothing without this knowledge. Reason terminates in freedom, and freedom is the very existence of the subject. On the other hand, reason itself exists only through its realization, the process of its being made real. Reason is an objective force and an objective reality only because all modes of being are more or less modes of subjectivity, modes of realization. Subject and object are not undered by an impassable gulf, because the object is in itself a kind of subject and because all types of being culminate in the free comprehensive subject who is able to realize reason. Nature thus becomes a medium for the development of freedom. The life of reason appears in man's continuous struggle to comprehend what exists and to transform it in accordance with the truth comprehended. Reason is also essentially a historical force. Its fulfillment takes place as a process in the spatio-temporal world, and is, in the last analysis, the whole history of mankind. The term that designates reason as history is mind, Geist, which denotes the historical world viewed in relation to the rational progress of humanity, the historical world not as a chain of acts and events but as a ceaseless struggle to adapt the world to the growing potentialities of mankind. History is organized into different periods, each marking a separate level of development and representing a definite stage in the realization of reason. Each stage is to be grasped and understood as a whole, through the prevailing ways of thinking and living which characterize it, through its political and social institutions, its science, religion, and philosophy. Different stages occur in the realization of reason, but there is only one reason, just as there is only one whole and one truth, the reality of freedom. This final goal it is, at which the process of the world's history has been continually aiming, and to which the sacrifices that have ever and anon been laid on the vast altar of the earth, through the long lapse of ages, have been offered. This is the only final aim that realizes and fulfills itself, the only pole of repose amid the ceaseless chain of events and conditions, and the sole true reality in them. An immediate unity of reason and reality never exists. The unity comes only after a lengthy process, which begins at the lowest level of nature and reaches up to the highest form of existence, that of a free and rational subject, living and acting in the self-consciousness of its potentialities. As long as there is any gap between real and potential, the former must be acted upon and changed until it is brought into line with reason. As long as reality is not shaped by reason, it remains no reality at all, in the emphatic sense of the word. Thus reality changes its meaning within the conceptual structure of Hegel's system. Real comes to mean not everything that actually exists, this should rather be called appearance, but that which exists in a form concordant with the standards of reason. Real is the reasonable, rational, and that alone. For example, the state becomes a reality only when it corresponds to the given potentialities of men and permits their full development. Any preliminary form of the state is not yet reasonable, and, therefore, not yet real. Hegel's concept of reason thus has a distinctly critical and polemic character. It is opposed to all ready acceptance of the given state of affairs. It denies the hegemony of every prevailing form of existence by demonstrating the antagonisms that dissolve it into other forms. We shall attempt to show that the spirit of contradicting is the propulsive force of Hegel's dialectical method. Hegel wrote to Schelling, "Reason and freedom remain our principles." In his early writings, no gap exists between the philosophical and the social meaning of these principles, which are expressed in the same revolutionary language the French Jacobins used. For example, Hegel says the significance of his time lies in the fact that the halo which has surrounded the leading oppressors and gods of the earth has disappeared. Philosophers demonstrate the dignity of man, the people will learn to feel it and will not merely demand their rights, which have been trampled in the dust, but will themselves take them, make them their own. Religion and politics have played the same game. The former has taught what despotism wanted to teach, contempt for humanity and the incapacity of man to achieve the good and to fulfill his essence through his own efforts. We even encounter more extreme statements, which urge that the realization of reason requires a social scheme that contravenes the given order. In the Erstes Systemprogramm des deutschen Idealismus, written in, we find the following: "I shall demonstrate that, just as there is no idea of a machine, there is no idea of the state, for the state is something mechanical. Only that which is an object of freedom may be called an idea. We must, therefore, transcend the state. For every state is bound to treat free men as cogs in a machine. And this is precisely what it should not do, hence, the state must perish." However, the radical purport of the basic idealistic concepts is slowly relinquished and they are to an ever-increasing extent made to fit in with the prevailing societal form. This process is, as we shall see, necessitated by the conceptual structure of German idealism, which retains the decisive principles of liberalistic society and prevents any crossing beyond it. The particular form, however, that the reconciliation between philosophy and reality assumed in Hegel's system was determined by the actual situation of Germany in the period when he elaborated his system. Hegel's early philosophical concepts were formulated amid a decaying German Reich. As he declared at the opening of his pamphlet on the German Constitution, the German state of the last decade of the 18th century was no longer a state. The remains of feudal despotism still held sway in Germany, the more oppressive because split into a multitude of petty despotisms, each competing with the other. The Reich consisted of Austria and Prussia, the prince-electors, ecclesiastical and secular princes, barons, prelates, and Reich towns. In sum, it consisted of nearly territories. The Reich itself possessed not a single soldier, its yearly income amounting to only a few thousand florins. There was no centralized jurisdiction. The Supreme Court, Reichskammergericht, was a breeding ground for graft, caprice, and bribery. Serfdom was still prevalent, the peasant was still a beast of burden. Some princes still hired out or sold their subjects as mercenary soldiers to foreign countries. Strong censorship operated to repress the slightest traces of enlightenment. A contemporary depicts the current scene in the following words: "Without law and justice, without protection from arbitrary taxation, uncertain of the lives of our sons, and of our freedom and our rights, the impotent prey of despotic power, our existence lacking unity and a national spirit, this is the status quo of our nation." In sharp contrast to France, Germany had no strong, conscious, politically educated middle class to lead the struggle against this absolutism. The nobility ruled without opposition. Hardly anyone in Germany, remarked Goethe, thought of envying this tremendous privileged mass, or of begrudging them their happy advantages. The urban middle class, distributed among numerous townships, each with its own government and its own local interests, was impotent to crystallize and effectuate any serious opposition. To be sure, there were conflicts between the ruling patricians and the guilds and artisans. But these nowhere reached the proportions of a revolutionary movement. Burghers accompanied their petitions and complaints with a prayer that God protect the fatherland from the terror of revolution. Ever since the German Reformation, the masses had become used to the fact that, for them, liberty was an inner value, which was compatible with every form of bondage, that due obedience to existing authority was a prerequisite to everlasting salvation, and that toil and poverty were a blessing in the eyes of the Lord. A long process of disciplinary training had introverted the demands for freedom and reason in Germany. One of the decisive functions of Protestantism had been to induce the emancipated individuals to accept the new social system that had arisen, by diverting their claims and demands from the external world into their inner life. Luther established Christian liberty as an internal value to be realized independently of any and all external conditions. Social reality became indifferent as far as the true essence of man was concerned. Man learned to turn upon himself his demand for the satisfaction of his potentialities and to seek within himself, not in the outer world, his life's fulfillment. German culture is inseparable from its origin in Protestantism. There arose a realm of beauty, freedom, and morality, which was not to be shaken by external realities and struggles. It was detached from the miserable social world and anchored in the soul of the individual. This development is the source of a tendency widely visible in German idealism, a willingness to become reconciled to the social reality. This reconciliatory tendency of the idealists constantly conflicts with their critical rationalism. Ultimately, the ideal that the critical aspects set forth, a rational political and social reorganization of the world, becomes frustrated and is transformed into a spiritual value. The educated classes isolated themselves from practical affairs and, thus rendering themselves impotent to apply their reason to the reshaping of society, fulfilled themselves in a realm of science, art, philosophy, and religion. That realm became for them the true reality transcending the wretchedness of existing social conditions. It was alike the refuge for truth, goodness, beauty, happiness, and, most important, for a critical temper which could not be turned into social channels. Culture was, then, essentially idealistic, occupied with the idea of things rather than with the things themselves. It set freedom of thought before freedom of action, morality before practical justice, the inner life before the social life of man. This idealistic culture, however, just because it stood aloof from an intolerable reality and thereby maintained itself intact and unsullied, served, despite its false consolations and glorifications, as the repository for truths which had not been realized in the history of mankind. Hegel's system is the last great expression of this cultural idealism, the last great attempt to render thought a refuge for reason and liberty. The original critical impulse of his thinking, however, was strong enough to induce him to abandon the traditional aloofness of idealism from history. He made philosophy a concrete historical factor and drew history into philosophy. History, however, when comprehended, shatters the idealistic framework. Hegel's system is necessarily associated with a definite political philosophy and with a definite social and political order. The dialectic between civil society and the state of the Restoration is not incidental in Hegel's philosophy, nor is it just a section of his philosophy of right. Its principles already operate in the conceptual structure of his system. His basic concepts are, on the other hand, but the culmination of the entire tradition of Western thought. They become understandable only when interpreted within this tradition. We have thus far attempted in brief compass to place the Hegelian concepts in their concrete historical setting. It remains for us to trace the starting point of Hegel's system to its sources in the philosophical situation of his time. The philosophical setting. German idealism rescued philosophy from the attack of British empiricism, and the struggle between the two became not merely a clash of different philosophical schools, but a struggle for philosophy as such. Philosophy had never ceased to claim the right to guide man's efforts towards a rational mastery of nature and society, or to base this claim upon the fact that philosophy elaborated the highest and most general concepts for knowing the world. With Descartes, the practical bearing of philosophy assumed a new form, which accorded with the sweeping progress of modern techniques. He announced a practical philosophy by means of which, knowing the force and the action of fire, water, air, the stars, heavens, and all other bodies that environ us, we can employ them in all those uses to which they are adapted, and thus render ourselves the masters and possessors of nature. The achievement of this task was, to an ever-increasing extent, bound up with the establishment of universally valid laws and concepts in knowledge. Rational mastery of nature and society presupposed knowledge of the truth, and the truth was a universal, as contrasted to the multifold appearance of things or to their immediate form in the perception of individuals. This principle was already alive in the earliest attempts of Greek epistemology. The truth is universal and necessary and thus contradicts the ordinary experience of change and accident. The conception, that the truth is contrary to the matters of fact of existence and independent of contingent individuals, has run through the entire historical epoch in which man's social life has been one of antagonisms among conflicting individuals and groups. The universal has been hypostatized as a philosophical reaction to the historical fact that, in society, only individual interests prevail, while the common interest is asserted only behind the back of the individual. The contrast between universal and individual took on an aggravated form when, in the modern era, slogans of general freedom were raised and it was held that an appropriate social order could be brought about only through the knowledge and activity of emancipated individuals. All men were declared free and equal, yet, in acting according to their knowledge and in the pursuit of their interest, they created and experienced an order of dependence, injustice, and recurring crises. The general competition between free economic subjects did not establish a rational community which might safeguard and gratify the wants and desires of all men. The life of men was surrendered to the economic mechanisms of a social system that related individuals to one another as isolated buyers and sellers of commodities. This actual lack of a rational community was responsible for the philosophical quest for the unity, Einheit, and universality, Allgemeinheit, of reason. Does the structure of individual reasoning, the subjectivity, yield any general laws and concepts that might constitute universal standards of rationality? Can a universal rational order be built upon the autonomy of the individual? In expanding an affirmative answer to these questions, the epistemology of German idealism aimed at a unifying principle that would preserve the basic ideals of individualistic society without falling victim to its antagonisms. The British empiricists had demonstrated that not a single concept or law of reason could lay claim to universality, that the unity of reason is but the unity of custom or habit, adhering to the facts but never governing them. According to the German idealists, this attack jeopardized all efforts to impose an order on the prevailing forms of life. Unity and universality were not to be found in empirical reality, they were not given facts. Moreover, the very structure of empirical reality seemed to warrant the assumption that they could never be derived from the given facts. If men did not succeed, however, in creating unity and universality through their autonomous reason and even in contradiction to the facts, they would have to surrender not only their intellectual but also their material existence to the blind pressures and processes of the prevailing empirical order of life. The problem was thus not merely a philosophical one but concerned the historical destiny of humanity. The German idealists recognized the concrete historical manifestations of the problem. This is clear in the fact that all of them connected the theoretical with the practical reason. There is a necessary transition from Kant's analysis of the transcendental consciousness to his demand for the community of a Weltbürgerreich, from Fichte's concept of the pure ego to his construction of a totally unified and regulated society, der geschlossene Handelsstaat, and from Hegel's idea of reason to his designation of the state as the union of the common and the individual interest, and thus as the realization of reason. The idealistic counterattack was provoked not by the empiricist approaches of Locke and Hume, but by their refutation of general ideas. We have attempted to show that reason's right to shape reality depended upon man's ability to hold generally valid truths. Reason could lead beyond the brute fact of what is, to the realization of what ought to be, only by virtue of the universality and necessity of its concepts, which in turn are the criteria of its truth. These concepts the empiricists denied. General ideas, said Locke, are the inventions and creatures of the understanding, made by it for its own use, and concern only signs. When therefore we quit particulars, the generals that rest are only the creatures of our own making. For Hume, general ideas are abstracted from the particular, and represent the particular and the particular only. They can never provide universal rules or principles. If Hume was to be accepted, the claim of reason to organize reality had to be rejected. For as we have seen, this claim was based upon reason's faculty to attain truths, the validity of which was not derived from experience and which could in fact stand against experience. 'Tis not reason, which is the guide of life, but custom. This conclusion of the empiricist investigations did more than undermine metaphysics. It confined men within the limits of the given, within the existing order of things and events. Whence could man obtain the right to go beyond not some particular within this order, but beyond the entire order itself? Whence could he obtain the right to submit this order to the judgment of reason? If experience and custom were to be the sole source of his knowledge and belief, how could he act against custom, how act in accordance with ideas and principles as yet not accepted and established? Truth could not oppose the given order or reason speak against it. The result was not only skepticism but conformism. The empiricist restriction of human nature to knowledge of the given removed the desire both to transcend the given and to despair about it. For nothing is more certain, than that despair has almost the same effect upon us as enjoyment, and that we are no sooner acquainted with the impossibility of satisfying any desire, than the desire itself vanishes. When we see that we have arrived at the utmost extent of human reason, we sit down contented. The German idealists regarded this philosophy as expressing the abdication of reason. Attributing the existence of general ideas to the force of custom, and the principles by which reality is understood, to psychological mechanisms, was, to them, tantamount to a denial of truth and reason. Human psychology, they saw, is subject to change, is, in fact, a domain of uncertainty and chance from which no necessity and universality could be derived. And yet, such necessity and universality were the sole guarantee of reason. Unless, the idealists declared, the general concepts that claimed such necessity and universality could be shown to be more than the product of imagination, could be shown to draw their validity neither from experience nor from individual psychology, unless, in other words, they were shown applicable to experience without arising from experience, reason would have to bow to the dictates of the empirical teaching. And if cognition by reason, that is, by concepts that are not derived from experience, means metaphysics, then the attack upon metaphysics was at the same time an attack upon the conditions of human freedom, for the right of reason to guide experience was a proper part of these conditions. Kant adopted the view of the empiricists that all human knowledge begins with and terminates in experience, that experience alone provides the material for the concepts of reason. There is no stronger empiricist statement than that which opens his critique of pure reason. All thought must, directly or indirectly, relate ultimately to intuitions, and therefore, with us, to sensibility, because in no other way can an object be given to us. Kant maintains, however, that the empiricists had failed to demonstrate that experience also furnishes the means and modes by which this empirical material is organized. If it could be shown that these principles of organization were the genuine possession of the human mind and did not arise from experience, then the independence and freedom of reason would be saved. Experience itself would become the product of reason, for it would then not be the disordered manifold of sensations and impressions, but the comprehensive organization of these. Kant set out to prove that the human mind possessed the universal forms that organized the manifold of data furnished to it by the senses. The forms of intuition, space and time, and the forms of understanding, the categories, are the universals through which the mind orders the sense manifold into the continuum of experience. They are a priori to each and every sensation and impression, so that we get and arrange impressions under these forms. Experience presents a necessary and universal order only by virtue of the a priori activity of the human mind, which perceives all things and events in the form of space and time and comprehends them under the categories of unity, reality, substantiality, causality, and so on. These forms and categories are not derived from experience, for, as Hume had pointed out, no impression or sensation can be found that corresponds to them, yet experience, as an organized continuum, originates in them. They are universally valid and applicable because they constitute the very structure of the human mind. The world of objects, as a universal and necessary order, is produced by the subject, not by the individual, but by those acts of intuition and understanding that are common to all individuals, since they constitute the very conditions of experience. This common structure of the mind Kant designates as transcendental consciousness. It consists of the forms of intuition and of understanding, which, in Kant's analysis, are not static frames, but forms of operation that exist only in the act of apprehending and comprehending. The transcendental forms of intuition or outer sense synthesize the manifold of sense data into a spatio-temporal order. By virtue of the categories, the results of this are brought into the universal and necessary relations of cause and effect, substance, reciprocity, and so on. And this entire complex is unified in the transcendental apperception, which relates all experience to the thinking ego, thereby giving experience the continuity of being my experience. These processes of synthesis, a priori and common to all minds, hence universal, are interdependent and are brought to bear in toto in every act of knowledge. What Kant calls the highest synthesis, that of transcendental apperception, is the awareness of an I think, which accompanies every experience. Through it, the thinking ego knows itself as continuous, present, and active throughout the series of its experiences. The transcendental apperception, therefore, is the ultimate basis for the unity of the subject and, hence, for the universality and necessity of all the objective relations. Transcendental consciousness depends on the material received through the senses. The multitude of these impressions, however, becomes an organized world of coherent objects and relations only through the operations of transcendental consciousness. Since, then, we know the impressions only in the context of the a priori forms of the mind, we cannot know how or what the things in themselves are that give rise to the impressions. These things in themselves, presumed to exist outside of the forms of the mind, remain completely unknowable. Hegel regarded this skeptical element of Kant's philosophy as vitiating to his attempt to rescue reason from the empiricist onslaught. As long as the things in themselves were beyond the capacity of reason, reason remained a mere subjective principle without power over the objective structure of reality. And the world thus fell into two separate parts, subjectivity and objectivity, understanding and sense, thought and existence. This separation was not primarily an epistemological problem for Hegel. Time and again he stressed that the relation between subject and object, their opposition, denoted a concrete conflict in existence, and that its solution, the union of the opposites, was a matter of practice as well as of theory. Later, he described the historical form of the conflict as the alienation, in Fremdung, of mind, signifying that the world of objects, originally the product of man's labor and knowledge, becomes independent of man and comes to be governed by uncontrolled forces and laws in which man no longer recognizes his own self. At the same time, thought becomes estranged from reality and the truth becomes an impotent ideal preserved in thought while the actual world is calmly left outside its influence. Unless man succeeds in reuniting the separated parts of his world and in bringing nature and society within the scope of his reason, he is forever doomed to frustration. The task of philosophy in this period of general disintegration is to demonstrate the principle that will restore the missing unity and totality. Hegel sets forth this principle in the concept of reason. We have attempted to sketch the socio-historical and the philosophical roots of this concept, which effect a tie between the progressive ideas of the French Revolution and the prevailing currents of philosophical discussion. Reason is the veritable form of reality in which all antagonisms of subject and object are integrated to form a genuine unity and universality. Hegel's philosophy is thus necessarily a system, subsuming all realms of being under the all-embracing idea of reason. The inorganic as well as the organic world, nature as well as society, are here brought under the sway of mind. Hegel considered philosophy's systematic character to be a product of the historical situation. History had reached a stage at which the possibilities for realizing human freedom were at hand. Freedom, however, presupposes the reality of reason. Man could be free, could develop all his potentialities, only if his entire world was dominated by an integrating rational will and by knowledge. The Hegelian system anticipates a state in which this possibility has been achieved. The historical optimism that it breathes provided the basis for Hegel's so-called panlogism, which treats every form of being as a form of reason. The transitions from the logic to the philosophy of nature, and from the latter to the philosophy of mind, are made on the assumption that the laws of nature spring from the rational structure of being and lead in a continuum to the laws of the mind. The realm of mind achieves in freedom what the realm of nature achieves in blind necessity, the fulfillment of the potentialities inherent in reality. It is this state of reality which Hegel refers to as the truth. Truth is not only attached to propositions and judgments, it is, in short, not only an attribute of thought, but of reality in process. Something is true if it is what it can be, fulfilling all its objective possibilities. In Hegel's language, it is then identical with its notion. The notion has a dual use. It comprehends the nature or essence of a subject matter, and thus represents the true thought of it. At the same time, it refers to the actual realization of that nature or essence, its concrete existence. All fundamental concepts of the Hegelian system are characterized by the same ambiguity. They never denote mere concepts, as in formal logic, but forms or modes of being comprehended by thought. Hegel does not presuppose a mystical identity of thought and reality, but he holds that the right thought represents reality because the latter, in its development, has reached the stage at which it exists in conformity with the truth. His panlogism comes close to being its opposite. One could say that he takes the principles and forms of thought from the principles and forms of reality, so that the logical laws reproduce those governing the movement of reality. The unification of opposites is a process Hegel demonstrates in the case of every single existent. The logical form of the judgment expresses an occurrence in reality. Take, for example, the judgment, "This man is a slave." According to Hegel, it means that a man, the subject, has become enslaved, the predicate, but although he is a slave, he still remains man, thus essentially free and opposed to his predicament. The judgment does not attribute a predicate to a stable subject, but denotes an actual process of the subject whereby the latter becomes something other than itself. The subject is the very process of becoming the predicate and of contradicting it. This process dissolves into a multitude of antagonistic relations the stable subjects that traditional logic had assumed. Reality appears as a dynamic in which all fixed forms reveal themselves to be mere abstractions. Consequently, when in Hegel's logic concepts pass from one form to another, this refers to the fact that, to correct thinking, one form of being passes to another, and that every particular form can be determined only by the totality of the antagonistic relations in which this form exists. We have emphasized the fact that, to Hegel, reality has reached a stage at which it exists in truth. This statement now needs a correction. Hegel does not mean that everything that exists does so in conformity with its potentialities, but that the mind has attained the self-consciousness of its freedom, and become capable of freeing nature and society. The realization of reason is not a fact but a task. The form in which the objects immediately appear is not yet their true form. What is simply given is at first negative, other than its real potentialities. It becomes true only in the process of overcoming this negativity, so that the birth of the truth requires the death of the given state of being. Hegel's optimism is based upon a destructive conception of the given. All forms are seized by the dissolving movement of reason which cancels and alters them until they are adequate to their notion. It is this movement that thought reflects in the process of mediation, Vermittlung. If we follow the true content of our perceptions and concepts, all delimitation of stable objects collapses. They are dissolved into a multitude of relations that exhaust the developed content of these objects and terminate in the subject's comprehensive activity. Hegel's philosophy is indeed what the subsequent reaction termed it, a negative philosophy. It is originally motivated by the conviction that the given facts that appear to common sense as the positive index of truth are in reality the negation of truth, so that truth can only be established by their destruction. The driving force of the dialectical method lies in this critical conviction. Dialectic in its entirety is linked to the conception that all forms of being are permeated by an essential negativity, and that this negativity determines their content and movement. The dialectic represents the counter-thrust to any form of positivism. From Hume to the present-day logical positivists, the principle of this latter philosophy has been the ultimate authority of the fact, and observing the immediate given has been the ultimate method of verification. In the middle of the 19th century, and primarily in response to the destructive tendencies of rationalism, positivism assumed the peculiar form of an all-embracing positive philosophy, which was to replace traditional metaphysics. The protagonists of this positivism took great pains to stress the conservative and affirmative attitude of their philosophy. It induces thought to be satisfied with the facts, to renounce any transgression beyond them, and to bow to the given state of affairs. To Hegel, the facts in themselves possess no authority. They are posited, gesetzt, by the subject that has mediated them with the comprehensive process of its development. Verification rests, in the last analysis, with this process to which all facts are related and which determines their content. Everything that is given has to be justified before reason, which is but the totality of nature's and man's capacities. Hegel's philosophy, however, which begins with the negation of the given and retains this negativity throughout, concludes with the declaration that history has achieved the reality of reason. His basic concepts were still bound up with the social structure of the prevailing system, and in this respect, too, German idealism may be said to have preserved the heritage of the French Revolution. However, the reconciliation of idea and reality, proclaimed in Hegel's philosophy of right, contains a decisive element that points beyond mere reconciliation. This element has been preserved and utilized in the later doctrine of the negation of philosophy. Philosophy reaches its end when it has formulated its view of a world in which reason is realized. If at that point reality contains the conditions necessary to materialize reason in fact, thought can cease to concern itself with the ideal. The truth now would require actual historical practice to fulfill it. With the relinquishment of the ideal, philosophy relinquishes its critical task and passes it to another agency. The final culmination of philosophy is thus at the same time its abdication. Released from its preoccupation with the ideal, philosophy is also released from its opposition to reality. This means that it ceases to be philosophy. It does not follow, however, that thought must then comply with the existing order. Critical thinking does not cease, but assumes a new form. The efforts of reason devolve upon social theory and social practice. ******* Hegel's philosophy shows 5 different stages of development. The period from to marks the attempt to formulate a religious foundation for philosophy, exemplified in the collected papers of the period, the Theologische Jugendschriften. Saw the formulation of Hegel's philosophical standpoint and interests through critical discussion of contemporary philosophical systems, especially those of Kant, Fichte, and Schelling. Hegel's main works of this period are the Differenz de Fichten und Schelling's Systems der Philosophie, Glauben und Wissen, and other articles in the Kritische Journal der Philosophie. The years to yielded the Genenser system, the earliest form of Hegel's complete system. This period was documented by the Genenser Logik und die Metaphysik, Genenser Real Philosophy, and the System der Sittlichkeit. The publication of the Phenomenology of Mind. The period of the final system, which was outlined as early as, in the Philosophisch Propädeutik, but was not consummated until. To this period belong the works that make up the bulk of Hegel's writing, the Science of Logic, the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, the Philosophy of Right, and the various Berlin lectures on the philosophy of history, the history of philosophy, aesthetics, and religion. The elaboration of Hegel's philosophic system is accompanied by a series of political fragments that attempt to apply his new philosophical ideas to concrete historical situations. This process of referring philosophical conclusions to the context of social and political reality begins with his historical and political studies, is followed by his Die Verfassung Deutschlands in, and continues right through to, when he wrote his study on the English Reform Bill. The connecting of his philosophy with the historical developments of his time makes Hegel's political writings a part of his systematic works, and the two must be treated together, so that his basic concepts are given philosophical as well as historical and political explanation. I. Hegel's early theological writings. If we wish to partake of the atmosphere in which Hegel's philosophy originated, we must go back to the cultural and political setting of southern Germany in the closing decades of the 18th century. In Württemberg, a country under the sway of a despotism that had just consented to some slight constitutional limitations on its power, the ideas of were beginning to exert a strong impact, particularly on intellectual youth. The period of that earlier cruel despotism seemed to have passed, the despotism under which the whole country was terrorized by constant military conscriptions for foreign wars, heavy arbitrary taxations, the sale of offices, the establishment of monopolies that plundered the masses and enriched the coffers of an extravagant prince, and sudden arrests that followed the slightest suspicions or stirrings of protest. The conflicts between Duke Charles Eugene and the estates were mitigated by an agreement in, and the most striking obstacle to the functioning of a centralized government was thus removed, but the result was only to divide absolutism between the personal rule of the Duke and the interests of the feudal oligarchy. The German Enlightenment, however, this weaker counterpart of the English and French philosophy that had shattered the ideological framework of the absolutist state, had filtered into the cultural life of Württemberg. The Duke was a pupil of the enlightened despot Frederick II of Prussia, and in the latter period of his rule he indulged in an enlightened absolutism. The spirit of the Enlightenment went forward in the schools and universities that he promoted. Religious and political problems were discussed in terms of 18th-century rationalism, the dignity of man was extolled, as was his right to shape his own life against all obsolete forms of authority, and tradition, and tolerance and justice were praised. But the young generation that was then attending the Theological University of Tübingen, among them Hegel, Schelling, and Hölderlin, was above all impressed by the contrast between these ideals and the miserable actual condition of the German Reich. There was not the slightest chance for the rights of man to take their place in a reorganized state and society. True, the students sang revolutionary songs and translated the Marseillaise, they perhaps planted liberty trees and shouted against the tyrants and their henchmen, but they knew that all this activity was an impotent protest against the still impregnable forces that held the fatherland in their grip. All that could be hoped for was a modicum of constitutional reform, which might better balance the weight of power between the prince and the estates. In these circumstances, the eyes of the young generation turned longingly towards the past, and particularly to those periods of history in which unity had prevailed between the intellectual culture of men and their social and political life. Hölderlin drew a glowing picture of ancient Greece, and Hegel wrote a glorification of the ancient city-state, which at points even outshone the exalted description of early Christianity that the theological student set down. We find that a political interest time and again broke into the discussion of religious problems in Hegel's early theological fragments. Hegel ardently strove to recapture the power that had produced and maintained, in the ancient republics, the living unity of all spheres of culture and that had generated the free development of all national forces. He spoke of this hidden power as the Volksgeist, the spirit of a nation. Its history, religion, and the degree of political freedom it has reached cannot be separated one from the other, neither as regards their influence nor as regards their quality. They are interwoven in one bond. Hegel's use of the Volksgeist is closely related to Montesquieu's use of the esprit general of a nation as the basis for its social and political laws. The national spirit is not conceived as a mystical or metaphysical entity, but represents the whole of the natural, technical, economic, moral, and intellectual conditions that determine the nation's historical development. Montesquieu's emphasis on this historical basis was directed against the unjustifiable retention of outmoded political forms. Hegel's concept of the Volksgeist kept these critical implications. Instead of following the various influences of Montesquieu, Rousseau, Herder, and Kant on Hegel's theological studies, we shall limit ourselves to the elaboration of Hegel's main interest. Hegel's theological discussion repeatedly asks what the true relation is between the individual and a state that no longer satisfies his capacities but exists rather as an estranged institution from which the active political interest of the citizens has disappeared. Hegel defined the state with almost the same categories as those of 18th-century liberalism. The state rests on the consent of individuals, it circumscribes their rights and duties and protects its members from those internal and external dangers that might threaten the perpetuation of the whole. The individual, as opposed to the state, possesses the inalienable rights of man, and with these the state power can under no circumstances interfere, not even if such interference may be in the individual's own interest. No man can relinquish his right to give unto himself the law and to be solely responsible for its execution. If this right is renounced, man ceases to be man. It is not the state's business, however, to prevent him from renouncing it, for this would mean to compel man to be man, and would be force. Here is nothing of that moral and metaphysical exaltation of the state which we encounter in Hegel's later works. The tone slowly changed, however, within the very same period of Hegel's life and even within the same body of his writings, and he came to consider it as man's historical fate, a cross to be borne, that he accept social and political relations that restrict his full development. Hegel's enlightened optimism and his tragic praise of a lost paradise were replaced by an emphasis on historical necessity. Historical necessity had brought about a gulf between the individual and the state. In the early period they were in a natural harmony, but one attained at the expense of the individual, for man did not possess conscious freedom and was not master of the social process. And the more natural this early harmony was, the more easily could it be dissolved by the uncontrolled forces that then ruled the social world. In Athens and Rome, successful wars, increasing wealth, and an acquaintance with luxury and greater convenience of life produced an aristocracy of war and wealth that destroyed the republic and caused the complete loss of political liberty. State power fell into the hands of certain privileged individuals and groups, with the vast mass of the citizens pursuing only their private interest without regard for the common good. The right to security of property now became their whole world. Hegel's efforts to comprehend the universal laws governing this process led him inevitably to an analysis of the role of the social institutions in the progress of history. One of his historical fragments, written after, opens with the sweeping declaration that security of property is the pivot on which the whole of modern legislation turns, and in the first draft to his pamphlet on Die Verfassung Deutschlands, he states that the historical form of bourgeois property, Bürgerliches Eigentum, is responsible for the prevailing political disintegration. Moreover, Hegel maintained that the social institutions had distorted even the most private and personal relations between men. There is a significant fragment in the Theologische Schriften, called Die Liebe, in which Hegel states that ultimate harmony and union between individuals in love is prevented because of the acquisition and possession of property as well as rights. The lover, he explains, who must look upon his or her beloved as the owner of property must also come to feel his or her particularity militating against the community of their life, a particularity that consists in his or her being bound up with dead things that do not belong to the other and remain of necessity outside of their unity. The institution of property Hegel here related to the fact that man had come to live in a world that, though molded by his own knowledge and labor, was no longer his, but rather stood opposed to his inner needs, a strange world governed by inexorable laws, a dead world in which human life is frustrated. The Theologische Schriften present in these terms the earliest formulation of the concept of alienation, Entfremdung, which was destined to play a decisive part in the future development of the Hegelian philosophy. Hegel's first discussion of religious and political problems strikes the pervasive note that the loss of unity and liberty, a historical fact, is the general mark of the modern era and the factor that characterizes all conditions of private and societal life. This loss of freedom and unity, Hegel says, is patent in the numerous conflicts that abound in human living, especially in the conflict between man and nature. This conflict, which turned nature into a hostile power that had to be mastered by man, has led to an antagonism between idea and reality, between thought and the real, between consciousness and existence. Man constantly finds himself set off from a world that is adverse and alien to his impulses and desires. How, then, is this world to be restored to harmony with man's potentialities? At first, Hegel's answer was that of the student of theology. He interpreted Christianity as having a basic function in world history, that of giving a new absolute center to man and a final goal to life. Hegel could also see, however, that the revealed truth of the gospel could not fit in with the expanding social and political realities of the world, for the gospel appealed essentially to the individual as an individual detached from his social and political nexus. Its essential aim was to save the individual and not society or the state. It was therefore not religion that could solve the problem, or theology that could set forth principles to restore freedom and unity. As a result, Hegel's interest slowly shifted from theological to philosophical questions and concepts. Hegel always viewed philosophy not as a special science but as the ultimate form of human knowledge. The need for philosophy he derived from the need to remedy the general loss of freedom and unity. He explicitly stated this in his first philosophical article. The need for philosophy arises when the unifying power has disappeared from the life of men, when the contradictions have lost their living interrelation and interdependence and assumed an independent form. The unifying force he speaks of refers to the vital harmony of the individual and common interest, which prevailed in the ancient republics and which assured the liberty of the whole and integrated all conflicts into the living unity of the Volksgeist. When this harmony was lost, man's life became overwhelmed by pervasive conflicts that could no longer be controlled by the whole. We have already mentioned the terms in which Hegel characterized these conflicts. Nature was set against man, reality was estranged from the idea and consciousness opposed to existence. He next summarized all these oppositions as having the general form of a conflict between subject and object, and in this way he connected his historical problem to the philosophical one that had dominated European thought since Descartes. Man's knowledge and will had been pushed into a subjective world, whose self-certainty and freedom confronted an objective world of uncertainty and physical necessity. The more Hegel saw that the contradictions were the universal form of reality, the more philosophical his discussion became. Only the most universal concepts could now grasp the contradictions, and only the ultimate principles of knowledge could yield the principles to resolve them. At the same time, even the most abstract of Hegel's concepts retained the concrete denotation of his questions. Philosophy was charged with a historical mission, to give an exhaustive analysis of the contradictions prevailing in reality and to demonstrate their possible unification. The dialectic developed out of Hegel's view that reality was a structure of contradictions. The Theologische Schriften still covered the dialectic over with a theological framework, but even there the philosophical beginnings of the dialectical analysis can already be traced. The first concept Hegel introduces as the unification of contradictions is the concept of life. We might better understand the peculiar role Hegel attributed to the idea of life if we recognize that for him all contradictions are resolved and yet preserved in reason. Hegel conceived life as mind, that is to say, as a being able to comprehend and master the all-embracing antagonisms of existence. In other words, Hegel's concept of life points to the life of a rational being and to man's unique quality among all other beings. Ever since Hegel, the idea of life has been the starting point for many efforts to reconstruct philosophy in terms of man's concrete historical circumstance and to overcome thereby the abstract and remote character of rationalist philosophy. Life is distinguished from all other modes of being by its unique relation to its determinations and to the world as a whole. Each inanimate object is, by virtue of its particularity and its limited and determinate form, different from and opposed to the genus. The particular contradicts the universal, so that the latter does not fulfill itself in the former. The living, however, differs from the non-living in this respect, for life designates a being whose different parts and states, Zustände, are integrated into a complete unity, that of a subject. In life, the particular, is at the same time a branch of the infinite tree of life, every part outside the whole is at the same time the whole, life. Each living individual is also a manifestation of the whole of life, in other words, possesses the full essence or potentialities of life. Furthermore, though every living being is determinate and limited, it can supersede its limitations by virtue of the power it possesses as a living subject. Life is at first a sequence of determinate objective conditions, objective, because the living subject finds them outside of itself, limiting its free self-realization. The process of life, however, consists in continuously drawing these external conditions into the enduring unity of the subject. The living being maintains itself as a self by mastering and annexing the manifold of determinate conditions it finds, and by bringing all that is opposed to itself into harmony with itself. The unity of life, therefore, is not an immediate and natural one, but the result of a constant active overcoming of everything that stands against it. It is a unity that prevails only as the result of a process of mediation, Vermittlung, between the living subject as it is and its objective conditions. The mediation is the proper function of the living self as an actual subject, and at the same time it makes the living self an actual subject. Life is the first form in which the substance is conceived as subject and is thus the first embodiment of freedom. It is the first model of a real unification of opposites and hence the first embodiment of the dialectic. Not all forms of life, however, represent such a complete unity. Only man, by virtue of his knowledge, can achieve the idea of life. We have already indicated that for Hegel a perfect union of subject and object is a prerequisite to freedom. The union presupposes a knowledge of the truth, meaning thereby a knowledge of the potentialities of both subject and object. Man alone is able to transform objective conditions so that they become a medium for his subjective development. And the truth he holds frees not only his own potencies, but those of nature as well. He brings the truth into the world, and with it is able to organize the world in conformity with reason. Hegel illustrates this point in the mission of John the Baptist, and for the first time advances the view that the world is in its very essence the product of man's historical activity. The world and all its relations and determinations are the work of the gamma pi nu phi omega tau, of man's self-development. The conception of the world as a product of human activity and knowledge henceforth persists as the driving force of Hegel's system. At this very early stage, we can already discover the features of the later dialectical theory of society. Life is not the most advanced philosophic concept that Hegel attained in his first period. The system fragment, in which he gives a more precise elaboration of the philosophic import of the antagonism between subject and object and between man and nature, uses the term mind, Geist, to designate the unification of these disparate domains. Mind is essentially the same unifying agency as life. Infinite life may be called a mind because mind connotes the living unity amid the diversity. Mind is the living law that unifies the diversity so that the latter becomes living. But although it means no more than life, the concept mind lays emphasis on the fact that the unity of life is, in the last analysis, the work of the subject's free comprehension and activity, and not of some blind natural force. The Theologische Schriften yield yet another concept that points far into Hegel's later logic. In a fragment entitled Glauben und Wissen, Hegel declares, unification and being are equivalent. The copula is in every proposition expresses a unification of subject and predicate, in other words, a being. An adequate interpretation of this statement would require a thorough discussion of the basic developments in European philosophy since Aristotle. We can here only intimate some of the background and content of the formulation. Hegel's statement implies that there is a distinction between to be, sen, and being, seins, or, between determinate being and being as such. The history of Western philosophy opened with the same distinction, made in answer to the question, what is being? Which animated Greek philosophy from Parmenides to Aristotle. Every being around us is a determinate one, a stone, a tool, a house, an animal, an event, and so on. But we predicate of every such being that it is thus and so, that is, we attribute being to it. And this being that we attribute to it is not any particular thing in the world, but is common to all the particular beings to which it can be attributed. This points to the fact that there must be a being as such that is different from every determinate being and yet attributable to every being whatsoever, so that it can be called the real one in all the diversity of determinate beings. Being as such is what all particular beings have in common and is, as it were, their substratum. From this point, it was comparatively easy to take this most universal being as the essence of all being, divine substance, the most real, and thus to combine ontology with theology. This tradition is operative in Hegel's logic. Aristotle was the first to regard this being as such that is attributed alike to every determinate being, not as a separate metaphysical entity but as the process or movement through which every particular being molds itself into what it really is. According to Aristotle, there is a distinction that runs through the whole realm of being between the essence, O sigma alpha, and its diverse accidental states and modifications, tau sigma nu mu beta beta et nu alpha. Real being, in the strict sense, is the essence, by which is meant the concrete individual thing, organic as well as inorganic. The individual thing is the subject or substance enduring throughout a movement in which it unifies and holds together the various states and phases of its existence. The different modes of being represent various modes of unifying antagonistic relations. They refer to different modes of persisting through change, of originating and perishing, of having properties and limitations, and so on. And Hegel incorporates the basic Aristotelian conception into his philosophy. The different modes of being are more or less complete unifications. Being means unifying, and unifying means movement. Movement, in turn, Aristotle defines in terms of potentiality and actuality. The various types of movement denote various ways of realizing the potentialities inherent in the essence or moving thing. Aristotle evaluates the types of movement so that the highest type is that in which each and every potentiality is fully realized. A being that moves or develops according to the highest type would be pure svajisha. It would have no material of realization outside of or alien to itself, but would be entirely itself at every moment of its existence. If such a being were to exist, its whole existence would consist in thinking. A subject whose self-activity is thought has no estranged and external object. Thinking grasps and holds the object as thought, and reason apprehends reason. The veritable being is veritable movement, and the latter is the activity of perfect unification of the subject with its object. The true being is therefore thought and reason. Hegel concludes his presentation in the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences with the paragraph from Aristotle's Metaphysics in which the veritable being is explained to be reason. This is significant as more than a mere illustration. For, Hegel's philosophy is in a large sense a reinterpretation of Aristotle's ontology, rescued from the distortion of metaphysical dogma and linked to the pervasive demand of modern rationalism that the world be transformed into a medium for the freely developing subject, that the world become, in short, the reality of reason. Hegel was the first to rediscover the extremely dynamic character of the Aristotelian metaphysic, which treats all being as process and movement, a dynamic that had got entirely lost in the formalistic tradition of Aristotelianism. Aristotle's conception that reason is the veritable being is carried through by sundering this being from the rest of the world. The nous is neither the cause nor creator of the world, and is its prime mover only through a complicated system of intermediaries. Human reason is but a weak copy of this nous. Nevertheless, the life of reason is the highest life and highest good on earth. The conception is intimately connected with the reality offering no adequate fulfillment of the proper potentialities of men and things, so that the fulfillment was located in an activity that was most independent of the prevailing incongruencies of reality. The elevation of the realm of mind to the position of the sole domain of freedom and reason was conditioned by a world of anarchy and bondage. The historical conditions still prevailed in Hegel's time. The visible potentialities were actualized in neither society nor nature, and men were not free subjects of their lives. And since ontology is the doctrine of the most general forms of being and as such reflects human insight into the most general structure of reality, there can be little wonder that the basic concepts of Aristotelian and Hegelian ontology were the same. 2. Towards the system of philosophy. The first philosophical writings. Hegel began his academic career in Jena, then the philosophic center of Germany. Fichte had taught there until, and Schelling was appointed professor in Kant's social and legal philosophy. His Metaphysik der Sitten had been published in, and his revolutionizing of philosophy in his three critiques of reason still exerted a prime influence on intellectual life. Quite naturally, therefore, Hegel's first philosophical articles centered about the doctrines of Kant, Fichte, and Schelling, and he formulated his problems in terms of the currents of discussion among the German idealists. As we have seen, Hegel took the view that philosophy arises from the all-embracing contradictions into which human existence has been plunged. These have shaped the history of philosophy as the history of basic contradictions, those between mind and matter, soul and body, belief and understanding, freedom and necessity, contradictions that had more recently appeared as those between reason and sense, Sinnlichkeit, intelligence and nature, and, in the most general form, subjectivity and objectivity. These were the very concepts that lay at the root of Kant's critique of pure reason, and the ones Hegel now dissolved in his dialectical analysis. The first concept Hegel subjected to dialectical reinterpretation was that of reason. Kant had made the basic distinction between reason, Vernunft, and understanding, Verstand. Hegel gave both concepts new meaning and made them the starting point of his method. For him, the distinction between understanding and reason is the same as that between common sense and speculative thinking, between undialectical reflection and dialectical knowledge. The operations of the understanding yield the usual type of thinking that prevails in everyday life as well as in science. The world is taken as a multitude of determinate things, each of which is demarcated from the other. Each thing is a distinct delimited entity related as such to other likewise delimited entities. The concepts that are developed from these beginnings, and the judgments composed of these concepts, denote and deal with isolated things and the fixed relations between such things. The individual determinations exclude one another as if they were atoms or monads. The one is not the other and can never become the other. To be sure, things change, and so do their properties, but when they do so, one property or determination disappears and another takes its place. An entity that is isolated and delimited in this way Hegel calls finite, das Endliche. Understanding, then, conceives a world of finite entities, governed by the principle of identity and opposition. Everything is identical with itself and with nothing else. It is, by virtue of its self-identity, opposed to all other things. It can be connected and combined with them in many ways, but it never loses its own identity and never becomes something other than itself. When red litmus paper turns blue or day changes to night, a here and now existence ceases to be here and now, and some other thing takes its place. When a child becomes a man, one set of properties, those of childhood, is replaced by another, those of manhood. Red and blue, light and dark, childhood and manhood, eternally remain irreconcilable oppositions. The operations of understanding thus divide the world into numberless polarities, and Hegel uses the expression isolated reflection, isoliert reflection, to characterize the manner in which understanding forms and connects its polar concepts. The rise and spread of this kind of thinking Hegel connects with the origin and prevalence of certain relationships in human life. The antagonisms of isolated reflection express real antagonisms. Thinking could come to understand the world as a fixed system of isolated things and indissoluble oppositions only when the world had become a reality removed from the true wants and needs of mankind. Isolation and opposition are not, however, the final state of affairs. The world must not remain a complex of fixed disparates. The unity that underlies the antagonisms must be grasped and realized by reason, which has the task of reconciling the opposites and sublating them in a true unity. The fulfillment of reason's task would at the same time involve restoring the lost unity in the social relations of men. As distinguished from the understanding, reason is motivated by the need to restore the totality. How can this be done? First, says Hegel, by undermining the false security that the perceptions and manipulations of the understanding provide. The common sense view is one of indifference and security, the indifference of security. Satisfaction with the given state of reality and acceptance of its fixed and stable relations make men indifferent to the as yet unrealized potentialities that are not given with the same certainty and stability as the objects of sense. Common sense mistakes the accidental appearance of things for their essence, and persists in believing that there is an immediate identity of essence and existence. The identity of essence and existence, per contra, can only result from the enduring effort of reason to create it. It comes about only through a conscious putting into action of knowledge, the primary condition for which is the abandonment of common sense and mere understanding for speculative thinking. Hegel insists that only this kind of thinking can get beyond the distorting mechanisms of the prevailing state of being. Speculative thinking compares the apparent or given form of things to the potentialities of those same things, and in so doing distinguishes their essence from their accidental state of existence. This result is achieved not through some process of mystical intuition, but by a method of conceptual cognition, which examines the process whereby each form has become what it is. Speculative thinking conceives the intellectual and material world not as a totality of fixed and stable relations, but as a becoming, and its being as a product and a producing. What Hegel calls speculative thinking is in effect his earliest presentation of dialectical method. The relation between dialectical thinking, reason, and isolating reflection, understanding, is clearly defined. The former criticizes and supersedes the fixed oppositions created by the latter. It undermines the security of common sense and demonstrates that what common sense regards as immediately certain does not have any reality for philosophy. The first criterion of reason, then, is a distrust of matter-of-fact authority. Such distrust is the real skepticism that Hegel designates as the free portion of every true philosophy. The form of reality that is immediately given is, then, no final reality. The system of isolated things in opposition, produced by the operations of the understanding, must be recognized for what it is, a bad form of reality, a realm of limitation and bondage. The realm of freedom, which is the inherent goal of reason, cannot be achieved, as Kant and Fichte thought, by playing off the subject against the objective world, attributing to the autonomous person all the freedom that is lacking in the external world, and leaving the latter a domain of blind necessity. Hegel is here striking against the important mechanism of internalizing or introversion, by which philosophy and literature generally have made liberty into an inner value to be realized within the soul alone. In the final reality there can be no isolation of the free subject from the objective world, that antagonism must be resolved, together with all the others created by the understanding. The final reality in which the antagonisms are resolved Hegel terms the absolute. At this stage of his philosophical development he can describe this absolute only negatively. Thus, it is quite the reverse of the reality apprehended by common sense and understanding. It negates common sense reality in every detail, so that the absolute reality has no single point of resemblance to the finite world. Whereas common sense and the understanding had perceived isolated entities that stood opposed one to the other, reason apprehends the identity of the opposites. It does not produce the identity by a process of connecting and combining the opposites, but transforms them so that they cease to exist as opposites, although their content is preserved in a higher and more real form of being. The process of unifying opposites touches every part of reality and comes to an end only when reason has organized the whole so that every part exists only in relation to the whole, and every individual entity has meaning and significance only in its relation to the totality. The totality of the concepts and cognitions of reason alone represents the absolute. Reason, therefore, is fully before us only in the form of an all-embracing organization of propositions and intuitions, that is, as a system. We shall explain the concrete import of these ideas in the next chapter. Here, in his first philosophical writings, Hegel intentionally emphasizes the negative function of reason, its destruction of the fixed and secure world of common sense and understanding. The absolute is referred to as night and nothing, to contrast it to the clearly defined objects of everyday life. Reason signifies the absolute annihilation of the common sense world. For, as we have already said, the struggle against common sense is the beginning of speculative thinking, and the loss of everyday security is the origin of philosophy. Hegel gives further clarification to his position in the article Glauben und Wissen, in which he contrasts his conclusions to those of Kant's critique of pure reason. The empirical principle that Kant retained by making reason dependent on given objects of experience is here rejected completely. In Kant, Hegel declares, reason is limited to an inner realm of the mind and is made powerless over things in themselves. In other words, it is not really reason but the understanding that holds sway in the Kantian philosophy. On the other hand, Hegel makes special mention of the fact that Kant did overcome this limitation at many points. For example, the notion of an original synthetic unity of apperception recognizes Hegel's own principles of the original identity of opposites, for the synthetic unity is properly an activity by which the antagonism between subject and object is produced and simultaneously overcome. Kant's philosophy therefore contains the true form of thought as far as this concept is concerned, namely, the triad of subject, object, and their synthesis. This is the first point at which Hegel makes the claim that the triad, Triplizität, is the true form of thought. He does not state it as an empty schema of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, but as the dynamic unity of opposites. It is the proper form of thought because it is the proper form of a reality in which every being is the synthetic unity of antagonistic conditions. Traditional logic has recognized this fact in setting forth the form of the judgment as S is P. We have already hinted at Hegel's interpretation of this form. To know what a thing really is, we have to get beyond its immediately given state, S is S, and follow out the process in which it turns into something other than itself, P. In the process of becoming P, however, S still remains S. Its reality is the entire dynamic of its turning into something else and unifying itself with its other. The dialectical pattern represents, and is thus the truth of, a world permeated by negativity, a world in which everything is something other than it really is, and in which opposition and contradiction constitute the laws of progress. The first political writings. The critical interests of dialectical philosophy are clearly illustrated by Hegel's important political pamphlets of this period. These show that the condition in which the German Reich found itself after its unsuccessful war with the French Republic had a place at the root of Hegel's early works. The universal contradictions that, according to Hegel, animate philosophy concretely exist in the antagonisms and disunity among the numerous German states and estates and between each of these and the Reich. The isolation that Hegel had demonstrated in his philosophical articles is manifest in the stubborn way in which not only each estate but practically each individual pursues his own particular interest without any consideration for the whole. The consequent loss of unity has reduced the imperial power to complete impotence and left the Reich an easy prey to any aggressor. Germany is no longer a state. If Germany were still to be called a state, its present condition of decay could only be called anarchy, were it not for the fact that her component parts have constituted themselves as states. It is only the remembrance of a past tie and not any actual union that gives them the appearance of unity. In her war with the French Republic, Germany has come to realize that she is no longer a state. The obvious results of this war are the loss of some of the most beautiful of the German lands, and of some millions of her population, a public debt, even larger in the South than in the North, which carries the agonies of the war into peacetime, and the result that besides those who have fallen under the power of conquerors and foreign laws and morals, many states will lose their highest good in the bargain, that is, their independence. Hegel goes on to examine the basis for the disintegration. The German constitution, he finds, no longer corresponds to the actual social and economic state of the nation. The constitution is a vestige of an old feudal order that has long since been replaced by a different order, that of individualistic society. The retention of the old form of constitution in the face of the radical change that has taken place in all social relations is tantamount to maintaining a given condition simply because it is given. Such a practice is opposed to every standard and dictate of reason. The prevailing ordering of life is in sharp conflict with the desires and needs of society. It has lost all its power and all its dignity and has become purely negative. And, Hegel continues, that which persists in this merely empirical manner, without being adapted to the idea of reason, cannot be regarded as real. The political system has to be destroyed and transformed into a new rational order. Such a transformation cannot be made without violence. The extreme realism of Hegel's position shows through the idealistic framework and terminology. The notion of an insight into necessity are much too weak to effect action. The notion and the insight are accompanied by so much distrust that they have to be justified by violence, only then does man submit to them. The notion can be justified by violence only in so far as it expresses an actual historical force that has ripened in the lap of the existing order. The notion contradicts reality when the latter has become self-contradictory. Hegel says that a prevailing social form can be successfully attacked by thought only if this form has come into open contradiction with its own truth, in other words, if it can no longer fulfill the demands of its own contents. This is the case with Germany, Hegel holds. There, the champions of the new order represent historical forces that have outgrown the old system. The state, which should perpetuate the common interest of its members in an appropriate rational form, for such alone would be its truth, does not do this. For this reason, the rulers of the state speak falsely when they defend their position in the name of the common interest. Their foes, not they, represent the common interest, and their notion, the idea of the new order they uphold, is not merely an ideal but the expression of a reality that no longer endures in the prevailing order. Hegel's point is that the old order has to be replaced by a true community, Allgemeinheit. Allgemeinheit means at one and the same time, first, a society in which all particular and individual interests are integrated into the whole, so that the actual social organism that results accords with the common interest, community, and, second, a totality in which all the different isolated concepts of knowledge are fused and integrated so that they receive their significance in their relation to the whole, universality. The second meaning is obviously the counterpart of the first. Just as the conception of disintegration in the sphere of knowledge expresses the existing disintegration of human relations in society, so the philosophical integration corresponds to a social and political integration. The universality of reason, represented by the absolute, is the philosophical counterpart of the social community in which all particular interests are unified into the whole. A real state, Hegel holds, institutionalizes the common interest and defends it in all external and internal conflicts. The German Reich, Hegel declares, does not have this character. Political powers and rights are not public offices set up to accord with the organization of the whole, nor are the acts and duties of the individual determined by the needs of the whole. Each particular part of the political hierarchy, each princely house, each estate, town, corporation, and so on, in short, everyone who has rights in or duties toward the state has acquired them through his own power. The state, in view of the encroachment on its own power, can do no more than confirm that it has been deprived of its power. Hegel explains the breakdown of the German state by contrasting the feudal system with the new order of individualist society that succeeded it. The rise of the latter social order is explained in terms of the development of private property. The feudal system proper integrated the particular interests of the different estates into a true community. The freedom of the group or of the individual was not essentially opposed to the freedom of the whole. In modern times, however, exclusive property has completely isolated the particular needs from each other. People speak of the universality of private property as if it were common to all of society and therefore, perhaps, an integrating unity. But this universality, says Hegel, is only an abstract legal fiction. In reality, private property remains something isolated that has no relation to the whole. The only unity that can be achieved among property owners is the artificial one of a universally applied legal system. Laws, however, stabilize and codify only the existing anarchic conditions of private ownership and thus transform the state or the community into an institution that exists for the sake of particular interests. Possession existed prior to law and did not originate from law. That which had already been privately appropriated was made a legal right. German constitutional law is therefore in the proper sense private law, and political rights are legalized forms of possession, property rights. A state wherein the antagonistic private interests are thus made preeminent in all fields may not be called a true community. Moreover, Hegel declares, the struggle to make the state power into private property dissolves the state and brings about the destruction of its power. The state, taken over by private interests, must nevertheless at least assume the appearance of a true community in order to put down general warfare and to defend equally the property rights of all its members. The community thus becomes an independent power, elevated above the individuals. Each individual wishes to live, through the state's power, with his property secure. The power of the state appears to him, as something alien that exists outside of him. Hegel in this period carried his criticism of the structure of modern society so far that he obtained an insight into the mechanism by which the state becomes an independent entity over and above the individuals. He reworked the pamphlet on the German constitution several times, and its final form shows a distinct weakening of his critical attitude. Gradually, the higher form of state that is to replace the outmoded one, exemplified by Germany, takes form as an absolute or power state. The reforms Hegel demands are the creation of an effective Reich army, wrested from the control of the estates and placed under the unified command of the empire, and the centralization of all bureaus, finance, and law. The idea of a strong centralized state, we must note, was at that time a progressive one, which aimed to set free the available productive forces that were being hampered by the existing feudal forms. 4 decades later, Marx emphasized in his critical history of the modern state that the centralized absolutistic state was a material advance over the feudal and semi-feudal state forms. Consequently, the proposal that such an absolute state be set up is not itself a sign that Hegel's critical attitude was weakening. We note the weakening, rather, in the consequences Hegel draws from his conception of the absolute state. We shall develop these briefly. In the article on the German Constitution, there appears, for the first time in Hegel's formulations, a distinct subordination of right to might. Hegel was eager to free his centralized state from any and all limitations that might hinder its efficiency, and he therefore made the state interest superior to the validity of right. The fact is clearly shown in Hegel's remarks on the foreign policy of his ideal state. Right, he says, pertains to the state's interest, laid down for and granted to the state by contracts with other states. In the continuously changing constellations of power, one state's interest must sooner or later clash with that of another. Right then confronts right. War, or whatever it might be, must then decide not which right is true and just, for both sides have a true right, but which right shall yield to the other. We shall find the same thesis, greatly elaborated, in the philosophy of right. A further consequence drawn from the conception of the power state is a new interpretation of freedom. The basic idea is retained, that the ultimate freedom of the individual will not contradict the ultimate freedom of the whole, but will be fulfilled only within and through the whole. Hegel had placed great stress on this point in his article on the difference between Fichte's and Schelling's systems, in which he said that the community that conforms to reason's standard must be conceived not as a limitation on the individual's true freedom but as an expansion of it. The highest community is the highest freedom, in its power and in its exercise of it. Now, however, in the study of the German constitution, he states, the stubbornness of the German character has not permitted the individuals to sacrifice their special interests to the society, or to unite in a common interest and find their freedom in fully submitting to the higher power of the state. The new element of sacrifice and submission now overshadows the earlier idea that the individual's interest is fully to be preserved in the whole. And, as we shall see, Hegel has here in effect taken the first step that leads to his identifying freedom with necessity, or submission to necessity, in his final system. The system of morality. At about the same time, Hegel wrote the first draft of that part of his system known as the philosophy of mind. This draft, the so-called system of morality, System der Sittlichkeit, is one of the most difficult in German philosophy. We shall sketch its general structure and limit the interpretation to those parts that disclose the material tendencies of Hegel's philosophy. The system of morality, like all the other drafts of the philosophy of mind, deals with the development of culture, by which is meant the totality of man's conscious, purposive activities in society. Culture is a realm of mind. A social or political institution, a work of art, a religion, and a philosophical system exist and operate as part and parcel of man's own being, products of a rational subject that continues to live in them. As products they constitute an objective realm, at the same time, they are subjective, created by human beings. They represent the possible unity of subject and object. The development of culture shows distinct stages that denote different levels of relation between man and his world, that is, different ways of apprehending and mastering the world and of adapting it to human needs and potentialities. The process itself is conceived as ontological as well as historical, it is an actual historical development as well as a progression to higher and truer modes of being. In the gradual working out of Hegel's philosophy, however, the ontological process gains greater and greater predominance over the historical, and to a large extent is eventually detached from its original historical roots. The general scheme is as follows. The first stage is an immediate rapport between the isolated individual and given objects. The individual apprehends the objects of his environment as things he needs or desires, he uses them to fulfill his wants, consuming and annihilating them as food, beverages, and so on. A higher level is reached in the cultural process when human labor molds and organizes the objective world, no longer simply annihilating things but preserving them as enduring means for the perpetuation of life. This stage presupposes a conscious association of individuals who have organized their activity on some plane of division of labor so that there is a constant production to replace what is used up. This is the first step towards a community in societal life and towards universality in the sphere of knowledge. To the extent that the individuals associate themselves as having a common interest, their conceptions and volitions become influenced and are guided by the notions they hold in common, and hence approach the universality of reason. The forms of association differ according to the different degrees of integration that are achieved in them. The integrating agency is first the family, then the social institutions of labor, property, and law, and finally the state. We shall not deal with the concrete social and economic concepts with which Hegel fills this scheme, since we shall encounter them again in the Genenser drafts of the philosophy of mind. We only wish to emphasize here that Hegel describes the various social institutions and relations as a system of contradicting forces, originating from the mode of social labor. That mode of labor transforms the particular work of the individual, pursued for the gratification of his personal wants, into general labor, which operates to produce commodities for the market. Hegel calls this last abstract and quantitative labor and makes it responsible for the increasing inequality of men and wealth. Society is incapable of overcoming the antagonisms growing out of this inequality, consequently, the system of government has to concentrate on the task. Hegel outlines three different systems of government, in fact, each of which constitutes an advance on the other in fulfilling the task. They are intrinsically related to the structure of the society over which they rule. The general picture of society is one in which the system of wants is a system of mutual physical dependence. the individual's labor fails to guarantee that his wants will be attended to. A force alien to the individual and over which he remains powerless determines whether or not his needs will be fulfilled. The value of the product of labor is independent of the individual and is subject to constant change. The system of government is itself of this anarchic kind. What governs is nothing but the unconscious blind totality of needs and the modes of their fulfillment. Society must master its unconscious and blind fate. Such mastery, however, remains incomplete so long as the general anarchy of interests prevails. Excessive wealth goes hand in hand with excessive poverty, and purely quantitative labor pushes man into a state of utmost barbarism, especially that part of the population that is subjected to mechanical labor in the factories. The next stage in government, represented as a system of justice, balances the existing antagonisms, but does so only in terms of the prevailing property relations. Government here rests upon the administration of justice, but it administers the law with complete indifference to the relation in which a thing stands to any particular individual's needs. The principle of freedom, namely, that the governed are identical with the governing, cannot be fully realized because the government cannot do away with conflicts among particular interests. Liberty therefore appears only in the law courts, and in the discussion and adjudication of litigations. Hegel barely sketched the third system of government in this series. It is, however, most significant that the main concept in its discussion is discipline, Zucht. The great discipline is expressed in the general morals, and in the training for war, and in the trial of the true value of the individual in war. The quest for the true community thus terminates in a society governed by utmost discipline and military preparation. The true unity between the individual and common interest, which Hegel demanded as the sole aim of the state, has led to an authoritarian state that is to suppress the increasing antagonisms of individualistic society. Hegel's discussion of the various stages of government is a concrete description of the development from a liberal to an authoritarian political system. This description contains an imminent critique of liberalist society, for the gist of Hegel's analysis is that liberalist society necessarily gives birth to an authoritarian state. Hegel's article on natural law, probably written shortly after the outline of the system of morality, applies this critique to the field of political economy. Hegel examines the traditional system of political economy and finds it to be an apologetic formulation of the principles that govern the existing social system. The character of that system, Hegel again says, is essentially negative, for the very nature of the economic structure prevents the establishment of a true common interest. The task of the state, or of any adequate political organization, is to see to it that the contradictions inherent in the economic structure do not destroy the whole system. The state must assume the function of bridling the anarchic social and economic process. Hegel attacks the doctrine of natural law because, he says, it justifies all the dangerous tendencies that aim to subordinate the state to the antagonistic interests of individualist society. The theory of the social contract, for example, fails to note that the common interest can never be derived from the will of competing and conflicting individuals. Moreover, natural law works with a purely metaphysical conception of man. As he appears in the natural law doctrine, man is an abstract being who is later equipped with an arbitrary set of attributes. The selection of these attributes changes according to the changing apologetic interest of the particular doctrine. It is, moreover, in line with the apologetic function of natural law that most qualities that characterize man's existence in modern society are disregarded, for example, the concrete relations of private property, the prevailing modes of labor, and so on. The first draft of Hegel's social philosophy, then, already enunciated the conception underlying his entire system, the given social order, based upon the system of abstract and quantitative labor and upon the integration of wants through the exchange of commodities, is incapable of asserting and establishing a rational community. This order remains essentially one of anarchy and irrationality, governed by blind economic mechanisms. It remains an order of ever-repeated antagonisms in which all progress is but a temporary unification of opposites. Hegel's demand for a strong and independent state derives from his insight into the irreconcilable contradictions of modern society. Hegel was the first to attain this insight in Germany. His justification of the strong state was made on the ground that it was a necessary supplement to the antagonistic structure of the individualist society he analyzed. 3. Hegel's first system. The Genenzer system, as it is called, is Hegel's first complete system, consisting of a logic, a metaphysic, philosophy of nature, and philosophy of mind. Hegel formulated it in his lectures at the University of Jena from 2. These lectures have only recently been edited from Hegel's original manuscripts and published in 3 volumes, each of them representing a different stage of elaboration. The logic and the metaphysics exist in but one draft each, the philosophy of nature and the philosophy of mind in 2. The considerable variations between these will be neglected here, since they have no bearing on the structure of the whole. We have chosen to deal only with the general trend and organization of the whole, and with the principles that guide the development of the concepts. The content of the particular concepts will be discussed when we reach the different sections of the final system. The logic. Hegel's logic expounds the structure of being as such, that is, the most general forms of being. The philosophical tradition since Aristotle designated as categories the concepts that embrace these most general forms: substance, affirmation, negation, limitation, quantity, quality, unity, plurality, and so on. Hegel's logic is an ontology insofar as it deals with such categories. But his logic also deals with the general forms of thought, with the notion, the judgment, and the syllogism, and is in this respect formal logic. We can understand the reason for this seeming heterogeneity of content when we remember that Kant, too, treated ontology as well as formal logic in his transcendental logic, taking up the categories of substantiality, causality, community, reciprocity, together with the theory of judgment. The traditional distinction between formal logic and general metaphysics, ontology, is meaningless to transcendental idealism, which conceives the forms of being as the results of the activity of human understanding. The principles of thought thus also become principles of the objects of thought, of the phenomena. Hegel, too, believed in a unity of thought and being, but, as we have already seen, his conception of the unity differed from Kant's. He rejected Kant's idealism on the ground that it assumed the existence of things in themselves apart from phenomena, and left these things untouched by the human mind and therefore untouched by reason. The Kantian philosophy left a gulf between thought and being, or between subject and object, which the Hegelian philosophy sought to bridge. The bridge was to be made by positing one universal structure of all being. Being was to be a process where a thing comprehends or grasps the various states of its existence and draws them into the more or less enduring unity of itself, thus actively constituting itself as the same throughout all change. Everything, in other words, exists more or less as a subject. The identical structure of movement that thus runs through the entire realm of being unites the objective and subjective worlds. With this point in mind, we can readily see why logic and metaphysics are one in the Hegelian system. The logic, it has often been said, presupposes an identity of thought and existence. The statement has meaning only insofar as it declares that the movement of thought reproduces the movement of being and brings it to its true form. It has also been maintained that Hegel's philosophy puts notions in an independent realm, as if they were real things, and makes them move around and turn into each other. It must be said in reply that Hegel's logic deals primarily with the forms and types of being as comprehended by thought. When, for example, Hegel discusses the passage of quantity into quality, or of being into essence, he intends to show how, when actually comprehended, quantitative entities turn into qualitative ones, and how a contingent existence turns into an essential one. He means to be dealing with real things. The interplay and motility of the notions reproduces the concrete process of reality. There is, however, yet another intrinsic relation between the notion and the object it comprehends. The correct notion makes the nature of an object clear to us. It tells us what the thing is in itself. but while the truth becomes evident to us, it also becomes evident that the things do not exist in their truth. Their potentialities are limited by the determinate conditions in which the things exist. Things attain their truth only if they negate their determinate conditions. The negation is again a determination, produced by the unfolding of previous conditions. For example, the bud of the plant is the determinate negation of the seed, and the blossom the determinate negation of the bud. In its growth, the plant, the subject of this process, does not act on knowledge and fulfill its potentialities on the basis of its own comprehending power. It rather endures the process of fulfillment passively. Our notion of the plant, on the other hand, comprehends that the plant's existence is an intrinsic process of development. Our notion sees the seed as potentially the bud and the bud as potentially the blossom. The notion thus represents, in Hegel's view, the real form of the object, for the notion gives us the truth about the process, which, in the objective world, is blind and contingent. In the inorganic, plant, and animal worlds, beings differ essentially from their notions. The difference is overcome only in the case of the thinking subject, which is capable of realizing its notion in its existence. The various modes of being may thus be ordered according to their essential difference from their notions. This conclusion is the source of the basic divisions of Hegel's logic. It starts with the concepts that grasp reality as a multitude of objective things, simply being, free from any subjectivity. They are qualitatively and quantitatively connected with each other, and the analysis of these connections hits upon relations that can no longer be interpreted in terms of objective qualities and quantities but requires principles and forms of thought that negate the traditional concepts of being and reveal the subject to be the very substance of reality. The whole construction can be understood only in the mature form Hegel gave it in the Science of Logic. We shall limit ourselves here to a brief description of the basic scheme. Every particular existent is essentially different from what it could be if its potentialities were realized. The potentialities are given in its notion. The existent would have true being if its potentialities were fulfilled and if there were, therefore, an identity between its existence and its notion. The difference between the reality and the potentiality is the starting point of the dialectical process that applies to every concept in Hegel's logic. Finite things are negative, and this is a defining characteristic of them. They never are what they can and ought to be. They always exist in a state that does not fully express their potentialities as realized. The finite thing has as its essence this absolute unrest, this striving not to be what it is. Even in the abstract formulations of the logic we can see the concrete critical impulses that underlie this conception. Hegel's dialectic is permeated with the profound conviction that all immediate forms of existence, in nature and history, are bad, because they do not permit things to be what they can be. True existence begins only when the immediate state is recognized as negative, when beings become subjects and strive to adapt their outward state to their potentialities. The full significance of the conception just outlined lies in its assertion that negativity is constitutive of all finite things and is the genuine dialectical moment of them all. It is the innermost source of all activity, of living and spiritual self-movement. The negativity everything possesses is the necessary prelude to its reality. It is a state of privation that forces the subject to seek remedy. As such, it has a positive character. The dialectical process receives its motive power from the pressure to overcome the negativity. Dialectics is a process in a world where the mode of existence of men and things is made up of contradictory relations, so that any particular content can be unfolded only through passing into its opposite. The latter is an integral part of the former, and the whole content is the totality of all contradictory relations implied in it. Logically, the dialectic has its beginning when human understanding finds itself unable to grasp something adequately from its given qualitative or quantitative forms. The given quality or quantity seems to be a negation of the thing that possesses this quality or quantity. We shall have to follow Hegel's explanation of this point in some detail. He begins with the world as common sense views it. It consists of an innumerable multitude of things. Hegel calls them somethings, etwas, each of them with its specific qualities. the qualities the thing has distinguish it from other things, so that if we want to separate it off from other things we simply enumerate its qualities. The table here in this room is being used as a desk, it is finished in walnut, heavy, wooden, and so on. Being a desk, brown, wooden, heavy, and so on, is not the same as just being a table. The table is not any of these qualities, nor is it the sum total of them. The particular qualities are, according to Hegel, at the same time the negation of the table as such. The propositions in which the table's qualities are predicated of it would indicate this fact. They have the formal logical structure A is B, that is, not A. The table is brown expresses also that the table is other than itself. This is the first abstract form in which the negativity of all finite things is expressed. The very being of something appears as other than itself. It exists, as Hegel puts it, in its otherness, anders sein. The attempt to define something by its qualities, however, does not end in negativity, but is pushed a step further. A thing cannot be understood through its qualities without reference to other qualities that are actually excluded by the ones it possesses. Wooden, for example, is meaningful only through the relation to some other, non-wooden material. The meaning of brown requires that the meaning of other colors that are contraries of brown be known, and so on. The quality is related to what it excludes, for it does not exist as an absolute, for itself, but exists in such a way that it is for itself only in so far as some other does not exist. We are at every point led beyond the qualities that should delimit the thing and differentiate it from some other thing. Its seeming stability and clarity thus dissolve into an endless chain of relations, Beziehungen. The opening chapters of Hegel's logic thus show that when human understanding ventures to follow out its conceptions, it encounters the dissolution of its clearly delimited objects. First, it finds it completely impossible to identify anything with the state in which it actually exists. The effort to uncover a concept that truly identifies the thing for what it is plunges the mind into an infinite sea of relations. Everything has to be understood in relation to other things, so that these relations become the very being of that thing. This infinitude of relations, which seems to portend the failure of any attempt to capture the thing's character, becomes for Hegel, quite to the contrary, the first step in true knowledge of the thing. That is, it is the first step if properly taken. The process is discussed by Hegel through an analysis of infinity. This is differentiated into two kinds, bad and real infinity. The bad or spurious infinite is, so to speak, the wrong road to the truth. It is the activity of trying to overcome the inadequacy of a definition by going to more and more of the related qualities entailed, in the hope of reaching an end. The understanding simply follows out the relations, as each is entailed, adding one to the next in the vain effort to exhaust and delimit the object. The procedure has a rational core, but only inasmuch as it presupposes that the essence of the object is made up of its relations to other objects. The relations cannot, however, be grasped by the spurious infinity of mere added connections, Beziehungen, by which common sense links one object with another. The relations must be apprehended in another way. They must be seen as created by the object's own movement. The object must be understood as one that itself establishes and itself puts forth the necessary relation of itself to its opposite. This would presuppose that the object has a definite power over its own development so that it can remain itself in spite of the fact that every concrete stage of its existence is a negation of itself, an otherness. The object, in other words, must be comprehended as a subject in its relations to its otherness. As an ontological category, the subject is the power of an entity to be itself in its otherness, basisch selbstsein im Anderssein. Only such a mode of existence can incorporate the negative into the positive. Negative and positive cease to be opposed to each other when the driving power of the subject makes negativity a part of the subject's own unity. Hegel says the subject mediates, vermittelt, and sublates, offhet, the negativity. In the process the object does not dissolve into its various qualitative or quantitative determinations, but is substantially held together throughout its relations with other objects. This is the mode of being or existence that Hegel describes as real infinity. Infinity is not something behind or beyond finite things, but is their true reality. The infinite is the mode of existence in which all potentialities are realized and in which all being reaches its ultimate form. The goal of the logic is herewith set. It consists on the one hand in demonstrating the true form of such a final reality and, on the other, in showing how the concepts that try to grasp that reality are led to the conclusion that it is the absolute truth. Hegel announced in his criticism of the Kantian philosophy that the task of logic was to develop the categories and not merely to assemble them. Such an endeavor would be possible of fruition only if the objects of thought have a systematic order. That order, Hegel says, is derived from the fact that all modes of being attain their truth through the free subject that comprehends them in relation to its own rationality. The arrangement of the logic reflects this systematic comprehension. It starts with the categories of immediate experience, which apprehend only the most abstract forms of objective being, of material things, that is, namely, quantity, quality, and measure. These are the most abstract, since they view every object as externally determined by other objects. Simple connection prevails in this case because the various modes of being are here externally connected with each other, and no being is comprehended as having an intrinsic relation to itself and to the other things with which it interacts. For example, an object is taken as constituting itself in the processes of attraction and repulsion. According to Hegel, this is an abstract and external interpretation of objectivity, since the dynamic unity of a being is here conceived as the product of some blind natural forces over which it exercises no power. The categories of simple connection are thus farthest from any recognition of the substance as subject. The categories Hegel treats in the second section of the Logic under the general title of relation, Verhältnis, come one step closer to the goal. Substantiality, causality, and reciprocity do not denote abstract and incomplete entities, as did the categories of the first section, but real relations. A substance is what it is only in relation to its accidents. Likewise, a cause exists only in relation to its effects, and two interdependent substances only in their relation to each other. The connection is intrinsic. The substance, the all-embracing category of this group, denotes a movement much more intrinsic than the blind force of attraction and repulsion. It possesses a definite power over its accidents and effects, and through its own power it establishes its relation to other things, thus having the ability to unfold its own potentialities. It does not, however, possess knowledge of these potentialities and therefore does not possess the freedom of self-realization. Substantiality still denotes a relation of objects, of material things, or, as Hegel says, a relation of being. To grasp the world in its veritable being we must grasp it with the categories of freedom, which are to be found only in the realm of the thinking subject. A transition is necessary from the relation of being to the relation of thought. The latter relation refers to that between the particular and the universal in the notion, the judgment, and the syllogism. To Hegel, it is not a relation of formal logic, but an ontological relation, and the true relation of all reality. The substance of nature as well as history is a universal that unfolds itself through the particular. The universal is the natural process of the genus, realizing itself through the species and individuals. In history, the universal is the substance of all development. The Greek city-state, modern industry, a social class, all these universalities are actual historical forces that cannot be dissolved into their components. On the contrary, the individual facts and factors obtain their meaning only through the universal to which they belong. The individual is determined not by his particular but by his universal qualities, for instance, by his being a Greek citizen, or a modern factory worker, or a bourgeois. Universality, on the other hand, is no relation of being, since all being, as we have seen, is determinate and particular. It can be understood only as a relation of thought, that is, as the self-development of a comprehensive and comprehending subject. In traditional philosophy, the category of universality has been treated as a part of logic, dealt with in the doctrine of the notion, the judgment, and the syllogism. To Hegel, however, these logical forms and processes reflect and comprise the actual forms and processes of reality. We have already hinted at Hegel's ontological interpretation of the notion and the judgment. Fundamental in this context is his treatment of the definition. Within the logical tradition, the definition is the relation of thought that grasps the universal nature of an object in its essential distinction from other objects. According to Hegel, the definition can do this only because it reproduces, mirrors, the actual process in which the object differentiates itself from other objects to which it is related. The definition must express, then, the movement in which a being maintains its identity through the negation of its conditions. In short, a real definition cannot be given in one isolated proposition, but must elaborate the real history of the object, for its history alone explains its reality. The real definition of a plant, for instance, must show the plant constituting itself through the destruction of the seed by the bud and of the bud by the blossom. It must tell how the plant perpetuates itself in its interaction and struggle with its environment. Hegel calls the definition the self-preservation and explains this usage. In defining living things, their characteristics must be derived from the weapons of attack and defense with which these things preserve themselves from other particular things. In all these cases, thought seizes the real relations of the objective world and presents us with the knowledge of what the things are in themselves. These real relations thought has to ferret out because they are hidden by the appearance of things. For this reason, thought is more real than its objects. Moreover, thought is the existential attribute of a being that comprehends all objects, in the twofold sense that it understands and comprises them. The objective world comes to its true form in the world of the free subject, and the objective logic terminates in the subjective logic. In the Genenser system, the latter is treated in the section on metaphysics. It expounds the categories and principles that comprehend all objectivity as the arena of the developing subject, that is, as the arena of reason. The rough outlines we have provided of Hegel's main ideas will be more clearly elaborated when we discuss the final system of logic. Hegel's first logic already manifests the endeavor to break through the false fixity of our concepts and to show the driving contradictions that lurk in all modes of existence and call for a higher mode of thought. The logic presents only the general form of the dialectic, in its application to the general forms of being. The more concrete applications appear in Hegel's real philosophy, particularly in his social philosophy. We shall not dwell now on the difficult transition from the logic and metaphysics to the philosophy of nature, which will be discussed with the final logic, but shall pass directly to the Genenser philosophy of mind, which deals with the historical realization of the free subject, man. The philosophy of mind. The history of the human world does not begin with the struggle between the individual and nature, since the individual is really a later product in human history. The community, Allgemeinheit, comes first, although in a ready-made, immediate form. It is as yet not a rational community and does not have freedom as its quality. Consequently, it soon splits up into numerous antagonisms. Hegel calls this original unity in the historical world consciousness, thus re-emphasizing that we have entered a realm in which everything has the character of the subject. The first form consciousness assumes in history is not that of an individual but of a universal consciousness, perhaps best represented as the consciousness of a primitive group with all individuality submerged in the community. Feelings, sensations, and concepts are not properly the individual's but are shared among all, so that the common and not the particular determines the consciousness. But even this unity contains opposition. Consciousness is what it is only through its opposition to its objects. To be sure, these, as objects of consciousness, are comprehended objects, begriffene object, or objects that cannot be divorced from the subject. Their being comprehended is part of their character as objects. Either side of the opposition, consciousness or its objects, thus has the form of subjectivity, as do all the other types of opposition in the realm of mind. The integration of the opposing elements can only be an integration within subjectivity. The world of man develops, Hegel says, in a series of integrations of opposites. In the first stage, the subject and its object take the form of consciousness and its concepts. In the second stage, they appear as the individual in conflict with other individuals, and in the final stage they appear as the nation. The last stage alone represents the attainment of a lasting integration between subject and object. The nation has its object in itself, its effort is directed solely towards reproducing itself. Corresponding to the three stages are three different media of integration: language, labor, and property. Language is the medium in which the first integration between subject and object takes place. It is also the first actual community, Allgemeinheit, in the sense that it is objective and shared by all individuals. On the other hand, language is the first medium of individuation, for through it the individual obtains mastery over the objects he knows and names. A man is able to stake out his sphere of influence and keep others from it only when he knows his world, is conscious of his needs and powers, and communicates this knowledge to others. Language is thus also the first lever of appropriation. Language, then, makes it possible for an individual to take a conscious position against his fellows and to assert his needs and desires against those of the other individuals. The resulting antagonisms are integrated through the process of labor, which also becomes the decisive force for the development of culture. The labor process is responsible for various types of integration, conditioning all the subsequent forms of community that correspond to these types: the family, civil society, and the state. The latter two terms appear only later in Hegel's philosophy. Labor first unites individuals into the family, which appropriates as family property the objects that provide for its subsistence. The family, however, finds itself and its property among other property-owning families. The conflict that develops here is not between the individual and the objects of his desire, but between one group of individuals, a family, and other similar groups. The objects are already appropriated, they are the actual or potential property of individuals. The institutionalization of private property signifies, to Hegel, that the objects have finally been incorporated into the subjective world. The objects are no longer dead things, but belong, in their totality, to the sphere of the self-realization of the subject. Man has toiled and organized them, and has thus made them part and parcel of his personality. Nature thus takes its place in the history of man, and history becomes essentially human history. All historical struggles become struggles between groups of property-owning individuals. This far-reaching conception completely influences the subsequent construction of the realm of mind. With the advent of the various property-owning family units, there begins a struggle for mutual recognition of their rights. Since property is looked upon as an essential and constitutive element of individuality, the individual has to preserve and defend his property in order to maintain himself as an individual. The consequent life and death struggle, Hegel says, can come to an end only if the opposed individuals are integrated into the community of the nation, Volk. This transition from family to nation corresponds roughly to the transition from a state of nature to a state of civil society, as the political theories of the 18th century conceived it. Hegel's interpretation of the struggle for mutual recognition will be explained in our discussion of the phenomenology of mind, in which it becomes the entering wedge for freedom. The consequence of the struggle for mutual recognition is a first real integration that gives the groups or individuals in conflict an objective common interest. The consciousness that achieves this integration is again a universal, the Volksgeist, but its unity is no longer a primitive and immediate one. It is rather a product of self-conscious efforts to make the existing antagonisms work in the interest of the whole. Hegel calls it a mediated, vermittelt, unity. The term mediation here manifests its concrete significance. The activity of mediation is no other than the activity of labor. Through his labor, man overcomes the estrangement between the objective world and the subjective world. He transforms nature into an appropriate medium for his self-development. When objects are taken and shaped by labor, they become part of the subject who is able to recognize his needs and desires in them. Through labor, moreover, man loses that atomic existence wherein he is, as an individual, opposed to all other individuals, he becomes a member of a community. The individual, by virtue of his labor, turns into a universal, for labor is of its very nature a universal activity, its product is exchangeable among all individuals. In his further remarks on the concept of labor, Hegel actually describes the mode of labor characteristic of modern commodity production. Indeed, he comes close to the Marxian doctrine of abstract and universal labor. We encounter the first illustration of the fact that Hegel's ontological notions are saturated with a social content expressive of a particular order of society. Hegel states, the individual satisfies his needs by his labor, but not by the particular product of his labor. The latter, to fill his needs, has to become something other than it is. The particular object becomes a universal one in the process of labor, it becomes a commodity. The universality also transforms the subject of labor, the laborer, and his individual activity. He is forced to set aside his particular faculties and desires. Nothing counts in the distribution of the product of labor but abstract and universal labor. The labor of each is, with regard to its content, universal for the needs of all. Labor has value only as such a universal activity. Allgemeine Tätigkeit, its value is determined by what labor is for all, and not what it is for the individual. This abstract and universal labor is connected with concrete individual need through the exchange relationships of the market. By virtue of the exchange, the products of labor are distributed among individuals according to the value of abstract labor. Hegel, therefore, calls exchange the return to concreteness. Through it the concrete needs of men in society are fulfilled. Hegel is obviously striving for an exact understanding of the function of labor in integrating the various individual activities into a totality of exchange relationships. He touches the sphere in which Marx later resumed the analysis of modern society. The concept of labor is not peripheral in Hegel's system, but is the central notion through which he conceives the development of society. Driven by the insight that opened this dimension to him, Hegel describes the mode of integration prevailing in a commodity-producing society in terms that clearly foreshadow Marx's critical approach. He emphasizes 2 points, the complete subordination of the individual to the demon of abstract labor, and the blind and anarchic character of a society perpetuated by exchange relationships. Abstract labor cannot develop the individual's true faculties. Mechanization, the very means that should liberate man from toil, makes him a slave of his labor. The more he subjugates his labor, the more powerless he himself becomes. The machine reduces the necessity of toil only for the whole, not for the individual. The more mechanized labor becomes, the less value it has, and the more the individual must toil. The value of labor decreases in the same proportion as the productivity of labor increases. The faculties of the individual are infinitely restricted, and the consciousness of the factory worker is degraded to the lowest level of dullness. While labor thus changes from the self-realization of the individual into his self-negation, the relation between the particular needs and labor, and between the needs and the labor of the whole, takes the form of an incalculable, blind interdependence. The integration of conflicting individuals through abstract labor and exchange thus establishes a vast system of communality and mutual interdependence, a moving life of the dead. This system moves hither and yon in a blind and elementary way, and like a wild animal calls for strong permanent control and curbing. The tone and pathos of the descriptions point strikingly to Marx's Capital. It is not surprising to note that Hegel's manuscript breaks off with this picture, as if he was terrified by what his analysis of the commodity-producing society disclosed. The last sentence, however, finds him formulating a possible way out. He elaborates this in the real philosophy of Dash. The wild animal must be curbed, and such a process requires the organization of a strong state. Hegel's early political philosophy is reminiscent of the origins of political theory in modern society. Hobbes also founded his Leviathan state upon the otherwise unconquerable chaos, the bellum omnium contra omnes, of individualistic society. Between Hobbes and Hegel, however, lies the period in which the absolutist state had unleashed the economic forces of capitalism, and in which political economy had uncovered some of the mechanisms of the capitalist labor process. Hegel had indulged in a study of political economy. His analysis of civil society got to the root structure of modern society and presented elaborate critical analysis, whereas Hobbes got and used intuitive insight. And even more, Hegel discovered in the upsurge of the French Revolution principles that pointed beyond the given framework of individualist society. The ideas of reason and freedom, of a unity between the common and the particular interest, denoted, for him, values that could not be sacrificed to the state. He struggled all his life to render them consonant with the necessity of controlling and curbing. His attempts to solve the problem are manifold, and the final triumph goes not to the Leviathan, but to the rational state under the rule of law. The second Genenser real philosophy goes on to discuss the manner in which civil society is integrated with the state. Hegel discusses the political form of this society under the heading of constitution. Law, Gesetz, changes the blind totality of exchange relations into the consciously regulated apparatus of the state. The picture of the anarchy and confusion of civil society is painted in even darker colors than before. Is subject to the complete confusion and hazard of the whole. A mass of the population is condemned to the stupefying, unhealthy and insecure labor of factories, manufactories, mines, and so on. Whole branches of industry which supported a large bulk of the population suddenly fold up because the mode changes or because the values of their products fall on account of new inventions in other countries, or for other reasons. Whole masses are thus abandoned to helpless poverty. The conflict between vast wealth and vast poverty steps forth, a poverty unable to improve its condition. Wealth becomes a predominant power. Its accumulation takes place partly by chance, partly through the general mode of distribution. Acquisition develops into a many-sided system which ramifies into fields from which smaller business cannot profit. The utmost abstractness of labor reaches into the most individual types of work and continues to widen its sphere. This inequality of wealth and poverty, this need and necessity turn into the utmost dismemberment of will, inner rebellion and hatred. But Hegel now stresses the positive aspect of this degrading reality. This necessity, which means complete hazard for the individual existence, is at the same time the preservative. The state power intervenes, it must see to it that every particular sphere is sustained, it must search out new outlets, must open channels of trade in foreign lands, and so on. The hazard that prevails in society is not mere chance, but the very process by which the whole reproduces its own existence and that of each of its members. The exchange relations of the market provide the necessary integration without which isolated individuals would perish in the competitive conflict. The terrible struggles within the commodity-producing society are better than those between wholly unrestricted individuals and groups, better, because they take place on a higher level of historical development and imply a mutual recognition of individual rights. The contract, Vertrag, expresses this recognition as a social reality. Hegel views the contract as one of the foundations of modern society. The society is actually a framework of contracts between individuals. We shall see, however, that he later takes great pains to restrict the validity of contracts to the sphere of civil society, that is, to the economic and social relations, and to exclude them as having a function between states. The assurance that a relation or a performance is secured by a contract, and that the contract will be kept under all circumstances, alone makes the relations and performances in a commodity-producing society calculable and rational. My word must be good not for moral reasons, but because society presupposes that there are mutual obligations on the part of its members. I do my work under the condition that another does likewise. If I break my word, I break the very contract of society and not only hurt a particular person but the community. I place myself outside of the whole which can alone fulfill my right as an individual. Therefore, says Hegel, the universal is the substance of the contract. Contracts not only regulate individual performance, but the operation of the whole. The contract treats individuals as free and equal, At the same time it considers each not in his contingent particularity but in his universality, as a homogeneous part of the whole. This identity of the particular and the universal is, of course, not yet realized. The proper potentialities of individuals are, as Hegel has pointed out before, far from preserved in civil society. Consequently, force must stand behind every contract. The threatened application of force, and not his own voluntary recognition, binds the individual to his contract. The contract thus involves the possibility of breach of the contract and the revolt of the individual against the whole. Crime signifies the act of revolt, and punishment is the mechanism through which the whole restores its right over the rebellious individual. The recognition of the rule of law represents that stage of integration in which the individual reconciles himself with the whole. The rule of law differs from the rule of contracts insofar as it takes into account the self of the individual in his existence as well as in his knowledge. The individual knows that he can exist only by force of the law, not only because it protects him, but because he sees it to represent the common interest, which, in the last analysis, is the sole guarantee of his self-development. Individuals perfectly free and independent, yet united in a common interest, this is the proper notion of the law. The individual is confident that he finds himself, his essence in the law, and that the law preserves and sustains his essential potentialities. Such a conception presupposes a state whose laws really manifest the free will of associated individuals, as if they had assembled and decided upon the best legislation for their common interest. The law could not otherwise express the will of each and at the same time the general will. Given that common decision, the law would be a true identity between the individual and the whole. Hegel's conception of law envisages such a society. He is describing a goal to be attained and not a prevailing condition. The gap between ideal and reality, however, narrows slowly. The more realistic Hegel's attitude towards history becomes, the more he endows the present with the greatness of the future ideal. But whatever the outcome of Hegel's struggle between philosophical idealism and political realism, his philosophy will not accept any state that does not operate by the rule of law. He can accept a power state, but only in so far as the freedom of the individuals prevails therein and the state's power enhances their proper power. The individual can be free only as a political being. Hegel thus resumes the classical Greek conception that the polis represents the true reality of human existence. Accordingly, the final unification of the social antagonisms is achieved not by the reign of law, but by the political institutions that embody the law, by the state proper. What is the form of government that best safeguards this embodiment and is therefore the highest form of unity between the part and the whole? Preliminary to his answer of this question, Hegel sketches the origin of the state and the historical roles of tyranny, democracy, and monarchy. He repudiates the theory of the social contract on the ground that it assumes that the general will is operative in the isolated individuals prior to their entry into the state. As against the social contract theory, he stresses that the general will can arise only out of a long process, which culminates in the final regulation of the social antagonisms. The general will is the result and not the origin of the state originates through an outside force that impels the individuals against their will. Thus, all states are founded through the illustrious power of great men. And Hegel adds, not by physical force. The great founders of the state had in their personality something of the historic power that coerces mankind to follow out its own course and to progress thereby. These personalities reflect and bear the higher knowledge and the higher morality of history, even if they as individuals are not conscious of it, or even if they are driven by quite other motives. The idea which Hegel is here introducing appears later to be the Weltgeist. The earliest state is of necessity a tyranny. The state forms Hegel now describes have both a historical and a normative order. Tyranny is the earliest and the lowest, hereditary monarchy the latest and highest form. Again, the standard by which the state is evaluated is the success it has in producing a proper integration of individuals into the whole. Tyranny integrates individuals by negating them. But it does have one positive result: it disciplines them, teaches them to obey. Obeying the person of the ruler is preparatory to obeying the law. The people overthrow tyranny because it is abject, detestable, and so on, in reality, however, because it has become superfluous. Tyranny ceases to be historically necessary once the discipline has been accomplished. It is then succeeded by the rule of law, that is, by democracy. Democracy represents a real identity between the individual and the whole. The government is one with all the individuals, and their will expresses the interest of the whole. The individual pursues his own particular interest, hence he is the bourgeois, but he also occupies himself with the needs and tasks of the whole, hence he is the citoyen. Hegel illustrates democracy by reference to the Greek city-state. There, the unity between the individual and the general will was still fortuitous. The individual had to yield to the majority, which was accidental in its turn. Such a democracy therefore could not represent the ultimate unity between the individual and the whole. The beautiful and happy freedom of the Greeks integrated individuals into an immediate unity only, founded on nature and feeling rather than on the conscious intellectual and moral organization of society. Mankind had to advance to a higher form of the state beyond this one, to a form in which the individual unites himself freely and consciously with others into a community that in turn preserves his real essence. The best guardian of such a unity, in Hegel's opinion, is hereditary monarchy. The person of the monarch represents the whole elevated above all special interests. Monarch by birth, he rules, as it were, by nature, untouched by the antagonisms of society. He is, therefore, the most stable and enduring point in the movement of the whole. Public opinion is the tie that binds the spheres of life and controls their course. The state is neither an enforced nor a natural unity, but a rational organization of society through its various estates. In each estate the individual indulges his own specific activity and yet serves the community. Each estate has its particular place, its consciousness, and its morality, but the estates terminate in the universal estate, that is, in the state functionaries who attend to nothing except the general interest. The functionaries are elected and each sphere administers its own affairs. More important than these details are the questions: what qualities does hereditary monarchy possess that justify its place of honor in the philosophy of mind? How does the state form fulfill the principles that guided the construction of that philosophy? Hegel looked upon hereditary monarchy as the Christian state par excellence, or, more strictly, as the Christian state that came into being with the German Reformation. To him this state was the embodiment of the principle of Christian liberty, which proclaimed the freedom of man's inner conscience and his equality before God. Hegel thought that without this inner freedom the outer freedom democracy was supposed to institute and protect was of no avail. The German Reformation represented to his mind the great turning point in history that came with the pronouncement that the individual was really free only when he had become self-conscious of his inalienable autonomy. Protestantism had established this self-consciousness, and shown that Christian liberty implied, in the sphere of the social reality, submission and obedience to the divine hierarchy of the state. We shall deal further with this matter when we reach the philosophy of right. One question still to be answered affects the whole structure of Hegel's system. The historical world, in so far as it is built, organized, and shaped by the conscious activity of thinking subjects, is a realm of mind. But the mind is fully realized and exists in its true form only when it indulges in its proper activity, namely, in art, religion, and philosophy. These domains of culture are, then, the final reality, the province of ultimate truth. And this is precisely Hegel's conviction: the absolute mind lives only in art, religion, and philosophy. All three have the same content in a different form. Art apprehends the truth by mere intuition, Anschauung, in a tangible and therefore limited form. Religion perceives it free of such limitation, but only as mere assertion and belief. Philosophy comprehends it through knowledge and possesses it as its inalienable property. On the other hand, these spheres of culture exist only in the historical development of mankind, and the state is the final stage of this development. What, then, is the relation between the state and the realm of absolute mind? Does the rule of the state extend over art, religion, and philosophy, or is it rather limited by them? The problem has been frequently discussed. It has been pointed out that Hegel's attitude underwent several changes, that he was first inclined to elevate the state above the cultural spheres, that he then coordinated it with or even subordinated it to them, and that he then returned to the original position, the predominance of the state. There are apparent contradictions in Hegel's statements on this point even within the same philosophical period. In the second Genenzer Real Philosophy he declares that the absolute mind is at first the life of a nation in general. However, the mind has to free itself from this life, and he says, moreover, that with art, religion, and philosophy, the absolute free mind produces a different world, one in which it has its proper form, where its work is accomplished, and where the mind attains the intuition of its own as its own. Contrary to these statements, Hegel says in his discussion of the relation between religion and the state that the government stands above all. It is the mind which knows itself as the universal essence and reality. Furthermore, he calls the state the reality of the kingdom of heaven. The state is the spirit of reality, whatever appears within the state must conform to it. The meaning of these contradictions and their possible solution can be made clear only through an understanding of the constitutive role of history in Hegel's system. Here, we shall attempt but a preliminary explanation. Hegel's first system already reveals the outstanding traits of his philosophy, especially its emphasis on the universal as the true being. We indicated in our introduction the socio-historical roots of this universalism, showing that its base was the lack of a community in individualist society. Hegel remained faithful to the heritage of the 18th century and incorporated its ideals into the very structure of his philosophy. He insisted that the truly universal was a community that preserved and fulfilled the demands of the individual. One might interpret his dialectic as the philosophic attempt to reconcile his ideals with an antagonistic social reality. Hegel recognized the great forward surges that must be generated by the prevailing order of society, the development of material as well as cultural productivity, the destruction of obsolete power relations that hampered the advance of mankind, and the emancipation of the individual so that he might be the free subject of his life. When he stated that every immediate unity, which does not imply an opposition between its component parts, is, with regard to the possibilities of human development, inferior to a unity produced by integrating real antagonisms, he was thinking of the society of his own time. The reconciliation of the individual and the universal seemed impossible without the full unfolding of those antagonisms which push the prevailing forms of life to a point where they openly contradict their content. Hegel has described this process in his picture of modern society. The actual conditions of modern society are the strongest instance of dialectic in history. There is no doubt that these conditions, however they might be justified on the ground of economic necessity, contradict the ideal of freedom. The highest potentialities of mankind lie in the rational union of free individuals, that is, in the universal and not in fixed particularities. The individual can hope to fulfill himself only if he is a free member of a real community. The enduring quest for such a community amidst the haunting terror of an anarchic society is at the back of Hegel's insistence upon the intrinsic connection between truth and universality. He was thinking of the fulfillment of that quest when he designated the true universality as the end of the dialectical process and as the final reality. Time and again, the concrete social implications of the concept of universality break through his philosophic formulations, and the picture of an association of free individuals united in a common interest comes clearly to light. We quote the famous passage in the Aesthetics. True independence consists alone in the unity and in the interpenetration of both the individuality and the universality with each other. The universal acquires through the individual its concrete existence, and the subjectivity of the individual and particular discovers in the universal the unassailable basis and the most genuine form of its reality. In the ideal, it is precisely the particular individuality which ought to persist in inseparable harmony with the substantive totality, and to the full extent that freedom and independence of the subjectivity may attach to the ideal, the world environment of conditions and relations should possess no essential objectivity apart from the subject and the individual. The philosophy of mind, and in fact the whole of the Hegelian system, is a portrayal of the process whereby the individual becomes universal and whereby the construction of universality takes place. 4. The phenomenology of mind. Hegel wrote the phenomenology of mind in Jena while the Napoleonic armies were approaching that city. He finished it as the Battle of Jena sealed the fate of Prussia and enthroned the heir of the French Revolution over the powerless remnants of the old German Reich. The feeling that a new epoch in world history had just begun pervades Hegel's book. It marks his first philosophical judgment on history and draws its final conclusions from the French Revolution, which now becomes the turning point of the historical as well as the philosophical way to truth. Hegel saw that the result of the French Revolution was not the realization of freedom, but the establishment of a new despotism. He interpreted its course and its issue not as a historical accident, but as a necessary development. The process of emancipating the individual necessarily results in terror and destruction as long as it is carried out by individuals against the state, and not by the state itself. The state alone can provide emancipation, though it cannot provide perfect truth and perfect freedom. These last are to be found only in the proper realm of mind, in morality, religion, and philosophy. We have already encountered this sphere as the realization of truth and freedom in Hegel's first philosophy of mind. There, however, they were founded on an adequate state order and remained in an intrinsic connection with it. This connection is all but lost in the phenomenology of mind. The state ceases now to have an all-embracing significance. Freedom and reason are made activities of the pure mind and do not require a definite social and political order as a precondition, but are compatible with the already existing state. We may assume that his experience of the breakdown of liberal ideas in the history of his own time drove Hegel to take refuge in the pure mind, and that for philosophy's sake he preferred reconciliation with the prevailing system to the terrible contingencies of a new upheaval. The reconciliation that now takes place between philosophical idealism and the given society announces itself not so much as a change in the Hegelian system as such, but as a change in the treatment and function of the dialectic. In the preceding periods the dialectic was oriented to the actual process of history rather than to the end product of this process. The sketchy form of the Genenser philosophy of mind strengthened the impression that something new could yet happen to the mind, and that its development was far from concluded. Furthermore, the Genenser system elaborated the dialectic in the concrete process of labor and of social integration. In the phenomenology of mind the antagonisms of this concrete dimension are leveled and harmonized. The world becomes mind takes on the meaning not only that the world in its totality becomes the adequate arena in which the plans of mankind are to be fulfilled, but also means that the world itself reveals a steady progress towards the absolute truth, that nothing new can happen to mind, or, that everything that does happen to it eventually contributes to its advancement. There are, of course, failures and repulses. Progress by no means takes place in a straight line, but is produced by the interplay of ceaseless conflicts. The negativity, as we shall see, remains the source and the motive power of the movement. Every failure and every setback, however, possesses its proper good and its proper truth. Every conflict implies its own solution. The change in Hegel's point of view becomes manifest in the unshakable certainty with which he determines the end of the process. The mind, despite all deviations and defeats, despite misery and deterioration, will attain its goal, or, rather, has attained it, in the prevailing social system. The negativity seems to be a secure stage in the growth of mind rather than the force that goads it beyond. The opposition in the dialectic appears as a willful play rather than a struggle of life and death. Hegel conceived the phenomenology of mind as an introduction to his philosophical system. During the execution of the work he altered his original plan, however. Knowing that he would not be able to publish the rest of his system in the near future, he incorporated large parts of it into his introduction. The extreme difficulties that the book offers are, to a great extent, due to this procedure. As an introductory volume, the work intends to lead human understanding from the realm of daily experience to that of real philosophical knowledge, to absolute truth. This truth is the same that Hegel had already demonstrated in the Genenser system, namely, the knowledge and process of the world as mind. The world in reality is not as it appears, but as it is comprehended by philosophy. Hegel begins with the experience of the ordinary consciousness in everyday life. He shows that this mode of experience, like any other, contains elements that undermine its confidence in its ability to perceive the real, and force the search to proceed to ever higher modes of understanding. The advance to these higher modes is thus an internal process of experience and is not produced from without. If man pays strict attention to the results of his experience, he will abandon one type of knowledge and proceed to another. He will go from sense certainty to perception, from perception to understanding, from understanding to self-certainty, until he reaches the truth of reason. Hegel's phenomenology of mind thus presents the immanent history of human experience. This is not, to be sure, the experience of common sense, but one already shaken in its security, overlaid with the feeling that it does not possess the whole truth. It is an experience already en route to real knowledge. The reader who is to understand the various parts of the work must already dwell in the element of philosophy. The we that appears so often denotes not everyday men but philosophers. The factor that determines the course of this experience is the changing relation between consciousness and its objects. If the philosophizing subject adheres to its objects and lets itself be guided by their meaning, it will find that the objects undergo a change by which their form as well as their relation to the subject alters. When experience begins, the object seems a stable entity, independent of consciousness. Subject and object appear to be alien to one another. The progress of knowledge, however, reveals that the two do not subsist in isolation. It becomes clear that the object gets its objectivity from the subject. The real, which consciousness actually holds in the endless flux of sensations and perceptions, is a universal that cannot be reduced to objective elements free of the subject, for example, quality, thing, force, laws. In other words, the real object is constituted by the intellectual activity of the subject. Somehow, it essentially pertains to the subject. The latter discovers that it itself stands behind the objects, that the world becomes real only by force of the comprehending power of consciousness. This is, however, at first nothing but a restatement of the case of transcendental idealism, or, as Hegel says, it is a truth only for us, the philosophizing subjects, and not yet a truth manifested in the objective world. Hegel goes further. He says, self-consciousness has yet to demonstrate that it is the true reality, it must actually make the world its free realization. Referring to this task, Hegel declares the subject to be absolute negativity, signifying that it has the power to negate every given condition and to make it its own conscious work. This is not an epistemological activity and cannot be carried out solely within the process of knowledge, for that process cannot be severed from the historical struggle between man and his world, a struggle that is itself a constitutive part of the way to truth and of the truth itself. The subject must make the world its own doing if it is to recognize itself as the only reality. The process of knowledge becomes the process of history. We have already reached this conclusion in the Genenser philosophy of mind. Self-consciousness carries itself into the life and death struggle among individuals. From here on, Hegel links the epistemological process of self-consciousness, from sense certainty to reason, with the historical process of mankind from bondage to freedom. The modes or forms of consciousness appear simultaneously as objective historical realities, states of the world, Weltzustände. The constant transition from philosophical to historical analysis, which has often been criticized as a confusion, or an arbitrary metaphysical interpretation of history, is intended to verify and demonstrate the historical character of the basic philosophical concepts. All of them comprehend and retain actual historical stages in the development of mankind. Each form of consciousness that appears in the imminent progress of knowledge crystallizes as the life of a given historical epoch. The process leads from the Greek city-state to the French Revolution. Hegel describes the French Revolution as the unloosing of a self-destructive freedom, self-destructive because the consciousness that strove here to change the world in accordance with its subjective interests had not yet found its truth. In other words, man did not discover his real interest, he did not freely place himself under laws that secure his own freedom and that of the whole. The new state created by the revolution, Hegel says, only altered the external form of the objective world, making it a medium for the subject, but it did not achieve the subject's essential freedom. The achievement of the latter takes place in the transition from the French Revolutionary era to that of German idealist culture. The realization of true freedom is thus transferred from the plane of history to the inner realm of the mind. Hegel says, absolute freedom leaves its self-destructive sphere of reality and passes over into another realm, that of the self-conscious mind. Here, freedom is held to be true insofar as it is unreal. This new realm had been a discovery of Kant's ethical idealism. Within it, the autonomous individual gives himself the unconditional duty to obey universal laws that he imposes upon himself of his own free will. Hegel did not, however, regard this realm as the final abode of reason. The conflict that developed from Kant's reconciliation of the individual with the universal, a conflict between the dictate of duty and the desire for happiness, forced the individual to seek the truth in other solutions. He looks for it in art and religion and finally finds it in the absolute knowledge of dialectical philosophy. There, all opposition between consciousness and its object is overcome, the subject possesses and knows the world as its own reality, as reason. The phenomenology of mind in this way leads up to the logic. The latter unfolds the structure of the universe, not in the changing forms that it has for knowledge that is not yet absolute, but in its true essence. It presents the truth in its true form. Just as the experience with which the phenomenology began was not everyday experience, the knowledge with which it ends is not traditional philosophy, but a philosophy that has absorbed the truth of all previous philosophies and with it all the experience mankind has accumulated during its long trek to freedom. It is a philosophy of a self-conscious humanity that lays claim to a mastery of men and things and to its right to shape the world accordingly, a philosophy that enunciates the highest ideals of modern individualist society. After this brief preliminary survey of the broad perspective of the phenomenology of mind, we now turn to a discussion of its principal conceptions in greater detail. The preface to the phenomenology is one of the greatest philosophical undertakings of all times, constituting no less an attempt than to reinstate philosophy as the highest form of human knowledge, as the science. We shall here limit ourselves to its main points. Hegel starts with a critical analysis of the philosophic currents of the turn of the 18th century, and proceeds to develop his concept of philosophy and philosophic truth. Knowledge has its source in the vision that essence and existence are distinct in the various cognitive processes. The objects it gets in immediate experience fail to satisfy knowledge, because they are accidental and incomplete, and it turns to seek the truth in the notion of objects, convinced that the right notion is not a mere subjective intellectual form, but the essence of things. This, however, is but the first step of knowledge. Its major effort is to demonstrate and expound the relation between essence and existence, between the truth preserved in the notion and the actual state in which things exist. The various sciences differ from each other by the way in which the objects they deal with are related to their truth. This is confusing unless one bears in mind that for Hegel truth signifies a form of existence as well as of knowledge, and that, consequently, the relation between a being and its truth is an objective relation of things themselves. Hegel illustrates this conception by contrasting mathematical and philosophical knowledge. The essence or nature of the right-angle triangle is that its sides are related just as the Pythagorean proposition has it, but this truth is outside the triangle. The proof of the proposition consists in a process carried on solely by the knowing subject. The triangle is taken to pieces, and its parts made into other figures to which the construction gives rise in the triangle. The necessity for the construction does not arise from the nature or notion of the triangle. The process of mathematical proof does not belong to the object, it is a function that takes place outside of the matter in hand. The nature of a right-angled triangle does not break itself up into factors in the manner set forth in the mathematical construction which is required to prove the proposition expressing the relation of its parts. The entire process of producing the result is an affair of knowledge which takes its own way of going about it. In other words, the truth about mathematical objects exists outside of themselves, in the knowing subject. These objects, therefore, are in a strict sense untrue and unessential external entities. The objects of philosophy, on the other hand, bear an intrinsic relation to their truth. For example, the principle that the nature of man requires freedom and that freedom is a form of reason is not a truth imposed upon man by an arbitrary philosophical theory, but can be proved to be the inherent aim of man, his very reality. Its proof is not advanced by the external process of knowledge but by the history of man. In philosophy, the relation of an object to its truth is an actual happening, Geschichten. To come back to the example, man finds that he is not free, that he is separated from his truth, leading a fortuitous, untrue existence. Freedom is something he must acquire by overcoming his bondage, and he acquires it when he eventually knows his true potentialities. Freedom presupposes conditions that render freedom possible, namely, conscious and rational mastery of the world. The known history of mankind verifies the truth of this conclusion. The notion of man is his history, as apprehended by philosophy. Thus, essence and existence are actually interrelated in philosophy, and the process of proving the truth there has to do with the existing object itself. The essence arises in the process of existence, and conversely, the process of existence is a return to the essence. Philosophical knowledge aims only at the essentials that have a constitutive bearing upon man's destiny and that of his world. The sole object of philosophy is the world in its true form, the world as reason. Reason, again, comes into its own only with the development of mankind. Philosophic truth, therefore, is quite definitely concerned with man's existence, it is his innermost prod and goal. This, in the last analysis, is the meaning of the statement that truth is immanent in the object of philosophy. The truth fashions the very existence of the object and is not, as in mathematics, indifferent to it. Existing in truth is a matter of life and death, and the way to truth is not only an epistemological but also a historical process. This relation between truth and existence distinguishes the philosophic method. A mathematical truth may be arrested in one proposition, the proposition is true and its contradictory is false. In philosophy, the truth is a real process that cannot be put into a proposition. The abstract or unreal is not its element and content, but the real, what is self-establishing, has life within itself, existence in its very notion. It is the process that creates its own moments in its course, and goes through them all, and the whole of this movement constitutes its positive content, and its truth. No single proposition can grasp this process. For instance, the proposition, the nature of man is freedom in reason, is, if taken by itself, untrue. It omits all the facts that make up the meaning of freedom and of reason, and that are assembled in the whole historical drive towards freedom and reason. Furthermore, the proposition is false insofar as freedom and reason can only appear as the result of the historical process. The conquest of bondage and irrationality, and hence bondage and irrationality themselves, are essential parts of the truth. Falsehood here is as necessary and real as truth. The falsehood must be conceived as the mistaken form or untruth of the real object, this object in its untrue existence, the false is the otherness, the negative aspect of the substance, but none the less a part of it and hence constitutive in its truth. The dialectical method conforms to this structure that the philosophic object has, and attempts to reconstruct and follow its real movement. A philosophic system is true only if it includes the negative state and the positive, and reproduces the process of becoming false and then returning to truth. As a system of this kind, the dialectic is the true method of philosophy. It shows that the object with which it deals exists in a state of negativity, which the object, through the pressures of its own existence, throws off in the process of regaining its truth. If, then, in philosophy, no single proposition is true apart from the whole, in what sense is the whole system true? The dialectical system alters the structure and meaning of the proposition and makes it something quite different from the proposition of traditional logic. The latter logic, to which Hegel alludes as the logic of common sense, meaning the logic of traditional scientific method as well, treats propositions as consisting of a subject, which serves as a fixed and stable base, and a predicate attached to it. The predicates are the accidental properties, or, in Hegel's language, determinations of a more or less fixed substance. As a contrast to this view of the proposition, Hegel sets the speculative judgment in philosophy. The speculative judgment does not have a stable and passive subject. Its subject is active and develops itself into its predicates. The predicates are various forms of the subject's existence. Or, to state it somewhat differently, what happens is that the subject goes under, jet zugrunde, and turns into the predicate. The speculative judgment thus shakes the solid base of the traditional proposition to its foundations, and the only object is this very movement of the subject. For example, the proposition God is being, taken as a speculative judgment, does not mean that the subject, God, possesses or supports the predicate being among many other predicates, but that the subject, God, passes into being. Being here is not predicate but the essential nature of God. The subject God seems to cease to be what he was when the proposition was put forward, viz. A fixed subject, and to become the predicate. Whereas the traditional judgment and proposition imply a clear distinction of subject from predicate, the speculative judgment subverts and destroys the nature of judgment or of the proposition in general. It strikes the decisive blow against traditional formal logic. The subject becomes the predicate without at the same time becoming identical with it. The process cannot be adequately expressed in a single proposition. The proposition as it appears is a mere empty form. The locus of truth is not the proposition, but the dynamic system of speculative judgments in which every single judgment must be sublated by another, so that only the whole process represents the truth. The traditional logic and the traditional concept of truth are shaken to their foundations not by philosophic fiat but by insight into the dynamic of reality. The speculative judgment has for its content the objective process of reality in its essential, comprehended form, not in its appearance. In this very basic sense, Hegel's change from traditional to material logic marked the first step in the direction of unifying theory and practice. His protest against the fixed and formal truth of traditional logic was in effect a protest against divorcing truth and its forms from concrete processes, a protest against severing truth from any direct guiding influence on reality. In Germany, idealistic philosophy championed the right of theory to guide practice. For idealistic philosophy represented the most advanced form of consciousness that then prevailed, and the idea of a world permeated with freedom and reason had no securer refuge than was offered by this remote sphere of culture. The subsequent development of European thought cannot be understood apart from its idealist origins. A thorough analysis of the phenomenology of mind would require more than a volume. We may forego that analysis, since the latter parts of the work deal with problems we have already outlined in the discussion of the Genenser system. We shall confine our interpretation to the opening sections, which elaborate the dialectical method in great detail and set the pattern for the entire work. Knowledge begins when philosophy destroys the experience of daily life. Analysis of this experience is the starting point of the search for truth. The object of experience is first given through the senses and takes the form of sense knowledge or sense certainty, Sinnlichkeit. Characteristic of this kind of experience is the fact that its subject as well as its object appears as an individual this, here and now. I see this house, here at this particular place and at this particular moment. The house is taken as real and seems to exist per se. The I that sees it seems to be unessential, can as well be as not be, and only knows the object because the object exists. If we analyze a bit, we see that what is known in this experience, what sense certainty holds as its invariant own amid the flux of impressions, is not the object, the house, but the here and the now. If I turn my head, the house disappears and some other object appears, which, with another turn of my head, will likewise disappear. To keep hold of and to define the actual content of sense certainty, I must refer to the here and now as the only elements that remain permanent in the continuous change of objective data. What is the here and now? Here is a house, but it is likewise not a house but a tree, a street, a man, and so on. Now is daytime, but somewhat later now is night, then morning, and so on. The now remains identical throughout the differences of day, night, or morning. Moreover, it is now just because it is neither day, nor night, nor any other moment of time. It preserves itself through the negation of all other moments of time. In other words, the now exists as something negative, its being is a non-being. The same holds true for here. Here is neither the house nor the tree nor the street, but what is and remains in the disappearance of the house, tree, and so on, and is indifferently house, tree. That is to say, the now and the here are something universal. Hegel says an entity which is by and through negation, which is neither this nor that, which is a not this, and with equal indifference this as well as that, a thing of this kind we call a universal. The analysis of sense certainty thus demonstrates the reality of the universal and develops at the same time the philosophic notion of universality. The reality of the universal is proved by the very content of the observable facts. It exists in their process and can be grasped only in and through the particulars. This is the first result we obtain from philosophical analysis of sense certainty. It is not the particular, individual object, but the universal that is the truth of sense certainty, the true content of sense experience. The result implies something more astonishing. Sense experience holds itself evident that the object is the essential, the real, while the subject is unessential and its knowledge dependent upon the object. The true relation is now found to be just the reverse of what first appeared. The universal has turned out to be the true content of experience. And the locus of the universal is the subject and not the object. The universal exists in knowledge, which formerly was the non-essential factor. The object is not per se, it is because I know it. The certainty of sense experience is thus grounded in the subject. It is, as Hegel says, banished from the object, and forced back into the I. Further analysis of sense experience reveals that the I goes through the same dialectical process as the object, showing itself to be something universal. At first, the individual I, my ego, seems the sole stable point in the flux of sense data. The disappearance of the particular now and here that we mean is prevented by the fact that I keep hold of them. I assert that it is daytime and that I see a house. I record this truth, and someone else reading it later may assert that it is night and that he sees a tree. Both truths have the same authenticity and both become false with a change of time and place. The truth, therefore, cannot attach to a particular individual I. If I say I see a house here and now, I imply that everyone could take my place as subject of this perception. I assume the I qua universal, whose seeing is neither the seeing of this tree nor of this house, but just seeing. Just as the here and now are universal as against their individual content, so the I is universal as against all individual I's. The idea of a universal I is an abomination to common sense, though everyday language makes constant use of it. When I say I see, hear, and so on, I put everybody in my place, substitute any other I for my individual I. When I say I, this individual, I say quite generally all I's, everyone is what I say, everyone is I, this individual I. Sense experience thus discovers that truth lies neither with its particular object nor with the individual I. The truth is the result of a double process of negation, namely, the negation of the per se existence of the object, and the negation of the individual I. With the shifting of the truth to the universal I, objectivity is thus twice mediated or constructed by consciousness and henceforward remains tied to consciousness. The development of the objective world is throughout interwoven in the development of consciousness. Common sense resents such a destruction of its truth and claims that it can indicate the exact particular here and now it means. Hegel accepts the challenge. Let us, then, see how that immediate here and now which is shown to us is constituted. When I point to a particular now, it has already ceased to be by the time it is pointed out. The now that is other than the one indicated, and we see that the now is just this, to be when it no longer is. Pointing to the now is thus a process involving the following stages. I point to the now and assert that it is thus and so. I point it out, however, as something that has been. In so doing, I cancel the first truth and assert that the now has been, and that such is the truth. But what has been, is not. Thus, I cancel the second truth, negate the negation of the now, and assert it again as true. This now, however, which results from the whole process, is not the now that common sense first meant. It is indifferent to present or past. It is the now that is past, the one that is present, and so on, and is in all this one and the same now. In other words, it is something universal. Sense experience has thus itself demonstrated that its real content is not the particular but the universal. The dialectic process involved in sense certainty is nothing else than the mere history of its process, of its experience, and sense certainty itself is nothing else than simply this history. Experience itself passes to a higher mode of knowledge, which aims at the universal. Sense certainty turns into perception. Perception, Wahrnehmung, is distinguished from sense certainty by the fact that its principle is universality. The objects of perception are things, Dinge, and things remain identical in the changes of here and now. For example, I call this thing I perceive here and now salt. I refer not to the particular heres and nows in which it is present to me but to a specific unity in the diversity of its properties, Eigenschaften. I refer to the thinghood of the thing. The salt is white, cubical in shape, and so on. These properties in themselves are universal, common to many things. The thing itself seems to be nothing but the simple togetherness of such properties, their general medium. But it is more than such simple togetherness. Its properties are not arbitrary and exchangeable, but rather exclude and negate other properties. If the salt is white and pungent, it cannot be black and sweet. The exclusion is not an arbitrary matter of definition, on the contrary, the definition is dependent on the data offered by the thing itself. It is the salt that excludes and negates certain properties that contradict its being salt. The thing is thus not a unity indifferent to what it is, but an excluding, repelling unity. So far, the object seems to be a definite one, which perception merely has to accept and to take unto itself passively. Perception, like sense experience, first gathers the truth from the object. But, like sense experience also, it discovers that the subject itself constitutes the objectivity of the thing. For when perception attempts to determine what the thing really is, it plunges into a series of contradictions. The thing is a unity and at the same time a multiplicity. The contradiction cannot be avoided by assigning the two aspects to each of the two factors of perception, so that unity is attached to the consciousness of the subject and the multiplicity to the object. Hegel shows that this would only lead to new contradictions. Nor does it help to assume that the thing is really a unity and that the multiplicity is produced by its relation to other things. All such attempts to escape the contradiction only serve to demonstrate that it is inescapable and constitutes the very content of perception. The thing is in itself unity and difference, unity in difference. Hegel's further analysis of this relationship leads to a new determination of universality. The real universal contains diversity and at the same time maintains itself as an excluding and repelling unity in all particular conditions. In this way, the analysis of perception goes beyond the point reached in the analysis of sense experience. The universal now denoted as the true content of knowledge bears a different character. The unity of the thing is not only determined but constituted by its relation to other things, and its thinghood consists in this very relation. The salt, for example, is what it is only in relation to our taste, to the food to which it is added, to sugar, and so on. The thing salt, to be sure, is more than the mere togetherness of such relations, it is a unity in and for itself, but this unity exists only in these relations and is nothing behind or outside them. The thing becomes itself through its opposition to other things. It is, as Hegel says, the unity of itself with its opposite, or, of being for itself with being for another. In other words, the very substance of the thing must be gleaned from its self-established relation to other things. This, however, is not within the power of perception to accomplish. It is the work of conceptual understanding. The analysis of perception produced unity in difference, or the unconditioned universal, as the true form of the object of knowledge, unconditioned because the unity of the thing asserts itself despite and through all delimiting conditions. When perception attempted to grasp the real content of its object, the thing turned out to be a self-constituting unity in a diversity of relations to other things. Hegel now introduces the concept of force to explain how the thing is held together as a self-determining unity in this process. The substance of the thing, he says, can only be understood as force. The concept of force takes in all the elements that philosophic analysis has so far found to be characteristic of the real object of knowledge. Force is itself a relation, the elements of which are distinct and yet not separate from each other. It is in all conditions not contingent but necessarily determined by itself. We shall not follow the details of Hegel's discussion of this concept, but shall limit ourselves to its conclusions. If we take the substance of things to be force, we actually split reality into two dimensions. We transcend the perceptible properties of things and reach something beyond and behind them, which we define as the real. For, force is not an entity in the world of perception. It is not a thing or quality we can point to, such as white or cubical. We can only perceive the effect or expression of it, and for us its existence consists in this expression of itself. Force is nothing apart from its effect, its being consists entirely in this coming to be and passing away. If the substance of things is force, their mode of existing turns out to be appearance. For, a being that exists only as vanishing, one that is per se straightway non-being, we call a semblance, shine. The term appearance or semblance has for Hegel a twofold meaning. It means first that a thing exists in such a way that its existence is different from its essence. Secondly, it means that that which appears is not mere seeming, gloss or shine, but is the expression of an essence that exists only as appearing. In other words, the appearance is not a non-being but is the appearance of the essence. The discovery that force is the substance of things gives the process of knowledge insight into the realm of essence. The world of sense experience and perception is the realm of appearance. The realm of essence is a supersensible world beyond this changing and evanescent realm of appearance. Hegel calls this early vision of the essence the first and therefore imperfect manifestation of reason, imperfect because consciousness still finds its truth, in the form of an object, that is, as something opposed to the subject. The realm of essence comes forth as the inner world of things. It remains for consciousness a bare and simple beyond, because consciousness does not as yet find itself in it. But truth cannot remain eternally out of reach of the subject if man is to escape from an untrue existence in an untrue world. The ensuing analysis therefore buckles down to the task of showing that behind the appearance of things is the subject itself, who constitutes their very essence. Hegel's insistence that the subject be recognized behind the appearance of things is an expression of the basic desire of idealism that man transform the estranged world into a world of his own. The phenomenology of mind accordingly follows through by merging the sphere of epistemology with the world of history, passing from the discovery of the subject to the task of mastering reality through self-conscious practice. The concept of force leads to the transition from consciousness to self-consciousness. If the essence of things is conceived as force, the stability of the objective world dissolves into an interplay of movement. The concept, however, means more than a mere play. A force wields a definite power over its effects and remains itself amid its various manifestations. In other words, it acts according to an inherent law, so that, as Hegel puts it, the truth of force is the law of force, das Gesetz der Kraft. The realm of essence is not, as it first seemed, a blind play of forces, but a domain of permanent laws determining the form of the perceptible world. While the multiplicity of these forms seems at first to require a corresponding multitude of laws, further analysis discloses that the diversity is but a deficient aspect of the truth, and knowledge, in setting out to unify the many laws into an overarching single law, succeeds in this early phase in gleaning the general form of such. Knowledge finds that things exist under a law if they have gathered and preserved all the moments of their appearance into their inner essence and are capable of preserving their essential identity in their relations to all things. This identity of the substance, as we have already indicated, must be understood as the specific work of a subject that is essentially a constant process of unification of opposites. The previous analysis has disclosed that the essence of things is force, and the essence of force, law. Force under law is what characterizes the self-conscious subject. The essence of the objective world thus points to the existence of the self-conscious subject. Understanding finds nothing but itself when it seeks the essence behind the appearance of things. It is manifest that behind the so-called curtain, which is to hide the inner world, there is nothing to be seen unless we ourselves go behind there, as much in order that we may thereby see, as that there may be something behind there which can be seen. The truth of understanding is self-consciousness. The first chapter of the phenomenology has come to a close and the history of self-consciousness begins. Before we follow this history, we must evaluate the general significance of the first chapter. The reader learns that behind the curtain of appearance is not an unknown thing in itself, but the knowing subject. Self-consciousness is the essence of things. We usually say this is the step from Kant to Hegel, that is, from critical to absolute idealism. But to say only that is to omit the purpose that drove Hegel to make this transition. The first three sections of the phenomenology are a critique of positivism and, even more, of reification. To begin with the latter, Hegel attempts to show that man can know the truth only if he breaks through his reified world. We borrow the term reification from the Marxist theory, where it denotes the fact that all relations between men in the world of capitalism appear as relations between things, or, that what in the social world seem to be the relations of things and natural laws that regulate their movement are in reality relations of men and historical forces. The commodity, for instance, embodies in all its qualities the social relations of labor, capital is the power of disposing over men, and so on. By virtue of the inversion, the world has become an alienated, estranged world, in which man does not recognize or fulfill himself, but is overpowered by dead things and laws. Hegel hit upon the same fact within the dimension of philosophy. Common sense and traditional scientific thought take the world as a totality of things, more or less existing per se, and seek the truth in objects that are taken to be independent of the knowing subject. This is more than an epistemological attitude, it is as pervasive as the practice of men and leads them to accept the feeling that they are secure only in knowing and handling objective facts. The more remote an idea is from the impulses, interests, and wants of the living subject, the more true it becomes. And this, according to Hegel, is the utmost defamation of truth. For there is, in the last analysis, no truth that does not essentially concern the living subject and that is not the subject's truth. The world is an estranged and untrue world so long as man does not destroy its dead objectivity and recognize himself and his own life behind the fixed form of things and laws. When he finally wins the self-consciousness, he is on his way not only to the truth of himself but also of his world. And with the recognition goes the doing. He will try to put this truth into action and make the world what it essentially is, namely, the fulfillment of man's self-consciousness. This is the impulse animating the opening sections of the phenomenology. True practice presupposes true knowledge and the latter is endangered above all by the positivist claim. Positivism, the philosophy of common sense, appeals to the certainty of facts, but, as Hegel shows, in a world where facts do not at all present what reality can and ought to be, positivism amounts to giving up the real potentialities of mankind for a false and alien world. The positivist attack on universal concepts, on the ground they cannot be reduced to observable facts, cancels from the domain of knowledge everything that may not yet be a fact. In demonstrating that sense experience and perception, to which positivism appeals, in themselves imply and mean not the particular observed fact but something universal, Hegel is giving a final imminent refutation of positivism. When he emphasizes time and again that the universal is preeminent over the particular, he is struggling against limiting truth to the particular given. The universal is more than the particular. This signifies in the concrete that the potentialities of men and things are not exhausted in the given forms and relations in which they may actually appear. It means that men and things are all they have been and actually are, and yet more than all this. Setting the truth in the universal expressed Hegel's conviction that no given particular form, whether in nature or society, embodies the whole truth. Moreover, it was a way of denouncing the isolation of men from things and of recognizing that their potentialities could not be preserved except in their redintegration. In the treatment of self-consciousness, Hegel resumes the analysis begun in the System der Sittlichkeit and the Genenzer philosophy of mind, of the relation between the individual and his world. Man has learned that his own self-consciousness lies behind the appearance of things. He now sets out to realize this experience, to prove himself master of his world. Self-consciousness thus finds itself in a state of desire. Begeered man, awakened to self-consciousness, desires the objects around him, appropriates and uses them. But in the process he comes to feel that the objects are not the true end of his desire, but that his needs can be fulfilled only through association with other individuals. Hegel says, self-consciousness attains its satisfaction only in another self-consciousness. The meaning of this rather strange statement is explained in the discussion of lordship and bondage that follows it. The concept of labor plays a central role in this discussion, in which Hegel shows that the objects of labor are not dead things but living embodiments of the subject's essence, so that in dealing with these objects, man is actually dealing with man. The individual can become what he is only through another individual. His very existence consists in his being for another. The relation, however, is by no means one of harmonious cooperation between equally free individuals who promote the common interest in the pursuit of their own advantage. It is rather a life and death struggle between essentially unequal individuals, the one a master and the other a servant. Fighting out the battle is the only way man can come to self-consciousness, that is, to the knowledge of his potentialities and to the freedom of their realization. The truth of self-consciousness is not the I but the we, the ego that is we and the we that is ego. Marx sharpened the basic concepts of his own theory through a critical analysis of Hegel's phenomenology of mind. He described the alienation of labor in the terms of Hegel's discussion of master and servant. Marx was not familiar with the stages of Hegel's philosophy prior to the phenomenology, but he nevertheless caught the critical impact of Hegel's analysis, even in the attenuated form in which social problems were permitted to enter the phenomenology of mind. The greatness of that work he saw in the fact that Hegel conceived the self-creation of man, that is, the creation of a reasonable social order through man's own free action, as the process of reification and its negation. In short, that he grasped the nature of labor and saw man to be the result of his labor. Marx makes reference to Hegel's definitive insight, which disclosed to him that lordship and bondage result of necessity from certain relationships of labor, which are, in turn, relationships in a reified world. The relation of lord to servant is thus neither an eternal nor a natural one, but is rooted in a definite mode of labor and in man's relation to the products of his labor. Hegel's analysis actually begins with the experience that the world in which self-consciousness must prove itself is split into two conflicting domains, the one in which man is bound to his labor so that it determines his whole existence, and the other in which man appropriates and possesses another man's labor and becomes master by the very fact of this appropriation and possession. Hegel denotes the latter as the lord and the former as the bondsman. The bondsman is not a human being who happens to labor, but is essentially a laborer. His labor is his being. He works on objects that do not belong to him but to another. He cannot detach his existence from these objects, they constitute the chain from which he cannot get away. he is entirely at the mercy of him who owns these objects. It must be noted that according to this exposition, dependence of man on man is neither a personal condition nor grounded in personal or natural conditions, viz. Inferiority, weakness, and so on, but is mediated by things. In other words, it is the outcome of man's relation to the products of his labor. Labor so shackles the laborer to the objects that his consciousness itself does not exist except in the form and shape of thinghood. He becomes a thing whose very existence consists in its being used. The being of the laborer is a being for another. Labor is, however, at the same time the vehicle that transforms this relationship. The laborer's action does not disappear when the products of his labor appear, but is preserved in them. The things labor shapes and fashions fill the social world of man, and function there as objects of labor. The laborer learns that his labor perpetuates this world, he sees and recognizes himself in the things about him. His consciousness is now externalized in his work and has passed into the condition of permanence. The man who toils and serves thus comes to view the independent being as himself. The objects of his labor are no longer dead things that shackle him to other men, but products of his work, and, as such, part and parcel of his own being. The fact that the product of his labor is objectified does not make it something other than the consciousness molding the thing through work, for just that form is his pure self-existence, which therein becomes truly realized. The process of labor creates self-consciousness not only in the laborer but in the master as well. Lordship is defined chiefly by the fact that the Lord commands objects he desires without working on them. He satisfies his type of need through having someone, not himself, work. His enjoyment depends upon his own freedom from labor. The laborer he controls delivers to him the objects he wants in an advanced form, ready to be enjoyed. The laborer thus preserves the Lord from having to encounter the negative side of things, that on which they become fetters on man. The Lord receives all things as products of labor, not as dead objects, but as things that bear the hallmark of the subject who worked on them. When he handles these things as his property, the Lord is really handling another self-consciousness, that of the laborer, the being through whom he attains his satisfaction. The Lord in this wise finds that he is not an independent being for himself, but is essentially dependent on another being, upon the action of him who labors for him. Hegel has so far developed the relation of lordship and bondage as a relation each side of which recognizes that it has its essence in the other and comes to its truth only through the other. The opposition between subject and object that determined the forms of mind hitherto described has now disappeared. The object, shaped and cultivated by human labor, is in reality the objectification of a self-conscious subject. Thinghood, which received its shape and form through labor, is no other substance than consciousness. In this way, we have a new mode of self-consciousness brought about. We have now a consciousness which thinks or is free self-consciousness. Why this rather sudden identification of the free self-consciousness with the consciousness which thinks? Hegel goes on to a definition of thinking that answers this question in the basic terms of his philosophy. He says, the subject of thinking is not the abstract ego but the consciousness that knows that it is the substance of the world. Or, thinking consists in knowing that the objective world is in reality a subjective world, that it is the objectification of the subject. The subject that really thinks comprehends the world as his world. Everything in it has its true form only as a comprehended, begriffenes, object, namely, as part and parcel of the development of a free self-consciousness. The totality of objects that make up man's world have to be freed from their opposition to consciousness and must be taken up in such a way as to assist its development. Hegel describes thinking in terms of a definite kind of existence. In thinking, I am free, because I am not in an other, but remain simply and solely in touch with myself, and the object, is in undivided unity my being for myself, and my procedure in comprehending is a procedure within myself. This explanation of freedom shows that Hegel is connecting this basic concept with the principle of a particular form of society. He says that he is free who, in his existence with others, remains solely with himself, he who holds his existence, as it were, as his own undisputed property. Freedom is self-sufficiency and independence of all externals, a state wherein all externality has been appropriated by the subject. The fears and anxieties of competitive society seem to motivate this idea of freedom, the individual's fear of losing himself and his anxiety to preserve and secure his own. It leads Hegel to give the predominant position to the element of thought. Indeed, if freedom consists in nothing but complete self-sufficiency, if everything that is not entirely mine or myself restricts my freedom, then freedom can only be realized in thinking. We must therefore expect Hegel to treat Stoicism as the first historical form of self-conscious freedom. The Stoic mode of existence seems to have overcome all the restrictions that apply in nature and society. The essence of this consciousness is to be free, on the throne as well as in fetters, throughout all the dependence that attaches to its individual existence. Man is thus free because he persistently withdraws from the movement of existence, from activity as well as endurance, into the mere essentiality of thought. Hegel goes on to say, however, that this is not real freedom. It is only the counterpart of a time of universal fear and bondage. He thus repudiates this false form of freedom and corrects his statement quoted above. Freedom in thought takes only pure thought as its truth, but this lacks the concrete filling of life. It is, therefore, merely the notion of freedom, not living freedom itself. The sections on Stoicism in which these statements appear show the play of conflicting elements in his philosophy. He has demonstrated that freedom rests in the element of thought. He now insists on an advance from freedom in thought to living freedom. He states that the freedom and independence of self-consciousness is therefore but a transitory stage in the development of mind towards real freedom. The latter dimension is reached when man abandons the abstract freedom of thought and enters into the world in full consciousness that it is his own world. The hitherto negative attitude of self-consciousness towards reality turns into a positive attitude. So far it has been concerned merely with its own independence and freedom. It has sought to keep itself for itself at the expense of the world or its own actuality. Now, it discovers the world as its own new and real world, which in its permanence possesses an interest for it. The subject conceives the world as its own presence and truth. It is certain of finding only itself there. This process is the process of history itself. The self-conscious subject attains his freedom not in the form of the I but of the we, the associated we that first appeared as the outcome of the struggle between lord and bondsman. The historical reality of that we finds its actual fulfillment in the life of a nation. We have indicated the subsequent course of the mind in the first pages of this chapter. At the end of the road, pure thought again seems to swallow up living freedom. The realm of absolute knowledge is enthroned above the historical struggle that closed when the French Revolution was liquidated. The self-certainty of philosophy comprehending the world triumphs over the practice that changes it. We shall see whether this solution was Hegel's last word. The foundations of the absolute knowledge that the phenomenology of mind presents as the truth of the world are given in Hegel's Science of Logic, to which we now turn. V. The Science of Logic. The striking difference between Hegel's logic and the traditional logic has often been emphasized in the statement that Hegel replaced the formal by a material logic, repudiating the usual separation of the categories and forms of thought from their content. Traditional logic treated these categories and forms as valid if they were correctly formed and if their use was in conformity with the ultimate laws of thought and the rules of the syllogism, no matter what the content to which they were applied. Contrary to this procedure, Hegel maintained that the content determines the form of the categories as well as their validity. But it is the nature of the content, and that alone, which lives and progresses in philosophic cognition, and at the same time it is the inner reflection of the content which posits and originates its determinations. The categories and modes of thought derive from the process of reality to which they pertain. Their form is determined by the structure of this process. It is in this connection that the claim is often made that Hegel's logic was new. Novelty is supposed to consist in his use of the categories to express the dynamic of reality. In point of fact, however, this dynamic conception was not a Hegelian innovation. It occurs in Aristotle's philosophy, where all forms of being are interpreted as forms and types of movement. Aristotle attempted exact philosophical formulation in dynamic terms. Hegel simply reinterpreted the basic categories of Aristotle's metaphysics and did not invent new ones. We must note in addition that a dynamic philosophy was enunciated in German philosophy prior to Hegel. Kant dissolved the static forms of the given reality into a complex of syntheses of transcendental consciousness, while Fichte endeavored to reduce the given to a spontaneous act of the ego. Hegel did not discover the dynamic of reality, nor was he the first to adapt philosophical categories to this process. What he did discover and use was a definite form of dynamic, and the novelty of his logic and its ultimate significance rest upon this fact. The philosophical method he elaborated was intended to reflect the actual process of reality and to construe it in an adequate form. With the science of logic, we reach the final level of Hegel's philosophic effort. Henceforward, the basic structure of his system and its ground concepts remain unaltered. It might therefore be appropriate briefly to review this structure and these concepts along the lines of Hegel's exposition of them in the prefaces and the introduction to the science of logic. Sufficient notice has not been given to the fact that Hegel himself introduces his logic as primarily a critical instrument. It is, first of all, critical of the view that the material of knowledge exists in and for itself in the shape of a finished world apart from thinking, that it exists as something in itself finished and complete, something which, as far as its reality is concerned, could entirely dispense with thought. Hegel's first writings have already shown that his attack on the traditional separation of thought from reality involves much more than an epistemological critique. Such dualism, he thinks, is tantamount to a compliance with the world as it is and a withdrawal of thought from its high task of bringing the existing order of reality into harmony with the truth. The separation of thought from being implies that thought has withdrawn before the onslaught of common sense. If, then, truth is to be attained, the influence of common sense must be swept away, and with it the categories of traditional logic, which are, after all, the philosophical categories of common sense that stabilize and perpetuate a false reality. And the task of breaking the hold of common sense belongs to the dialectical logic. Hegel repeats over and over that dialectics has this negative character. The negative constitutes the quality of dialectical reason, and the first step towards the true concept of reason is a negative step. The negative constitutes the genuine dialectical procedure. In all these uses, negative has a twofold reference. It indicates, first, the negation of the fixed and static categories of common sense and, secondly, the negative and therefore untrue character of the world designated by these categories. As we have already seen, negativity is manifest in the very process of reality, so that nothing that exists is true in its given form. Every single thing has to evolve new conditions and forms if it is to fulfill its potentialities. The existence of things is, then, basically negative. All exist apart from and in want of their truth, and their actual movement, guided by their latent potentialities, is their progress towards this truth. The course of progress, however, is not direct and unswerving. The negation that everything contains determines its very being. The material part of a thing's reality is made up of what that thing is not, of what it excludes and repels as its opposite. The one and only thing for securing scientific progress is knowledge of the logical precept that negation is just as much affirmation as negation, or that what is self-contradictory resolves itself not into nullity, into abstract nothingness, but essentially only into the negation of its particular content. Contradiction, or the concrete form of it we are discussing, the opposition, does not displace the actual identity of the thing, but produces this identity in the form of a process in which the potentialities of things unfold. The law of identity by which traditional logic is guided implies the so-called law of contradiction. A equals A only insofar as it is opposed to non-A, or, the identity of A results from and contains the contradiction. A does not contradict an external non-A, Hegel holds, but a non-A that belongs to the very identity of A. In other words, A is self-contradictory. By virtue of the negativity that belongs to its nature, each thing is linked with its opposite. To be what it really is, it must become what it is not. To say, then, that everything contradicts itself is to say that its essence contradicts its given state of existence. Its proper nature, which is, in the last analysis, its essence, impels it to transgress the state of existence in which it finds itself and pass over to another. And not only that, but it must even transgress the bounds of its own particularity and put itself into universal relation with other things. The human being, to take an instance, finds his proper identity only in those relations that are in effect the negation of his isolated particularity, in his membership in a group or social class whose institutions, organization, and values determine his very individuality. The truth of the individual transcends his particularity and finds a totality of conflicting relations in which his individuality fulfills itself. We are thus led once more to the universal as the true form of reality. The logical form of the universal is the notion. Hegel says that the truth and essence of things lives in their notion. The statement is as old as philosophy itself, and has even seeped into popular language. We say that we know and hold the truth of things in our ideas about them. The notion is the idea that expresses their essence, as distinguished from the diversity of their phenomenal existence. Hegel draws the consequence of this view. When we mean to speak of things, we call the nature or essence of them their concept, but at the same time we maintain that the concept exists only for thought. For, it is claimed, the concept is a universal, whereas all that exists is a particular. The concept is thus merely a concept and its truth merely a thought. In opposition to this view, Hegel shows that the universal not only exists, but that it is even more actually a reality than is the particular. There is such a universal reality as man or animal, and this universal in fact makes for the existence of every individual man or animal. Every human individual, though infinitely unique, is so only because he belongs to the class of man, every animal only because it belongs to the class of animal. Being man, or being animal, is the prius of their individuality. The biological and psychological processes of the human and animal individual are, in a strict sense, not its own but those of its species or kind. When Hegel says that every human individual is first man, he means that his highest potentialities and his true existence center in his being man. Accordingly, the actions, values, and aims of every particular individual or group have to be measured up against what man can and ought to be. The concrete importance of the conception becomes obvious when contrasted with modern authoritarian ideology in which the reality of the universal is denied, the better to subjugate the individual to the particular interests of certain groups that arrogate to themselves the function of the universal. If the individual were nothing but the individual, there would be no justifiable appeal from the blind material and social forces that overpower his life, no appeal to a higher and more reasonable social ordering. If he were nothing but a member of a particular class, race, or nation, his claims could not reach beyond his particular group, and he would simply have to accept its standards. According to Hegel, however, there is no particularity whatsoever that may legislate for the individual man. The universal itself reserves that ultimate right. The content of the universal is preserved in the notion. If the universal is not just an abstraction but a reality, then the notion denotes that reality. The formation of the notion, too, is not an arbitrary act of thinking, but something that follows the very movement of reality. The formation of the universal, in the last analysis, is a historical process and the universal a historical factor. We shall see, in Hegel's philosophy of history, that the historical development from the Oriental to the modern world is conceived as one in which man makes himself the actual subject of the historical process. Through the negation of every historical form of existence that becomes a fetter on his potentialities, man finally gets for himself the self-consciousness of freedom. The dialectical notion of man comprehends and includes this material process. This notion therefore cannot be put in a single proposition or a series of propositions that claims to define the essence of man in accordance with the traditional law of identity. The definition requires a whole system of propositions that mirror the actual development of mankind. In the different parts of the system, the essence of man will appear in different and even contradictory forms. The truth will be no one of these, but the totality, the concrete development of man. We have outlined the negative aspect of the dialectic. Its positive aspect consists in its shaping of the universal through the negation of the particular, in its construction of the notion. The notion of a thing is the universal immanent in it, immanent because the universal contains and holds up the proper potentialities of the thing. Dialectical thinking is positive because it is the source of the universal in which the particular is comprehended. The process of dissolving and destroying the common sense stability of the world thus results in constructing the universal, which is in itself concrete, for it does not exist outside the particular but realizes itself only in and through the particular, or, rather, in the totality of particulars. We have taken man as an example of the dialectical construction of the universal. Hegel, however, demonstrates the same process for all entities of the objective and subjective world. The science of logic deals with the general ontological structure these entities have, and not with their individual concrete existence. For this reason, the dialectical process in the logic assumes a most general and abstract form. We have already discussed it in the chapter on the Genenser logic. The process of thought begins with the attempt to grasp the objective structure of being. In the course of the analysis, this structure dissolves into a multitude of interdependent somethings, qualities, and quantities. On further analysis, thought discovers that these constitute a totality of antagonistic relations, governed by the creative power of contradiction. These relations appear as the essence of being. The essence, therefore, emerges as the process that negates all stable and delimited forms of being and negates as well the concepts of traditional logic which express these forms. The categories Hegel uses to unfold this essence comprehend the actual structure of being as a unification of opposites which requires that reality be interpreted in terms of the subject. The logic of objectivity thus turns into the logic of subjectivity, which is the true notion of reality. There are several meanings of the term notion that appear in the exposition. Notion is the essence and nature of things, that which by thinking is known in and of things and what is really true in them. This meaning implies a multitude of notions to correspond to the multitude of things they denote. Notion designates the rational structure of being, the world as logos, reason. In this sense, the notion is one, and is the essential basis and the actual content of the logic. Notion in its true form of existence is the free, independent, and self-determining subjective, or rather the subject itself. It is the sense of the term that Hegel means when he says, the character of subject must be expressly reserved for the notion. The science of logic opens with the well-known interplay of being and nothing. Unlike the phenomenology of mind, the logic does not begin with the data of common sense, but with the same philosophical concept that brought the phenomenology to a close. Thinking, in its quest for the truth behind the facts, seeks a stable base for orientation, a universal and necessary law amid the endless flux and diversity of things. Such a universal, if it is really to be the beginning and the basis for all subsequent determinations, must not itself be determinate, for otherwise it would be neither first nor the beginning. The reason it could not be determinate if it is to be a beginning lies in the fact that everything determinate is dependent on that which determines it, and hence is not prior. The first and indeterminate universal that Hegel posits is being. It is common to all things, for all things are being, therefore, the most universal entity in the world. It has no determination whatsoever, it is pure being and nothing else. The logic thus begins, as the whole of Western philosophy began, with the concept of being. The question, what is being? Sought that which holds all things in existence and makes them what they are. The concept of being presupposes a distinction between determinate being, something, scenes, and being as such, sen, without determinations. Daily language distinguishes being from determinate being in all the forms of judgment. We say a rose is a plant, he is jealous, a judgment is true, God is. The copula denotes being, but being that is quite different from a determinate being. The is does not point to any actual thing that could be made the subject of a determinate proposition, for in determining being as such and such a thing, we would have to use the self-same is which we are attempting to define, a patent impossibility. We cannot define being as something since being is the predicate of everything. In other words, everything is, but being is not something. And what is not something is nothing. Thus, being is pure indeterminateness and vacuity, it is no thing, hence nothing. In the attempt to grasp being we encounter nothing. Hegel uses this fact as an instrumentality to demonstrate the negative character of reality. In the foregoing analysis of the concept of being, being did not turn into nothing, but both were revealed as identical, so that it is true to say every determinate being contains the being as well as the nothing. According to Hegel, there is not a single thing in the world that does not have in it the togetherness of being and nothing. Everything is only in so far as, at every moment of its being, something that as yet is not comes into being and something that is now passes into not being. Things are only in so far as they arise and pass away, or, being must be conceived as becoming, werden. The togetherness of being and nothing is thus manifest in the structure of all existence and must be retained in every logical category. This unity of being and nothing, as being the primary truth, is, once and for all, the basis and the element of all that follows. Therefore, besides becoming itself, all further logical determinations, and in short all philosophic concepts, are examples of this unity. If this is the case, logic has a task hitherto unheard of in philosophy. It ceases to be the source of rules and forms for correct thinking. In fact, it takes rules, forms, and all the categories of traditional logic to be false because they disregard the negative and contradictory nature of reality. In Hegel's logic, the content of the traditional categories is completely reversed. Moreover, since the traditional categories are the gospel of everyday thinking, including ordinary scientific thinking, and of everyday practice, Hegel's logic in effect presents rules and forms of false thinking and action, false, that is, from the standpoint of common sense. The dialectical categories construct a topsy-turvy world, opening with the identity of being and nothing and closing with the notion as the true reality. Hegel plays up the absurd and paradoxical character of this world, but he who follows the dialectical process to the end discovers that the paradox is the receptacle of the hidden truth and that the absurdity is rather a quality possessed by the correct schema of common sense, which, cleansed of their dross, contains the latent truth. For the dialectic shows latent in common sense the dangerous implication that the form in which the world is given and organized may contradict its true content, that is to say, that the potentialities inherent in men and things may require the dissolution of the given forms. Formal logic accepts the world form as it is and gives some general rules for theoretical orientation to it. Dialectical logic, on the other hand, rejects any claim of sanctity for the given, and shatters the complacency of those living under its rubric. It holds that external existence is never the sole criterion of the truth of a content, but that every form of existence must justify before a higher tribunal whether it is adequate to its content or not. Hegel said the negativity of being is the basis and the element of all that ensues. Progress from one logical category to another is stimulated by an inherent tendency in every type of being to overcome its negative conditions of existence and pass into a new mode of being where it attains its true form and content. We have already noted that the movement of categories in Hegel's logic is but a reflection of the movement of being. Moreover, it is not quite correct to say that one category passes into another. The dialectical analysis rather reveals one category as another, so that the other represents its unfolded content, unfolded by the contradictions inherent in it. The first category that participates in this process is quality. We have seen that all being in the world is determinate. The first task of the logic is to investigate this determinacy. Something is determinate when it is qualitatively distinct from any other being. By virtue of its quality something is opposed to another, it is variable and finite, and determined as negative, not only in contrast with an other, but simply in itself. Every qualitative determination is in itself a limitation and therefore a negation. Hegel gives this old philosophic statement a new content in linking it with his negative conception of reality. A thing exists with a certain quality, this means that it excludes other qualities and finds itself limited by the ones it has. Moreover, every quality is what it is only in relation to other qualities, and these relations determine the very nature of a quality. Thus, the qualitative determinants of a thing are reduced to relations that dissolve the thing into a totality of other things, so that it exists in a dimension of otherness. For instance, the table here in this room is, if analyzed for its qualities, not the table but a certain color, material, size, tool, and so on. It is, Hegel says, in respect of qualities, not being for itself, but being for other, anders sen, für anders. As against this otherness stands what the thing is in itself, its being a table, or, as Hegel calls it, its being in itself, an sich sein. These are the two conceptual elements with which Hegel constructs every being. It must be noted that for Hegel these two elements cannot be detached from one another. A thing in itself is what it is only in its relations with others, and, conversely, its relations with others determine its very existence. The traditional idea of a thing in itself behind phenomena, an outer world separated from the inner, an essence permanently removed from reality, is rendered absurd by this conception, and philosophy emerges as definitely joined to the concrete reality. We return to our analysis of quality. Determinate being is more than the flux of changing qualities. Something preserves itself throughout this flux, something that passes into other things, but also stands against them as a being for itself. This something can exist only as the product of a process through which it integrates its otherness with its own proper being. Hegel says that its existence comes about through the negation of the negation. The first negation is the otherness in which it turns, and the second is the incorporation of this other into its own self. Such a process presupposes that things possess a certain power over their movement, that they exist in a certain self-relation that enables them to mediate their existential conditions. Hegel adds that this concept of mediation is of the utmost importance because it alone overcomes the old metaphysical abstractions of substance, Entleichy, form, and so on, and, by conceiving the objective world as the development of the subject, paves the way for a philosophical interpretation of concrete reality. Hegel attributes to the thing a permanent relation to itself. Something is in itself in so far as it has returned to itself from being for other. It is then an intro-reflected being. Intro-reflection is a characteristic of the subject, however, and in this sense the objective something is already the beginning of the subject, though only the beginning. For, the process by which the something sustains itself is blind and not free, the thing cannot maneuver the forces that shape its existence. The something is hence a low level of development in the process that culminates in a free and conscious subject. Something determines itself as being for self and so on, till finally, as notion, it receives the concrete intensity of the subject. Hegel continues by pointing out that the thing's unity with itself, which is the basis for its determinate states, is really something negative, because it results from the negation of the negation. The objective thing is determined, it passes into a new mode of being by suffering the action of manifold natural forces, hence, the negative unity that it has is not a conscious or active unity, but a mechanical one. Owing to its lack of real power, the thing simply collapses into that simple unity which is being, a unity that is not the result of a self-directed process of its own. The thing, engaged though it is in continuous transitions into other things and states, is subject to change and not the subject of change. The sections that follow outline the manner in which the unity of a thing may develop. They are difficult to understand because Hegel applies to the objective world categories that find their verification only in the life of the subject. Concepts like determination, mediation, self-relation, ought, and so on, anticipate categories of subjective existence. Hegel nevertheless uses them to characterize the world of objective things, analyzing the existence of things in terms of the existence of the subject. The net result is that objective reality is interpreted as the field in which the subject is to be realized. Negativity appears as the difference between being for other and being for self within the unity of the thing. The thing as it is in itself is different from the conditions in which it actually exists. The actual conditions of the thing oppose or stand in the way of its working out its proper nature. This opposition Hegel denotes as that between determination, Bestimmung, which now takes on the meaning of the proper nature of the thing, and Talification, Beschaffenheit, which refers to the actual state or condition of the thing. The determination of a thing comprises its inherent potentialities as against the external conditions which are not yet incorporated in the thing itself. When, for instance, we speak of the determination of man, and say that that determination is reason, we imply that the external conditions in which man lives do not agree with what man properly is, that his state of existence is not reasonable and that it is man's task to make it so. Until the task is successfully completed, man exists as a being for other rather than a being for self. His talification contradicts his determination. The presence of the contradiction makes man restive, he struggles to overcome his given external state. The contradiction thus has the force of an ought, sollen, that impels him to realize that which does not as yet exist. As we have said, the objective world, too, is now treated as a participant in the same kind of process. The thing's transition from one talification to another, and even its passage into another thing, are interpreted as motivated by the thing's own potentialities. Its transformation does not occur, as first appeared, according to its being for other, but according to its proper self. Within the process of change, every external condition is taken into the thing's proper being, and its other is posited in the thing as its own moment. The concept of negation, too, undergoes revision in Hegel's exposition at this point. We have seen that the various states of a thing were interpreted as various negations of its true being. Now, since the thing is conceived as a kind of subject that determines itself through its relations to other things, its existent qualities or talifications are barriers or limits, Grenzen, through which its potentialities must break. The process of existence is simply the contradiction between talifications and potentialities, hence, to exist and to be limited are identical. Something has its determinate being only in limit, and the limits are the principle of that which they limit. Hegel summarizes the result of this new interpretation by saying that the existence of things is the unrest of something in its limit, it is immanent in the limit to be the contradiction which sends something on beyond itself. We have herewith reached Hegel's concept of finitude. Being is continuous becoming. Every state of existence has to be surpassed, it is something negative, which things, driven by their inner potentialities, desert for another state, which again reveals itself as negative, as limit. When we say of things that they are finite, we mean thereby, that not being constitutes their nature and their being. Finite things are, but their relation to themselves is that they are related to themselves as something negative, and in this self-relation send themselves on beyond themselves and their being. They are, but the truth of this being is their end. The finite does not only change, it perishes, and its perishing is not merely contingent, so that it could be without perishing. It is rather the very being of finite things that they contain the seeds of perishing as their own being in self, and the hour of their birth is the hour of their death. These sentences are a preliminary enunciation of the decisive passages in which Marx later revolutionized Western thought. Hegel's concept of finitude freed philosophic approaches to reality from the powerful religious and theological influences that were operative even upon secular forms of 18th-century thought. The current idealistic interpretation of reality in that day still held the view that the world was a finite one because it was a created world and that its negativity referred to its sinfulness. The struggle against this interpretation of negative was therefore in large measure a conflict with religion and the Church. Hegel's idea of negativity was not moral or religious, but purely philosophical, and the concept of finitude that expressed it became a critical and almost materialistic principle with him. The world, he said, is finite not because it is created by God but because finitude is its inherent quality. Correspondingly, finitude is not an aspersion on reality, requiring the transfer of its truth to some exalted beyond. Things are finite in so far as they are, and their finitude is the realm of their truth. They cannot develop their potentialities except by perishing. Marx later laid down the historical law that a social system can set free its productive forces only by perishing and passing into another form of social organization. Hegel saw this law of history operative in all being. The highest maturity or stage which any something can reach is that in which it begins to perish. It is clear enough from the preceding discussion that when Hegel turned from the concept of finitude to that of infinity, he could not have had reference to an infinity that would annul the results of his previous analysis, that is, he could not have meant an infinity apart from or beyond finitude. The concept of the infinite, rather, had to result from a stricter interpretation of finitude. As a matter of fact, we find that the analysis of objective things has already taken us from the finite to the infinite. For the process in which a finite thing perishes and, in perishing, becomes another finite thing, which repeats the same, is in itself a process ad infinitum, and not only in the superficial sense that the progression cannot be broken. When a finite thing perishes into another thing, it has changed itself, inasmuch as perishing is its way of consummating its true potentialities. The incessant perishing of things is thus an equally continuous negation of their finitude. It is infinity. The finite in perishing, in this negation of itself, has reached its being in self, and therefore has gained its proper self. Thus it passes beyond itself only to find itself again. This self-identity, or negation of negation, is affirmative being, is the other of the finite, is the infinite. The infinite, then, is precisely the inner dynamic of the finite, comprehended in its real meaning. It is nothing else but the fact that finitude exists only as a passing beyond itself. In an addendum to his exposition, Hegel shows that the concept of finitude yields the basic principle of idealism. If the being of things consists in their transformation rather than in their state of existence, the manifold states they have, whatever their form and content may be, are but moments of a comprehensive process and exist only within the totality of this process. Thus, they are of an ideal nature and their philosophical interpretation must be idealism. The proposition that the finite is of ideal nature constitutes idealism. In philosophy, idealism consists of nothing else than the recognition that the finite has no veritable being. Essentially, every philosophy is an idealism, or at least has idealism for its principle, for philosophy starts when the truth of the given state of things is questioned and when it is recognized that that state has no final truth in itself. To say that the finite has no veritable being does not mean that the true being must be sought in a transmundane beyond or in the inmost soul of man. Hegel rejects such flight from reality as bad idealism. His idealistic proposition implies that the current forms of thought, just because they stop short at the given forms of things, must be changed into other forms until the truth is reached. Hegel embodies this essentially critical attitude in his concept of ought. The ought is not a province of morality or religion, but of actual practice. Reason and law inhere in finitude, they not only ought to, but must be realized on this earth. In actual fact, reason and law are at no such sorry pass as that they merely ought to be, nor yet is ought in itself perpetual, nor finitude, which would be the same, absolute. The negation of finitude is at the same time the negation of the infinite beyond. It involves the demand that the ought be fulfilled in this world. Accordingly, Hegel contrasts his concept of infinity with the theological idea of it. There is no reality other than or above the finite. If finite things are to find their true being, they must find it through their finite existence and through it alone. Hegel calls his concept of infinity, therefore, the very negation of that beyond which is in itself negative. His infinite is but the other of the finite and therefore dependent on finitude, it is in itself a finite infinity. There are not two worlds, the finite and the infinite. There is only one world, in which finite things attain their self-determination through perishing. Their infinity is in this world and nowhere else. Conceived as the infinite process of transformation, the finite is the process of being for self, für sich sein. A thing is for itself, we say, when it can take all its external conditions and integrate them with its proper being. It is for itself if it has passed beyond the barrier and its otherness in such a manner that, thus negating them, it is infinite return upon itself. Being for itself is not a state but a process, for every external condition must continuously be transformed into a phase of self-realization, and each new external condition that arises must be subjected to this treatment. Self-consciousness, Hegel says, is the nearest example of the presence of infinity. On the other hand, natural things never attain a free being for self, they remain being for other. This essential difference between the object's mode of existence and that of a conscious being results in limiting the term finite to things that do not exist for themselves and do not have the power, therefore, to fulfill their potentialities through their own free, conscious acts. Owing to their lack of freedom and consciousness, their manifold qualities are indifferent to them, and their unity is a quantitative unit rather than a qualitative unity. We shall omit the discussion of the category of quantity and turn directly to the transition from being to essence, which brings the first book of the science of logic to a close. The analysis of quantity discloses that quantity is not external to the nature of a thing but is itself a quality, namely, measure, mass. The qualitative character of quantity finds expression in Hegel's famous law that quantity passes into quality. Something might change in quantity without the slightest change in quality, so that its nature or properties remain one and the same, while it increases or diminishes in a given direction. Everything has some play within which it remains indifferent to this change. There comes a point, however, at which the nature of a thing alters with a mere quantitative change. The well-known examples of a heap of grain which ceases to be a heap if one grain after the other is removed, or of water which becomes ice when a gradual decrease of temperature has reached a certain point, or of a nation which, in the course of its expansion, suddenly breaks down and disintegrates, all these examples do not cover the full meaning of Hegel's proposition. We must understand also that he aimed it against the ordinary view that the process of arising and passing away was a gradual, allmalig, one. He aimed it at the view that natura non facit saltum. A given form of existence cannot unfold its content without perishing. The new must be the actual negation of the old and not a mere correction or revision. To be sure, the truth does not drop full-blown from heaven, and the new must somehow have existed in the lap of the old. But it existed there only as potentiality, and its material realization was excluded by the prevailing form of being. The prevailing form has to be broken through. The changes of being are a process of becoming other which breaks off graduality and is qualitatively other as against the preceding state of existence. There is no even progress in the world. The appearance of every new condition involves a leap, the birth of the new is the death of the old. The science of logic opened with the question, what is being? It set afoot the quest for categories that could enable us to grasp the truly real. In the course of the analysis, the stability of being was dissolved into the process of becoming, and the enduring unity of things was seen to be a negative unity, which could not be known from quantitative or qualitative aspects but rather involved the negation of all qualitative and quantitative determinates. 4. Every determinate property was seen to contradict what things are for themselves. Whatever the enduring unity of being for itself may be, we know that it is not a qualitative or quantitative entity that exists anywhere in the world, but is rather the negation of all determinates. Its essential character is therefore negativity. Hegel calls it also universal contradiction, existing as it does by the negation of every existing determinateness. It is absolute negativity or negative totality. This unity, it appears, is such by virtue of a process wherein things negate all mere externality and otherness and relate these to a dynamic self. A thing is for itself only when it has posited, gesetzt, all its determinates and made them moments of its self-realization, and is thus, in all changing conditions, always returning to itself. Hegel calls this negative unity and process of self-relation the essence of things. The question what is being? Is answered in the statement that the truth of being is essence. And to learn what essence is, we have merely to collect the results of the preceding analysis. The essence has no determinate being. All the traditional proposals about a realm of ideas or substances have to be discarded. The essence is neither something in nor something above the world, but rather the negation of all being. This negation of all being is not nothing, but the infinite movement of being beyond every determinate state. The movement is not a contingent and external process, but one held together by the power of self-relation through which a subject posits its determinates as moments of its own self-realization. Such a power presupposes a definite being in self, a capacity for knowing and reflecting upon the determinate states. The process of the essence is the process of reflection. The subject that the essence reveals itself to be is not outside the process nor is it its unchangeable substratum, it is the very process itself, and all its characters are dynamic. Its unity is the totality of a movement that the doctrine of essence describes as the movement of reflection. It is of the utmost importance to know that for Hegel reflection, like all the characters of essence, denotes an objective as well as subjective movement. Reflection is not primarily the process of thinking but the process of being itself. Correspondingly, the transition from being to essence is not primarily a procedure of philosophical cognition, but a process in reality. Being's own nature causes it to internalize itself, and being, thus entering into itself, becomes essence. This means that objective being, if comprehended in its true form, is to be understood as, and actually is, subjective being. The subject now appears as the substance of being, or being pertains to the existence of a more or less conscious subject, which is capable of facing and comprehending its determinate states and thus has the power to reflect upon them and shape itself. The categories of the essence cover the whole realm of being, which now manifests itself in its true, comprehended form. The categories of the doctrine of being reappear. Determinate being is now conceived as existence and later as actuality, the something as thing and later as substance, and so on. Reflection is the process in which an existent constitutes itself as the unity of a subject. It has an essential unity that contrasts with the passive and changeable unity of the something. It is not determinate but determining being. All determination is here posited by the essence itself and stands under its determining power. If we examine what Hegel attributes to the process of essence and what he discusses under the heading of determinations of reflection, we find the traditional ultimate laws of thought, the laws of identity, variety, and contradiction. Added under a separate head is the law of ground. The original meaning of these laws and their actual objective content was a discovery made by the Hegelian logic. Formal logic cannot even touch their sense. The separation of the subject matter of thought from its form cuts the very ground from under truth. Thought is true only in so far as it remains adapted to the concrete movement of things and closely follows its various turns. As soon as it detaches itself from the objective process and, for the sake of some spurious precision and stability, tries to simulate mathematical rigor, thought becomes untrue. Within the science of logic, it is the doctrine of essence that provides the basic concepts that emancipate dialectical logic from the mathematical method. Hegel undertakes a philosophic critique of mathematical method before he introduces the doctrine of essence, in his discussion of quantity. Quantity is only a very external characteristic of being, a realm in which the real content of things gets lost. The mathematical sciences that operate with quantity operate with a content-less form that can be measured and counted and expressed by indifferent numbers and symbols. But the process of reality cannot be so treated. It defies formalization and stabilization, because it is the very negation of every stable form. The facts and relations that appear in this process change their nature at every phase of the development. Our knowledge would be in a very awkward predicament if such objects as freedom, law, morality, or even God himself, because they cannot be measured and calculated, or expressed in a mathematical formula, were to be reckoned beyond the reach of exact knowledge, and we had to put up with a vague generalized image of them, since it is not only philosophy but every other true field of inquiry that aims at knowledge of such contents, The reduction of science to mathematics means the final surrender of truth. When mathematical categories are used to determine something bearing upon the method or content of philosophic science, such a procedure proves its preposterous nature chiefly herein, that, in so far as mathematical formulae mean thoughts and conceptual distinctions, such meaning must first report, determine, and justify itself in philosophy. In its concrete sciences, philosophy must take the logical element from logic and not from mathematics. It must be a mere refuge of philosophic impotence when it flies to the formations which logic takes in other sciences, of which many are only dim presentiments and others stunted forms of it, in order to get logic for philosophy. The mere employment of such borrowed forms is in any case an external and superficial procedure. A knowledge of their worth and of their meaning should precede their use, but such knowledge results only from conceptual contemplation, and not from the authority which mathematics gives them. The doctrine of essence seeks to liberate knowledge from the worship of observable facts and from the scientific common sense that imposes this worship. Mathematical formalism abandons and prevents any critical understanding and use of facts. Hegel recognized an intrinsic connection between mathematical logic and a wholesale acquiescence in facts, and to this extent anticipated more than 100 years of the development of positivism. The real field of knowledge is not the given fact about things as they are, but the critical evaluation of them as a prelude to passing beyond their given form. Knowledge deals with appearances in order to get beyond them. Everything, it is said, has an essence, that is, things really are not what they immediately show themselves. There is therefore something more to be done than merely rove from one quality to another and merely to advance from qualitative to quantitative, and vice versa. There is a permanent in things, and that permanent is in the first instance their essence. The knowledge that appearance and essence do not jibe is the beginning of truth. The mark of dialectical thinking is the ability to distinguish the essential from the apparent process of reality and to grasp their relation. The laws of reflection that Hegel elaborates are the fundamental laws of the dialectic. We pass now to a brief summary of these. Essence denotes the unity of being, its identity throughout change. Precisely what is this unity or identity? It is not a permanent and fixed substratum, but a process wherein everything copes with its inherent contradictions and unfolds itself as a result. Conceived in this way, identity contains its opposite, difference, and involves a self-differentiation and an ensuing unification. Every existence precipitates itself into negativity and remains what it is only by negating this negativity. It splits up into a diversity of states and relations to other things, which are originally foreign to it, but which become part of its proper self when they are brought under the working influence of its essence. Identity is thus the same as the negative totality, which was shown to be the structure of reality. It is the same as essence. Thus conceived, the essence describes the actual process of reality. The contemplation of everything that is shows, in itself, that in its self-identity it is self-contradictory and self-different, and in its variety or contradiction, self-identical. It is in itself this movement of transition of one of these determinations into the other, just because each in itself is its own opposite. Hegel's position involves complete reversal of the traditional laws of thought and of the kind of thinking derived from them. We cannot express this identity of things in a proposition that distinguishes a permanent substratum and its attributes from its opposite or contrary. The variety and the opposites are for Hegel part of the thing's essential identity, and, to grasp the identity, thought has to reconstruct the process by which the thing becomes its own opposite and then negates and incorporates its opposite into its own being. Hegel returns time and again to accent the importance of this conception. By virtue of the inherent negativity in them, all things become self-contradictory, opposed to themselves, and their being consists in that force which can both comprehend and endure contradiction. All things are contradictory in themselves. This proposition, which so sharply differs from the traditional laws of identity and contradiction, expresses for Hegel the truth and essence of things. Contradiction is the root of all movement and life. All reality is self-contradictory. Motion especially, external movement as well as self-movement, is nothing but existing contradiction. Hegel's analysis of the determinations of reflection marks the point at which dialectical thinking can be seen to shatter the framework of the idealist philosophy that uses it. So far, we note that the dialectic has yielded the conclusion that reality is contradictory in character and a negative totality. As far as we have penetrated into the Hegelian logic, dialectic has appeared as a universal ontological law, which asserts that every existence runs its course by turning into the opposite of itself and producing the identity of its being by working through the opposition. But a closer study of the law reveals historical implications that bring forth its fundamentally critical motivations. If the essence of things is the result of such process, the essence itself is the product of a concrete development, something which has become. And the impact of this historical interpretation shakes the foundations of idealism. It may very well be that the developed antagonisms of modern society impelled philosophy to proclaim contradiction to be the definite fundamental basis of all activity and self-movement. Such an interpretation is fully supported by the treatment accorded decisive social relationships in Hegel's earlier system, for example, in the analysis of the labor process, the description of the conflict between the particular and the common interest, the tension between state and society. There, the recognition of the contradictory nature of social reality was prior to the elaboration of the general theory of the dialectic. But in any case, when we do apply the determinations of reflection to historical realities, we are driven almost of necessity to the critical theory that historical materialism developed. 4. What does the unity of identity and contradiction mean in the context of social forms and forces? In its ontological terms, it means that the state of negativity is not a distortion of a thing's true essence, but its very essence itself. In socio-historic terms, it means that as a rule crisis and collapse are not accidents and external disturbances, but manifest the very nature of things and hence provide the basis on which the essence of the existing social system can be understood. It means, moreover, that the inherent potentialities of men and things cannot unfold in society except through the death of the social order in which they are first gleaned. When something turns into its opposite, Hegel says, when it contradicts itself, it expresses its essence. When, as Marx says, the current idea and practice of justice and equality lead to injustice and inequality, when the free exchange of equivalents produces exploitation on the one hand and accumulation of wealth on the other, such contradictions, too, are of the essence of current social relations. The contradiction is the actual motor of the process. The doctrine of essence thus establishes the general laws of thought as laws of destruction, destruction for the sake of the truth. Thought is herewith installed as the tribunal that contradicts the apparent forms of reality in the name of their true content. The essence, the truth of being, is held by thought, which, in turn, is contradiction. According to Hegel, however, the contradiction is not the end. The essence, which is the locus of the contradiction, must perish and the contradiction resolve itself. It is resolved in so far as the essence becomes the ground of existence. The essence, in becoming the ground of things, passes into existence. The ground of a thing, for Hegel, is nothing other than the totality of its essence, materialized in the concrete conditions and circumstances of existence. The essence is thus as much historical as ontological. The essential potentialities of things realize themselves in the same comprehensive process that establishes their existence. The essence can achieve its existence when the potentialities of things have ripened in and through the conditions of reality. Hegel describes this process as the transition to actuality. Whereas the preceding analysis was guided by the fact that the proper potentialities of things cannot be realized within the prevailing forms of existence, the analysis of actuality discloses that form of reality in which these potentialities have come into existence. Essential determinations do not here remain outside of things, in the shape of something that ought to be but is not, but are now materialized in their entirety. Despite this general advance embodied in the concept of actuality, Hegel describes actuality as a process totally permeated by conflict between possibility and reality. The conflict, however, is no longer an opposition between existent and as yet non-existent forces, but between two antagonistic forms of reality that coexist. A close study of actuality reveals that it is first contingency, Zufälligkeit. That which is not what it is of necessity, it might exist in some other form as well. Hegel does not refer to some empty logical possibility. The multitude of possible forms is not arbitrary. There is a definite relation between the given and the possible. Possible is only that which can be derived from the very content of the real. We are here reminded of the analysis previously made in connection with the concept of reality. The real shows itself to be antagonistic, split into its being and its ought. The real contains the negation of what it immediately is as its very nature and thus contains possibility. The form in which the real immediately exists is but a stage of the process in which it unfolds its content, or the given reality is equivalent to possibility. The concept of reality has thus turned into the concept of possibility. The real is not yet actual, but is at first only the possibility of an actual. Mere possibility belongs to the very character of reality, it is not imposed by an arbitrary speculative act. The possible and the real are in a dialectical relation that requires a special condition in order to be operative, and that condition must be one in fact. For instance, if the existing relations within a given social system are unjust and inhuman, they are not offset by other realizable possibilities unless these other possibilities are also manifested as having their roots within that system. They must be present there, for example, in the form of an obvious wealth of productive forces, a development of the material wants and desires of men, their advanced culture, their social and political maturity, and so on. In such a case, the possibilities are not only real ones, but represent the true content of the social system as against its immediate form of existence. They are thus an even more real reality than the given. We may say in such a case that the possibility is reality, and that the concept of the possible has turned back into the concept of the real. How can possibility be reality? The possible must be real in the strict sense that it must exist. As a matter of fact, the mode of its existence has already been shown. It exists as the given reality itself taken as something that has to be negated and transformed. In other words, the possible is the given reality conceived as the condition of another reality. The totality of the given forms of existence are valid only as conditions for other forms of existence. This is Hegel's concept of real possibility, set forth as a concrete historical tendency and force, so as definitely to preclude its use as an idealistic refuge from reality. Hegel's famous proposition that the fact is before it exists can now be given its strict meaning. Before it exists, the fact is in the form of a condition within the constellation of existing data. The existing state of affairs is a mere condition for another constellation of facts, which bring to fruition the inherent potentialities of the given. When all the conditions of a fact are present, it enters into existence. And at such a time, also, the given reality is a real possibility for transformation into another reality. The real possibility of a case is the existing multiplicity of circumstances which are related to it. Let us revert to our case of a social system as yet unrealized. Such a new system is really possible if the conditions for it are present in the old, that is, if the prior social form actually possesses a content that tends towards the new system as to its realization. The circumstances that exist in the old form are thus conceived not as true and independent in themselves, but as mere conditions for another state of affairs that implies the negation of the former. Thus real possibility constitutes the totality of conditions, an actuality, which is the being in self of some other. The concept of real possibility thus develops its criticism of the positivist position out of the nature of facts themselves. Facts are facts only if related to that which is not yet fact and yet manifests itself in the given facts as a real possibility. Or, facts are what they are only as moments in a process that leads beyond them to that which is not yet fulfilled in fact. The process of leading beyond is an objective tendency immanent in the facts as given. It is an activity not in thought but in reality, the proper activity of self-realization. For, the given reality holds the real possibilities as its content, contains a duality in itself, and is in itself reality and possibility. In its totality as well as in its every single aspect and relation, its content is enveloped in an inadequacy such that only its destruction can convert its possibilities into actualities. The manifold forms of existence are in themselves self-transcendence and destruction, and thus are determined in themselves to be a mere possibility. The process of destroying existing forms and replacing them by new ones liberates their content and permits them to win their actual state. The process in which a given order of reality perishes and issues into another is, therefore, nothing but the self-becoming of the old reality. It is the return of reality to itself, that is, to its true form. The content of a given reality bears the seed of its transformation into a new form, and its transformation is a process of necessity, in the sense that it is the sole way in which a contingent real becomes actual. The dialectical interpretation of actuality does away with the traditional opposition between contingency, possibility, and necessity, and integrates them all as moments of one comprehensive process. Necessity presupposes a reality that is contingent, that is, one which in its prevailing form holds possibilities that are not realized. Necessity is the process in which that contingent reality attains its adequate form. Hegel calls this the process of actuality. Without a grasp of the distinction between reality and actuality, Hegel's philosophy is meaningless in its decisive principles. We have mentioned that Hegel did not declare that reality is rational, or reasonable, but reserved this attribute for a definite form of reality, namely, actuality. And the reality that is actual is the one wherein the discrepancy between the possible and the real has been overcome. Its fruition occurs through a process of change, with the given reality advancing in accordance with the possibilities manifest in it. Since the new is therefore the freed truth of the old, actuality is the simple positive unity of those elements that had existed in disunity within the old. It is the unity of the possible and the real, which in the process of transformation returns only to itself. Any purported difference between various forms of the actual is but an apparent one, because actuality develops itself in all the forms. A reality is actual if it is preserved and perpetuated through the absolute negation of all contingencies, in other words, if all its various forms and stages are but the lucid manifestation of its true content. In such a reality, the opposition between contingency and necessity has been overcome. Its process is of necessity, because it follows the inherent law of its own nature and remains in all conditions the same. At the same time, this necessity is freedom because the process is not determined from outside, by external forces, but, in a strict sense, is a self-development. All conditions are grasped and posited by the developing real itself. Actuality thus is the title for the final unity of being that is no longer subject to change, because it exercises autonomous power over all change, not simple identity but self-identity. Such a self-identity can be attained only through the medium of self-consciousness and cognition. For only a being that has the faculty of knowing its own possibilities and those of its world can transform every given state of existence into a condition for its free self-realization. True reality presupposes freedom, and freedom presupposes knowledge of the truth. The true reality, therefore, must be understood as the realization of a knowing subject. Hegel's analysis of actuality thus leads to the idea of the subject as the truly actual in all reality. We have reached the point where the objective logic turns into the subjective logic, or, where subjectivity emerges as the true form of objectivity. We may sum up Hegel's analysis in the following schema. The true form of reality requires freedom. Freedom requires self-consciousness and knowledge of the truth. Self-consciousness and knowledge of the truth are the essentials of the subject. The true form of reality must be conceived as subject. We must note that the logical category subject does not designate any particular form of subjectivity, such as man, but a general structure that might best be characterized by the concept mind. Subject denotes a universal that individualizes itself, and if we wish to think of a concrete example, we might point to the spirit of a historical epoch. If we have comprehended such an epoch, if we have grasped its notion, we shall see a universal principle that develops, through the self-conscious action of individuals, in all prevailing institutions, facts, and relations. The concept of the subject, however, is not the last step of Hegel's analysis. He now proceeds to demonstrate that the subject is notion. He has shown that the subject's freedom consists of its faculty to comprehend what is. In other words, freedom derives its content from the knowledge of the truth. But the form in which the truth is held is the notion. Freedom is, in the last analysis, not an attribute of the thinking subject as such, but of the truth that this subject holds and wields. Freedom is thus an attribute of the notion, and the true form of reality in which the essence of being is realized is the notion. The notion exists, however, only in the thinking subject. The notion, in so far as it has advanced into such an existence as is free in itself, is just the ego, or pure self-consciousness. Hegel's strange identification of the notion and the ego or subject can be understood only if we bear in mind that he considers the notion to be the activity of comprehending, begriffen, rather than its abstract logical form or result, Begriff. We are reminded of Kant's transcendental logic in which the highest concepts of thought are treated as creative acts of the ego that are ever renewed in the process of knowledge. Instead of dwelling on Hegel's elaboration of this point, we shall attempt to develop some of the implications of his concept of the notion. According to Hegel, the notion is the subject's activity and, as such, the true form of reality. On the other hand, the subject is characterized by freedom, so that Hegel's doctrine of the notion really develops the categories of freedom. These comprehend the world as it appears when thought has liberated itself from the power of a reified reality, when the subject has emerged as the substance of being. Such liberated thought has eventually overcome the traditional separation of the logical forms from their content. Hegel's idea of the notion reverses the ordinary relation between thought and reality, and becomes the cornerstone of philosophy as a critical theory. According to common sense thinking, knowledge becomes the more unreal the more it abstracts from reality. For Hegel, the opposite is true. The abstraction from reality, which the formation of the notion requires, makes the notion not poorer but richer than reality, because it leads from the facts to their essential content. The truth cannot be gleaned from the facts as long as the subject does not yet live in them but rather stands against them. The world of facts is not rational but has to be brought to reason, that is, to a form in which the reality actually corresponds to the truth. As long as this has not been accomplished, the truth rests with the abstract notion and not with the concrete reality. The task of abstraction consists in the transcendence and reduction of reality to the essential, which manifests itself in the notion only. With the formation of the notion, abstraction does not desert, but leads into actuality. What nature and history actually are will not be found in the prevailing facts. The world is not that harmonious. Philosophical knowledge is thus set against reality, and this opposition is expressed in the abstract character of the philosophical notions. Philosophy is not meant to be a narrative of what happens, but a cognition of what is true in happenings, and out of the body of truth it has to comprehend that which in the narrative appears as mere happening. Philosophical cognition is superior to experience and science, however, only in so far as its notions contain that relation to truth which Hegel grants only to dialectical notions. Mere transpassing of the facts does not distinguish dialectical knowledge from positivistic science. The latter, too, goes beyond the facts, it obtains laws, makes predictions, and so forth. With all the apparatus of its procedure, however, positivistic science stays within the given realities, the future it predicts, even the changes of form to which it leads never depart from the given. The form and content of scientific concepts remain bound up with the prevailing order of things, they are static in character even when they express motion and change. Positivist science also works with abstract concepts. But they originate by abstraction from the particular and changing forms of things and fix their common and enduring characters. The process of abstraction that results in the dialectical notion is quite different. Here, abstraction is the reduction of the diverse forms and relations of reality to the actual process in which they are constituted. The changing and the particular are here as important as the common and enduring. The universality of the dialectical notion is not the fixed and stable sum total of abstract characters, but a concrete totality that itself evolves the particular differences of all the facts that belong to this totality. The notion not only contains all the facts of which reality is composed, but also the processes in which these facts develop and dissolve themselves. The notion thus establishes the principle of its distinctions. The diverse facts that the notion comprehends are to be shown as inner distinctions of the notion itself. The dialectical method derives all concrete determinations from one comprehensive principle, which is the principle of the actual development of the subject matter itself. The various states, qualities, and conditions of the subject matter must appear as its own positive unfolded content. Nothing can be added from outside any given fact, for instance. Dialectical development is not the external activity of subjective thought, but the objective history of the real itself. Hegel is consequently able to say that in dialectical philosophy it is not we who frame the notions, but that their formation is rather an objective development that we only reproduce. There is no more adequate example of the formation of the dialectical notion than Marx's concept of capitalism. Just as Hegel, in accordance with the doctrine that the notion is an antagonistic totality, declares it impossible and absurd to frame the truth in such forms as positive judgment or judgment in general, Marx, too, repudiates any definitions that fix the truth in a final body of propositions. The concept of capitalism is no less than the totality of the capitalist process, comprehended in the principle by which it progresses. The notion of capitalism starts with the separation of the actual producers from the means of production, resulting in the establishment of free labor and the appropriation of surplus value, which, with the development of technology, brings about the accumulation and centralization of capital, the progressive decline of the rate of profit, and the breakdown of the entire system. The notion of capitalism is no less than the 3 volumes of Capital, just as Hegel's notion of the notion comprises all 3 books of his Science of Logic. Moreover, the notion constitutes a negative totality, which evolves only by virtue of its contradictory forces. The negative aspects of reality are thus not disturbances or weak spots within a harmonious whole, but the very conditions that expose the structure and tendencies of reality. The extraordinary importance of this method becomes quite clear when we consider the way Marx conceived the crisis as a material moment of the capitalist system, so that this negative moment is the fulfillment of the principle of that system. Crises are necessary stages in the self-differentiation of capitalism, and the system reveals its true content through the negative act of breakdown. The notion presents an objective totality in which every particular moment appears as the self-differentiation of the universal, the principle that governs the totality, and is therefore itself universal. That is to say, every particular moment contains, as its very content, the whole, and must be interpreted as the whole. For explanation, let us again refer to the field in which dialectical logic has come to fruition, the theory of society. Dialectical logic holds that every particular content is formed by the universal principle that determines the movement of the whole. A single human relation, for example, that between a father and his child, is constituted by the fundamental relations that govern the social system. The father's authority is buttressed by the fact that he is the provider of the family. The egoistic instincts of competitive society enter his love. The image of his father accompanies the adult and guides his submission to the powers that rule over his social existence. The privacy of the family relation thus opens and leads into the prevailing social relations, so that the private relation itself unfolds its own social content. This development proceeds according to the principle of the determinate negation. That is to say, the family relation produces its contradiction that destroys its original content, and this contradiction, though dissolving the family, fulfills its actual function. The particular is the universal, so that the specific content directly turns into the universal content through the process of its concrete existence. Here again, Dialectical logic reproduces the structure of a historical form of reality in which the social process dissolves every delimited and stable sphere of life into the economic dynamic. Owing to its intrinsic relation to every other particular moment of the whole, the content and function of every given aspect changes with every change of the whole. To isolate and fix the particular moments is therefore impossible. The unbridgeable gulf asserted to exist between mathematics and dialectical theory rests on this point. This is why every attempt to frame the truth in mathematical forms inevitably destroys it. 4. Mathematical objects have the peculiar distinction, that they are external to one another and have a fixed determination. Now if notions are taken in this manner, so that they correspond to such symbols, then they cease to be notions. Their determinations are not such dead matters as numbers and lines, they are living movements. The different determinateness of one side is also immediately internal to the other, and what would be a complete contradiction with numbers and lines is essential to the nature of the notion. The notion, the only adequate form of the truth, can essentially be apprehended only by mind. It is in vain that an attempt is made to fix it by means of spatial figures and algebraic symbols for the purpose of the external eye and of a notionless mechanical treatment or calculus. The entire doctrine of the notion is perfectly realistic if it is understood and executed as a historical theory. But, as we have already hinted, Hegel tends to dissolve the element of historical practice and replace it with the independent reality of thought. The multitude of particular notions eventually converge in the notion, which becomes the one content of the entire logic. This tendency might still be reconciled with a historical interpretation if we regard the notion as representing the final penetration of the world by reason. Realization of the notion would then mean the universal mastery, exercised by men having a rational social organization, over nature, a world that might indeed be imagined as the realization of the notion of all things. Such a historical conception is kept alive in Hegel's philosophy, but it is constantly overwhelmed by the ontological conceptions of absolute idealism. It is ultimately the latter in which the science of logic terminates. We cannot follow the doctrine of the notion beyond the point we have reached. Instead of a brief and necessarily inadequate outline of the subjective logic, we have chosen to attempt a rough interpretation of its closing paragraphs. They furnish the famous transition from the logic to the philosophy of nature and mind, and thus close the entire range of the system. The notion designates the general form of all being, and, at the same time, the true being which adequately represents this form, namely, the free subject. The subject exists, again, in a movement from lower to higher modes of self-realization. Hegel calls the highest form of this self-realization the idea. Ever since Plato, the idea has meant the image of the true potentialities of things as against the apparent reality. It was originally a critical concept, like the concept of essence, denouncing the security of common sense in a world too readily content with the form in which things immediately appeared. The proposition that the true being is the idea and not the reality thus contains an intended paradox. For Hegel, who knew of no realm of truth beyond the world, the idea is actual and man's task is to live in its actuality. The idea exists as cognition and life. The terms will offer no more difficulties. Since Hegel's earliest writings, life has stood for the actual form of true being. It represents the mode of existence that a subject, through the conscious negation of all otherness, has made its own free work. Furthermore, life can be such a free work only by virtue of cognition, since the subject requires the power of conceptual thinking to dispose over the potentialities of things. The element of practice is still retained in the concluding sections of the logic. The adequate form of the idea is termed the unity of cognition and action, or the identity of the theoretical and the practical idea. Hegel expressly declares that the practical idea, the realization of the good that alters the external reality, is higher than the idea of cognition, for it has not only the dignity of the universal but also of the simply actual. The manner in which Hegel demonstrates this unity shows, however, that he has made a final transformation of history into ontology. The true being is conceived as a perfectly free being. Perfect freedom, according to Hegel, requires that the subject comprehend all objects, so that their independent objectivity is overcome. The objective world then becomes the medium for the self-realization of the subject, which knows all reality as its own and has no object but itself. As long as cognition and action still have an external object that is not yet mastered and is therefore foreign and hostile to the subject is not free. Action is always directed against a hostile world and, since it implies the existence of such a hostile world, action essentially restricts the freedom of the subject. Only thought, pure thought, fulfills the requirements of perfect freedom, for thought thinking itself is entirely for itself in its otherness, it has no object but itself. We recall Hegel's statement that every philosophy is an idealism. We can now understand the critical side of idealism, which justifies this statement. There is, however, another aspect of idealism that ties it up with the reality its critical tendencies strive to overcome. From their origin, the basic concepts of idealism reflect a social separation of the intellectual sphere from the sphere of material production. Their content and their validity had to do with the power and the faculties of a leisure class, which became the guardian of the idea by virtue of the fact that it was not compelled to work for the material reproduction of society. 4. Its exceptional status freed this class from the inhumane relations that the material reproduction created, and made it capable of transcending them. The truth of philosophy thus became a function of its remoteness from material practice. We have seen that Hegel protested this trend in philosophy, considering it the complete abdication of reason. He spoke for the actual power of reason and for the concrete materialization of freedom. But he was frightened by the social forces that had undertaken this task. The French Revolution had again shown that modern society was a system of irreconcilable antagonisms. Hegel recognized that the relations of civil society could, owing to the particular mode of labor on which they were based, never provide for perfect freedom and perfect reason. In this society, man remained subject to the laws of an unmastered economy, and had to be tamed by a strong state, capable of coping with the social contradictions. The final truth had therefore to be sought in another sphere of reality. Hegel's political philosophy was governed throughout by this conviction. The logic also bears the mark of resignation. If reason and freedom are the criteria of true being, and the reality in which they are materialized is marred by irrationality and bondage, they must again come to rest in the idea. Cognition thus becomes more than action, and knowledge, the knowledge of philosophy, draws closer to the truth than does the social and political practice. Although Hegel says that the stage of historical development attained at his time reveals that the idea has become real, it exists as the comprehended world, present in thought, as the system of science. This knowledge is no longer individual, but has the dignity of the universal. Mankind has become conscious of the world as reason, of the true forms of all that it is capable of realizing. Purified as it is of the dross of existence, this system of science is the flawless truth, the absolute idea. The absolute idea is not added to the results of the preceding analysis as a separate supreme entity. It is in its content, the totality of the concepts that the logic has unfolded, and in its form the method that develops this totality. To speak of the absolute idea may suggest the conception that we are at length reaching the right thing and the sum of the whole matter. It is certainly possible to indulge in a vast amount of senseless declamation about the absolute idea. But its true content is only the whole system of which we have been hitherto studying the development. Consequently, Hegel's chapter on the absolute idea gives us a final comprehensive demonstration of dialectical method. Here, again, it is presented as the objective process of being, which preserves itself only through the different modes of the negation of the negation. It is this dynamic that eventually moves the absolute idea and makes the transition from the logic to the philosophy of nature and of mind. The absolute idea is the true notion of reality and, as such, the highest form of cognition. It is, as it were, dialectical thought, unfolded in its totality. However, it is dialectical thought and thus contains its negation. It is not a harmonious and stable form but a process of unification of opposites. It is not complete except in its otherness. The absolute idea is the subject in its final form, thought. Its otherness and negation is the object, being. The absolute idea now has to be interpreted as objective being. Hegel's logic thus ends where it began, with the category of being. This, however, is a different being that can no longer be explained through the concepts applied in the analysis that opened the logic. For being now is understood in its notion, that is, as a concrete totality wherein all particular forms subsist as the essential distinctions and relations of one comprehensive principle. Thus comprehended, being is nature, and dialectical thought passes on to the philosophy of nature. This exposition covers but one aspect of the transition. The advance beyond the logic is not only the methodological transition from one science, logic, to another, philosophy of nature, but also the objective transition from one form of being, the idea, to another, nature. Hegel says that the idea freely releases itself into nature, or, freely determines itself as nature. It is this statement, putting the transition forward as an actual process in reality, that offers great difficulties in the understanding of Hegel's system. We have stressed that dialectical logic links the form of thought with its content. The notion as a logical form is at the same time the notion as existing reality, it is a thinking subject. The absolute idea, the adequate form of this existence, must therefore contain in itself that dynamic which drives it into its opposite, and, through the negation of this opposite, to its return upon itself. But how can this free transformation of the absolute idea into objective being, nature, and from there into mind be demonstrated as an actual happening? At this point, Hegel's logic resumes the metaphysical tradition of Western philosophy, a tradition that it had abandoned in so many of its aspects. Since Aristotle, the quest for being, as such, had been coupled with the quest for the veritable being, for that determinate being that most adequately expresses the characters of being as such. This veritable being was called God. The Aristotelian ontology culminated in theology, but a theology that had nothing to do with religion, since it treated the being of God in exactly the same way that it treated the being of material things. The Aristotelian God is neither the creator nor judge of the world, his function is purely an ontological, one might even say, mechanical one, he represents a definite type of movement. In line with this tradition, Hegel too links his logic with theology. He says that the logic shows forth God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and of a finite mind. God in this formula means the totality of the pure forms of all being, or, the true essence of being that the logic unfolds. This essence is realized in the free subject whose perfect freedom is thought. Up to this point Hegel's logic follows the pattern of the Aristotelian metaphysic. But now, the Christian tradition, in which Hegel's philosophy was deeply rooted, asserts its right and prevents the maintenance of a purely ontological concept of God. The absolute idea has to be conceived as the actual creator of the world, it has to prove its freedom by freely releasing itself into its otherness, that is, nature. Hegel's view does, however, hold to the rationalistic tendencies of his philosophy. The true being does not reside beyond this world, but exists only in the dialectical process that perpetuates it. No final goal exists outside this process that might mark a salvation of the world. As the logic depicts it, the world is totality in itself, and contains the pure idea of truth itself. The process of reality is a circle, showing the same absolute form in all its moments, namely, the return of being to itself through the negation of its otherness. Hegel's system thus even cancels the idea of creation, all negativity is overcome by the inherent dynamic of reality. Nature achieves its truth when it enters the domain of history. The subject's development frees being from its blind necessity, and nature becomes a part of human history and thus a part of mind. History, in its turn, is the long road of mankind to conceptual and practical domination of nature and society, which comes to pass when man has been brought to reason and to a possession of the world as reason. The index that such a state has been achieved is, Hegel says, the fact that the true system of science has been elaborated, meaning his own philosophical system. It embraces the whole world as a comprehended totality in which all things and relations appear in their actual form and content, that is, in their notion. The identity of subject and object, thought and reality, is there attained. 6. The political philosophy. The first volume of the Science of Logic had appeared in, the last in. During the 4-year interim had come the Prussian War of Liberation, the Holy Alliance against Napoleon, the battles of Leipzig and Waterloo, and the victorious entry of the Allies into Paris. In, Hegel, then principal of a high school in Nuremberg, was appointed to a professorship of philosophy at the University of Heidelberg. The next year, he published the first edition of the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences and was chosen Fichte's successor at the University of Berlin. This final goal of his academic career coincides with the end of his philosophical development. He became the so-called official philosopher of the Prussian state and the philosophical dictator of Germany. We shall not enter further on an account of Hegel's biography, since we are not here dealing with his personal character and motives. The social and political function of his philosophy, and the affinity between his philosophy and the Restoration must be accounted for in terms of the particular situation that modern society found itself in at the end of the Napoleonic era. Hegel saw Napoleon as the historical hero fulfilling the destiny of the French Revolution. He was, thought Hegel, the one man able to transform the achievements of into a state order and to connect individual freedom with the universal reason of a stable social system. It was not an abstract greatness he admired in Napoleon, but the quality of expressing the historical need of the time. Napoleon was the soul of the world, in whom the universal task of the time was embodied. That task was to consolidate and preserve the new form of society that stood for the principle of reason. We know that the principle of reason in society meant for Hegel a social order built on the rational autonomy of the individual. Individual freedom, however, had assumed the form of brute individualism. The freedom of each individual was pitted in life and death competitive struggle against that of every other. The terror of exemplified this individualism and was its necessary outcome. The conflict among feudal estates had once attested that feudalism was no longer capable of uniting the individual and the general interest. The pervasive competitive freedom of individuals now witnessed that middle-class society also was not. Hegel saw in the sovereignty of the state the one principle that would bring unity. Napoleon had to a large extent crushed the vestiges of feudalism in Germany. The civil code was introduced in many parts of the former German Reich. Civil equality, religious liberty, the abolition of the tithe and of feudal rights, the sale of ecclesiastic holdings, the suppression of the guilds, the multiplication of the bureaucracy, and a wise and liberal administration, a constitution that brought with it the voting of taxes and of laws by the notables, all these were to weave a network of interest closely bound with the maintenance of French domination. The absurdly impotent Reich had been replaced by a number of sovereign states, especially in southern Germany. These states, to be sure, were only caricature forms of a modern sovereign state as we know it, but they nevertheless were a marked advance over the former territorial subdivisions of the Reich, which had vainly sought to accommodate the development of capitalism to the old order of society. The new states were at least larger economic units. They had a centralized bureaucracy, a simpler system for administering justice, and a more rational method of taxation under some kind of public control. These innovations seemed to be in line with Hegel's demand for a more rational ordering of political forms to permit the development of the new intellectual and material forces unleashed by the French Revolution, and it is no wonder, therefore, that he at first viewed the struggle against Napoleon as a reactionary opposition. His reference to the War of Liberation is, therefore, contemptuous and ironical. He went so far, in fact, that he could not acknowledge the defeat of Napoleon as final even after the Allies had triumphantly entered Paris. Typical of Hegel's attitude to the political events of these years are the utterances in his lectures, in which he defiantly emphasizes the purely intellectual values as against the actual political interests. We may hope that, in addition to the state, which has swallowed up all other interests in its own, the Church may now resume her high position, that in addition to the kingdom of the world to which all thoughts and efforts have hitherto been directed, the kingdom of God may also be considered. In other words, along with the business of politics and the other interests of everyday life, we may trust that science, the free rational world of mind, may again flourish. Truly, this was a strange attitude. The political philosopher who but 1 year later became the official ideological spokesman for the Prussian state and then declared the state's right to be the right of reason itself, now denounces political activity and interprets national liberation to mean freedom for philosophical scholarship. Truth and reason he now sets far beyond the social and political whirl, in the realm of pure science. We shall note that Hegel's new position stayed with him. As for his shift from a rather anti-nationalist to a nationalist position, we may recall a similar inconsistency in the early days of modern philosophical writing. Hobbes, who may be called the most characteristic philosopher of the rising bourgeoisie, found his political philosophy compatible first with the monarchy of Charles I, then with Cromwell's revolutionary state, and finally with the Stuart reaction. It was irrelevant to Hobbes whether the sovereign state assumed the form of a democracy, oligarchy, or limited monarchy, as long as it asserted sovereignty in its relations with other states and maintained its own authority in relation to its citizens. So, too, for Hegel, differences in political form between nations did not matter so long as the underlying identity of social and economic relations was uniformly maintained as that of middle-class society. Modern constitutional monarchy seemed to him to serve quite well in preserving this economic structure. Upon the downfall of the Napoleonic system in Germany, he consequently was quite willing to hail the ensuing sovereign monarchy as the genuine heir of the Napoleonic system. To Hegel, state sovereignty was a necessary instrument for preserving middle-class society. For, the sovereign state would remove the destructive competitive element from the individuals and make competition a positive interest of the universal, it would be capable of dominating the conflicting interests of its members. The point that is here implied is that where the social system requires the individual's existence to depend on competition with others, the only guarantee of at least a limited realization of the common interest would be the restriction of his freedom within the universal order of the state. Sovereignty of the state thus presupposes international competition among antagonistic political units, the power of each of which resides essentially in its undisputed authority over its members. In his published report of On the Debates of the Estates of Württemberg, Hegel's views are entirely dictated by this attitude. Württemberg had become a sovereign kingdom by act of Napoleon. A new constitution was necessary to replace the obsolescent semi-feudal system, and newly acquired territories had to be combined with the original state so as to form a centralized social and political whole. The king had drafted such a constitution and had submitted it to the assembled estates in. The latter refused to accept it. Hegel, in his strong defense of the royal draft against the estates' opposition, interpreted the conflict between the two parties as a struggle between the old and new social principle, between feudal privilege and modern sovereignty. His report shows throughout the guiding thread of the principle of sovereignty. Napoleon, he says, established the external sovereignty of the state. The historical task now is to establish its internal sovereignty, an undisputed authority of the government over its citizens. And this engenders a new conception of the relation of the state to its members. The idea of the social contract must be displaced by the idea of the state as an objective whole. The Genenser system had repudiated any application of the social contract to the state. Now, the main theme that shapes Hegel's philosophy is that the state is separate from society. Out of the irreconcilable conflict of particular interests, which are the basis of modern society's relations, the inherent mechanisms of this society can produce no common interest. The universal must be imposed upon the particulars, as it were, against their will, and the resulting relation between the individuals on the one hand and the state on the other cannot be the same as that between individuals. The contract might apply to the latter, but it cannot hold for the former. For, a contract implies that the contracting parties are equally independent of each other. Their agreement is but a contingent relation that originates from their subjective wants. The state, on the other hand, is an objective, necessary relation, essentially independent of subjective wants. According to Hegel, civil society must finally generate an authoritarian system, a change that springs from the economic foundations of that society itself, and serves to perpetuate its framework. The change in form is supposed to save the threatened content. Hegel, we may recall, outlined an authoritarian system when he spoke of a government of discipline at the conclusion of the Genenser system of morality. That government form did not amount to a new order, but simply imposed a method on the prevailing system of individualism. Here, again, in elevating the state above society, Hegel follows the same pattern. He gives the state the supreme position because he sees the inevitable effects of the antagonisms within modern society. The competing individual interests are incapable of generating a system that would guarantee the continuance of the whole, hence an uncontrovertible authority must be imposed on them. The government's relation to the people is removed from the sphere of contract and made an original substantial unity. The individual bears primarily the relation of duty to the state and his right is subordinate to this. The sovereign state takes shape as a disciplinary state. Its sovereignty, however, must differ from that of the absolutistic state. The people must become a material part of the state power. Since modern economy is founded on the individual's emancipated activity, his social maturity must be asserted and encouraged. It is notable in this connection that Hegel gave special criticism to one point in the royal constitution, that dealing with the restriction of suffrage. The king had provided, first, that officials of the state as well as members of the army, clergy, and medical profession were not to be elected and, secondly, that a net income of at least florins from realties should be a prerequisite to suffrage. Hegel declared, on the first, that the consequent exclusion of state officials from the popular chamber was extremely dangerous. For it was precisely those who were statesmen by profession and training who would be the ablest defenders of the common as against the particular interests. Every private business in this society, he declared, by its very nature sets the individual against the community. Realty owners as well as tradesmen and others who find themselves in possession of property or of a craft are interested in preserving the bourgeois order, but their direct aim therein is to preserve their private property. They are prepared and determined to do as little as possible for the universal. He adds that this attitude is not a matter of ethics or of the personal character of some individuals, but is rooted in the nature of the case, in the nature of this social class. It can be counteracted by a stable bureaucracy as far removed as possible from the sphere of economic competition and thus capable of serving the state without any interference from private business. This essential function of bureaucracy in the state is a material element of Hegel's political thought. Historical developments have borne out his conclusions, though in a form quite different from his expectations. Hegel also repudiates the second restriction of the franchise, that by property qualifications. For property is the very factor that makes the individual oppose the universal and follow the ties of his private interest instead. In Hegel's terminology, property is an abstract qualification that has nothing to do with human attributes. The political influence of the mere quantity of holdings, he declares, is a negative heritage of the French Revolution. As a criterion of privileges it must eventually be overcome, or, at least, must no longer constitute the sole condition for one of the most important political functions. The abolition of property qualifications as prerequisites for political rights would strengthen rather than weaken the state. 4. The strong bureaucracy that would be made possible would set the state on much firmer ground than the interests of relatively small proprietors can provide. Describing the struggle between the king and the estates in Württemberg, Hegel depicts it as that between rational state law, vernünftiges Staatsrecht, and the traditional code of positive law. Positive law comes down to an outmoded code of old privileges held to be eternally valid only because valid for hundreds of years. Positive law, he argues, must rightly perish when it loses that basis which is the condition of its existence. The old privileges of the estates have about as much basis in modern society as have sacrificial murder, slavery, feudal despotism, and countless other infamies. These have been done with as rights. Reason has been a historical reality ever since the French Revolution. The recognition of the rights of man has overthrown old privilege and has laid down the everlasting principles of established legislation, government, and administration. At the same time, the rational order that Hegel is here discussing is gradually stripped of its revolutionary implications and adapted to the requirements of the society of his time. It now indicates for him the furthest limits within which the society can be reasonable without being negated in principle. He holds up the revolutionary terror of as brutal warning that the existing order must be protected with all available means. The princes ought to know, as a result of the experiences of the past 25 years, the dangers and horrors connected with the establishment of new constitutions, and with the criterion of a reality that conforms to thought. Hegel generally praised the endeavor to fashion reality in accordance with thought. This was man's highest privilege and the sole way to materialize the truth. But when such an attempt threatened the very society that originally hailed this as man's privilege, Hegel preferred to maintain the prevailing order under all circumstances. We may again cite Hobbes to show how anxiety for the existing order unites even the most disparate philosophies. The state of man can never be without some incommodity or other, but the greatest, that in any form of government can possibly happen to the people in general, is scarce sensible, in respect of the miseries, and horrible calamities, that accompany a civil war. The present ought always to be preferred, maintained, and accounted best, because it is against both the law of nature and the divine positive law, to do anything tending to the subversion thereof. It is not an inconsistency in Hegel's system that individual freedom is thus overshadowed by the authority vested in the universal, and that the rational finally comes forward in the guise of the given social order. The apparent inconsistency reflects the historical truth and mirrors the course of the antagonisms of individualist society, which turn freedom into necessity and reason into authority. Hegel's philosophy of right, to a considerable extent, owes its relevance to the fact that its basic concepts absorb and consciously retain the contradictions of this society and follow them to the bitter end. The work is reactionary in so far as the social order it reflects is so, and progressive in so far as it is progressive. Some of the gravest misunderstandings that obscure the philosophy of right can be removed simply by considering the place of the work in Hegel's system. It does not treat with the whole cultural world, for the realm of right is but a part of the realm of mind, namely, that part which Hegel denotes as objective mind. It does not, in short, expound or deal with the cultural realities of art, religion, and philosophy, which embody the ultimate truth for Hegel. The place that the philosophy of right occupies in the Hegelian system makes it impossible to regard the state, the highest reality within the realm of right, as the highest reality within the whole system. Even Hegel's most emphatic deification of the state cannot cancel his definite subordination of the objective to the absolute mind, of the political to the philosophical truth. The content to come is announced in the preface, often attacked as a document of utmost servility to the Restoration and of uncompromising hostility to all the liberal and progressive tendencies of the time. Hegel's denunciation of J.F. Fries, one of the leaders of the insurgent German youth movement, his defense of the Karlsbader Beschluss, with their wholesale persecutions of every liberal act or utterance, arbitrarily labeled with the then current term of abuse, demagogic, his apologia for strong censorship, for the suppression of academic freedom, and for restricting all trends towards some form of truly representative government have all been quoted in confirmation of the charge. There is, of course, no justification for Hegel's personal attitude at the time. In the light of the historical situation, however, and especially of the later social and political development, his position and the whole preface assume quite another significance. We must briefly examine the nature of the democratic opposition that Hegel criticizes. The movement sprang from the disappointment and disillusionment of the petty bourgeoisie after the War of Dash. The liberation of the German states from French rule was accompanied by an absolutist reaction. The promise of political recognition for popular rights and the dream of an adequate constitution remained unfulfilled. The response was a surge of propaganda for the political unification of the German nation, a propaganda that did contain in large measure a truly liberalist hostility to the newly established despotism. Since, however, the upper classes were capable of holding their own within the absolutist framework, and since no organized working class existed, the democratic movement was, to a large extent, made up of resentment on the part of the powerless petty bourgeoisie. This resentment received striking expression in the program of the academic Burschenschaft and of their precursors, the THIRD-WORLDISM. There was much talk of freedom and of equality, but it was a freedom that would be the vested privilege of the Teutonic race alone, and an equality that meant general poverty and privation. Culture was looked upon as the holding of the rich and of the alien, made to corrupt and soften the people. Hatred of the French went along with hatred of Jews, Catholics, and nobles. The movement cried for a truly German war, so that Germany might unfold the abundant wealth of her nationality. It demanded a savior to achieve German unity, one to whom the people will forgive all sins. It burned books and yelled woe to the Jews. It believed itself above the law and the constitution because there is no law to the just cause. The state was to be built from below, through the sheer enthusiasm of the masses, and the natural unity of the Volk was to supersede the stratified order of state and society. It is not difficult to recognize in these democratic slogans the ideology of the fascist Volksgemeinschaft. There is, in point of fact, a much closer relation between the historical role of the Burschenschaften, with their racism and anti-rationalism, and National Socialism, than there is between Hegel's position and the latter. Hegel wrote his philosophy of right as a defense of the state against this pseudo-democratic ideology, in which he saw a more serious threat to freedom than in the continued rule of the vested authorities. There can be no doubt that his work strengthened the power of these authorities and thus assisted an already victorious reaction, but, only a relatively short time later, it turned out to be a weapon against reaction. For, the state Hegel had in mind was one governed by the standards of critical reason and by universally valid laws. The rationality of law, he says, is the life element of the modern state. The law is, the shibboleth, by means of which are detected the false brethren and friends of the so-called people. We shall see that Hegel wove the theme through his mature political philosophy. There is no concept less compatible with fascist ideology than that which founds the state on a universal and rational law that safeguards the interests of every individual, whatever the contingencies of his natural and social status. Hegel's attack on the democratic opponents of the Restoration is, moreover, inseparable from his even sharper criticism of the reactionary representatives of the organic theory of the state. His criticism of the Volksbewegung is linked with his polemic against K. L. von Haller's Restauration der Staatswissenschaft, first published in, a work that exerted great influence on political romanticism in Germany. Haller there had considered the state to be a natural fact and at the same time a divine product. As such, he had accepted without justification the rule of the strong over the weak, which every state implies, and had rejected any interpretation of the state as representing the institutionalized rights of free individuals or as subject to the demands of human reason. Hegel characterized Haller's position as nothing short of fanaticism, mental imbecility, and hypocrisy. If supposedly natural values and not those of reason are fundamental principles of the state, then hazard, injustice, and the brute in men replace the rational standards of human organization. Both the democratic and feudal opponents of the state agreed in repudiating the rule of law. Hegel held, against both of them, that the rule of law is the only adequate political form of modern society. Modern society, he said, is not a natural community or an order of divinely bestowed privileges. It is based on the general competition of free owners of property who get and hold their position in the social process through their self-reliant activity. It is a society in which the common interest, the perpetuation of the whole, is asserted only through blind chance. Conscious regulation of the social antagonisms, therefore, by a force standing above the clash of particular interests, and yet safeguarding each of them, could alone transform the anarchic sum total of individuals into a rational society. The rule of law was to be the lever of that transformation. At the same time, Hegel rejected political theory as such, and denied that it had any use in political life. The rule of law was at hand, it was embodied in the state and constituted the adequate historical realization of reason. Once the given order was thus accepted and acquiesced in, political theory was rendered superfluous, for theories now set themselves in opposition to the existing order and make as though they were absolutely true and necessary. Hegel was impelled to renounce theory because he maintained that theory was necessarily critical, especially in the form it had taken in Western history. Ever since Descartes, it was claimed that theory could plumb the rational structure of the universe and that reason could through its efforts become the standard of human life. Theoretical and rational knowledge of the truth thus implied recognition of the untruth of a reality not yet up to standard. The inadequate nature of the given reality forced theory to transcend it, to become idealistic. But, Hegel now says, history has not stood still, mankind has reached the stage where all the means are at hand for realizing reason. The modern state is the reality of that realization. Hence, any further application of theory to politics would now make theory utopian. When the given order is taken as rational, idealism has reached its end. Political philosophy must henceforth refrain from teaching what the state ought to be. The state is rational, and there's the finale. Hegel adds that his philosophy will instead counsel that the state must be recognized as a moral universe. The task of philosophy becomes that of reconciling men to the actual. A strange reconciliation, indeed. There is hardly another philosophical work that reveals more unsparingly the irreconcilable contradictions of modern society, or that seems more perversely to acquiesce in them. The very preface in which Hegel renounces critical theory seems to be calling for it by stressing the conflict between what is and what ought to be. The content to which reason pointed was within reach, Hegel said. The realization of reason could no longer be philosophy's task, nor could it be allowed to dissipate itself in utopian speculations. Society as actually constituted had brought to fruition the material conditions for its change, so that the truth that philosophy contained at its core might once for all be brought into being. Freedom and reason could now be seen as more than inner values. The given condition of the present was a cross to be borne, a world of misery and injustice, but within it blossomed the potencies of free reason. The recognition of these potencies had been the function of philosophy, the attainment of the true order of society was now the function of practice. Hegel knew that one form of life has become old and that it could never be rejuvenated by philosophy. The concluding passages of the preface set the tone for the entire philosophy of right. They mark the resignation of a man who knows that the truth he represents has drawn to its close and that it can no longer invigorate the world. Nor can it invigorate the social forces he understood and represented. The philosophy of right is the philosophy of middle-class society come to full self-consciousness. It holds up the positive and the negative elements of a society that has grown mature and that sees full well its insurmountable limitations. All the fundamental concepts of modern philosophy are reapplied in the philosophy of right to the social reality from which they sprang, and all reassume their concrete form. Their abstract and metaphysical character disappears, their actual historical content shows forth. The notion of the subject, the ego, now discloses that it has an intrinsic connection with the isolated economic man, the notion of freedom with property, the notion of reason with the lack of real universality or community in the competitive sphere. Natural law now becomes the law of competitive society, and all this social content is not the product of a forced interpretation, or of an external application of these concepts, but the final unfolding of their original meaning. At its roots, the philosophy of right is materialist in approach. Hegel exposes in paragraph after paragraph the social and economic understructure of his philosophic concepts. True, he derives all the social and economic realities from the idea, but the idea is conceived in terms of them and bears their marks in all its moments. The philosophy of right does not expound a specific theory of the state. It is not only a philosophic deduction of right, state, and society, or an expression of Hegel's personal opinions on their reality. What is essential in the work is the self-dissolution and self-negation of the basic concepts of modern philosophy. They share the fate of the society they explain. They lose their progressive character, their promising tone, their critical impact, and assume the form of defeat and frustration. It is this inner happening in the work rather than its systematic construction that we shall strive to develop. In the introduction, the general framework is set for an elaboration of right, civil society, and state. The realm of right is the realm of freedom. The thinking subject is the free being, freedom is an attribute of his will. It is the will that is free, so that freedom is its substance and essence. This assertion should not be taken to contradict the conclusion in the logic that thought is the sole realm of freedom. For, the will is a special way of thinking, namely, it is thought translating itself into reality and becoming practice. Through his will, the individual can determine his acts in accord with his free reason. The entire sphere of right, the right of the individual, of the family, of society, and of the state, derive from and must conform to the free will of the individual. To this extent, then, we are restating the conclusions of Hegel's earlier writings, that state and society are to be constructed by the critical reason of the emancipated individual. But that point is soon brought into question. The emancipated individual of modern society is not capable of such a construction. His will, expressive of particular interests, does not contain that universality which would give common ground to both the particular and the general interest. The individual will is not of itself part and parcel of the general will. The philosophical basis for social contract must be denied for this reason. The will is a unity of two different aspects or moments. First, the individual's ability to abstract from every specific condition and, by negating it, to return to the absolute liberty of the pure ego. Secondly, the individual's act of freely adopting a concrete condition, freely affirming his existence as a particular, limited ego. The first of these Hegel calls the universal aspect of will, because through constant abstraction from and negation of every determinate condition the ego asserts its identity as against the diversity of its particular states. That is, the individual ego is a true universal in the sense that it can abstract from and transcend every particular condition and remain at one with itself in the process. The second sense recognizes that the individual cannot in fact negate every particular condition, but must choose someone in which he carries on his life. He is in this respect a particular ego. The fixation on either mode of will results in a negative liberty. If the individual abstracts from every particular condition and retreats into the pure will of his ego, he will constantly be rejecting all established social and political forms and will get to something like the abstract liberty and equality exalted in the French Revolution. The same was done in Rousseau's theory of the state and society, which predicated an original state of man where the living unit was the abstract individual possessing certain arbitrarily selected qualities such as good and evil, private owner or member of a community without private property, and so on. Rousseau, Hegel says, made the will and the spirit of the particular individual in his peculiar caprice, the substantive and primary basis in society. Hegel's notion of the will aims to demonstrate that the will is of a dual character, consisting of a fundamental polarity between particular and universal elements. It aims, moreover, to show that this will is not adequate to give rise to a social and political order, but that the latter requires other factors that can be made harmonious with the will only through the long process of history. The individual's free will of necessity asserts his private interest, it can therefore never of itself will the general or common interest. Hegel shows, for example, that the free man becomes the property owner who, as such, stands against other property owners. His will is by nature determined by his immediate impulses, appetites, and inclinations, and is directed to satisfying these. Satisfaction means that he has made the object of his will his own. He cannot fulfill his wants except by appropriating the objects he wants, thus excluding other individuals from the use and enjoyment of the same. His will necessarily takes the form of individuality. The object is to the ego something which may or may not be mine. and the individual will has nothing in its nature that would overpass this mutual exclusion of mine and thine and unify the two in some common third. In its natural dimension, then, the free will is license, forever bound up with the arbitrary processes of appropriation. We have here a first example of Hegel's identifying a law of nature with the law of competitive society. The nature of free will is conceived in such a way that it refers to a particular historical form of the will, that of the individual as private owner, with private property serving as the first realization of freedom. How, then, can the individual will, expressing the divided claims of mine and thine, with no common ground between, ever become the will of our and thus express a common interest? The social contract hypothesis cannot serve, for no contract between individuals transcends the sphere of private law. The contractual basis that is presumed for the state and society would make the whole subject to the same arbitrariness that governs private interests. At the same time, the state cannot base itself on any principle that implies an annulment of the rights of the individual. Hegel stands firmly by this thesis, which was enunciated in all the political philosophy of the rising middle class. The time had passed when the absolutist state described in the Leviathan could be said best to preserve the interests of the new middle class. A long process of discipline had since borne fruit, the individual had become the decisive unit of the economic order and, what is more, now demanded his rights in the political scheme. Hegel sets forth that demand and is true to it in all his political theory. We have stated that Hegel represented the universality of the will as a universality of the ego, meaning thereby that the universality consists in the fact that the ego integrates all existential conditions into its self-identity. The result is paradoxical: the universal is set in the most individual element in man, in his ego. Socially, the process is quite understandable. Modern society does not unite individuals so that they can carry on autonomous yet concerted activities for the good of all. They do not reproduce their society consciously, by collective activity, that is. Given such a situation as prevails, the abstract equality of the individual ego becomes the sole refuge for freedom. The freedom it wills is negative, a constant negation of the whole. The attainment of a positive freedom requires that the individual leave the monadic sphere of his private interest and settle himself in the essence of the will, which aims not at some particular end but at freedom as such. The will of the individual must become a will to general freedom. It can become such, however, only if he has actually become free. Only the will of the man who is himself free aims at positive freedom. Hegel puts this conclusion into the cryptic formula that freedom wills freedom, or, the free will, wills the free will. The formula contains concrete historical life in what seems to be an abstract philosophical pattern. It is not any individual, but the free individual who wishes freedom. Freedom in its true form can be recognized and willed only by an individual who is free. Man cannot know freedom without possessing it, he must be free in order to become free. Freedom is not simply a status he has, but an action he undertakes as a self-conscious subject. So long as he knows no freedom, he cannot attain it by himself. His lack of freedom is such that he might even voluntarily choose or acquiesce in his CWN bondage. In that case, he has no interest in freedom, and his liberation must come about against his will. In other words, the act of liberating is taken out of the hands of individuals who themselves, because of their fettered status, cannot choose it as their own course. The notion of freedom in the philosophy of right refers back to the essential relation between freedom and thought set forth in the Logic. The root of that relation is now laid bare in the social structure, and with it the connection is revealed between idealism and the principle of ownership. In the working out of the analysis, Hegel's conception loses its critical content and comes to serve as a metaphysical justification of private property. We shall attempt to follow out this turn of the discussion. The process whereby the will purifies itself to a point where it desires freedom is the laborious one of education through history. The education is an activity and product of thought. The self-consciousness, which purifies its object, content, or end, and exalts it to universality, is thought carrying itself through into will. It is at this point that it becomes clear that the will is true and free only as thinking intelligence. Freedom of the will depends on thought, upon knowledge of truth. Man can be free only when he knows his potentialities. The slave is not free for two reasons: first, because he is actually in bondage; secondly, because he has no experience or knowledge of freedom. Knowledge, or, in Hegel's language, the self-consciousness of freedom, is the principle of right, morality, and all forms of social ethics. The logic had founded freedom on thought. The philosophy of right, recapitulating, gets at the socio-historical conditions for this conclusion. The will is free if it is wholly by itself, because it refers to nothing but itself, and all dependence upon any other thing falls away. Of its very nature, the will aims at appropriating its object, making the latter part of its own being. This is a prerequisite for perfect freedom. But material objects offer a definite limit to such appropriation. Essentially, they are external to the appropriating subject, and their appropriation is hence necessarily imperfect. The only object that can become my property in toto is the mental object, for it has no autonomous reality apart from the thinking subject. It is the mind I can appropriate in the most complete manner. Mental appropriation is different from property in material objects because the comprehended object does not remain external to the subject. Property is thus consummated by the free will, which represents the fulfillment of freedom as well as of appropriation. The logic had concluded that freedom consists in the subject's having complete power over its other. The concrete form of such freedom is perfect and perennial ownership. The union of the principle of idealism with the principle of ownership is thus consummated. Hegel goes on to make the identification thoroughgoing for his philosophy. He states that only the will is the unlimited and absolute, while all other things in contrast with the will are merely relative. To appropriate is at bottom only to manifest the majesty of my will towards things, by demonstrating that they are not self-complete and have no purpose of their own. This is brought about by my instilling into the object another end than that which it primarily had. When the living thing becomes my property, it gets another soul than it had. I give it my will. And, he concludes, free will is thus the idealism which refuses to hold that things as they are can be self-complete. The principle of idealism, that objective being depends upon thought, is now interpreted as the basis for the potential property character of things. At the same time, it is the most veritable being, mind, that idealism conceives as fulfilling the idea of ownership. Hegel's analysis of free will gives property a place in the very make-up of the individual, in his free will. The free will comes into existence as the pure will to freedom. This is the idea of right and is identical with freedom as such. But it is only the idea of right and of freedom. The materialization of the idea begins when the emancipated individual asserts his will as a freedom to appropriate. This first phase of freedom we shall know as property. The deduction of property from the essence of the free will is an analytical process in Hegel's discussion. What he does is draw the consequences of his former conclusions about the will. At first, the free will is the single will of a subject, replete with aims that are directed to the variety of objects of a world to which the subject is related as an exclusive individual. He becomes actually free in a process of testing his freedom by excluding others from the objects of his will and making the latter exclusively his. By virtue of his exclusive will, the subject is a person. That is, personality begins when there is a self-conscious power to make the objects of one's will one's own. Hegel has stressed that the individual is free only when he is recognized as free, and that such recognition is accorded him when he has proved his freedom. Such proof he can furnish by showing his power over the objects of his will, through appropriating them. The act of appropriation is completed when other individuals have assented to or recognized it. We have also seen that for Hegel the subject's substance rests in an absolute negativity insofar as the ego negates the independent existence of objects and turns them into media for its own fulfillment. The activity of the property owner is now the driving power of this negation. A person has the right to direct his will upon any object, as his real and positive end. The object thus becomes his. As it has no end in itself, it receives its meaning and soul from his will. Man has the absolute right to appropriate all that is a thing. Mere appropriation, however, results in mere possession, Besitz. But possession is property only if made objective for other individuals as well as for the owner. The form of mere subjectivity must be removed from the objects, they must be held and used as the generally recognized property of a definite person. That person must in turn recognize himself in the things he possesses, must know and handle them as the fulfillment of his free will. Then and then only does possession become an actual right. Free will is of necessity the single will of a definite person, and property has the quality of being private property. The institution of private property has rarely been so consistently developed from and founded in the isolated individual's nature. Thus far, no universal order has entered Hegel's deduction, nothing that bestows the sanction of a universal right upon individual appropriation. No God has been invoked to ordain and justify it, nor have men's needs been cited as responsible for producing it. Property exists solely by virtue of the free subject's power. It is derived from the free person's essence. Hegel has removed the institution of property from any contingent connection and has hypostatized it as an ontological relation. He emphasizes over and over that it may not be justified as a means of satisfying human wants. The rationale of property does not consist in its satisfaction of needs but rather in the fact that the institution overcomes the mere subjectivity of the person, and, at the same time, fulfills the determination of the latter. The person exists as reason only in property. Property is prior to the contingent needs of society. It is the first embodiment of freedom and therefore a substantial end in itself. In man's relation to external objects, the rational element consists in the possession of property. What and how much a person possesses, however, is a matter of chance and, from the standpoint of right, entirely contingent. Hegel explicitly admits that the prevailing distribution of property is the product of accidental circumstances, quite at odds with rational requirements. On the other hand, he absolves reason from the task of passing judgment on this distribution. He makes no effort to apply the philosophical principle of the equality of men to the inequalities of property, and in fact rejects this step. The only equality that might be derived from reason is that everybody should possess property, but reason is entirely indifferent to the quality and quantity of ownership. It is in this connection that Hegel presents his striking definition: right is unconcerned about differences in individuals. The definition combines the progressive and regressive features of his philosophy of right. Unconcern about individual differences, as we shall see, is characteristic of the abstract universality of law, which sets a minimum of equality and rationality upon an order of irrationality and injustice. On the other hand, that same unconcern typifies a social practice wherein the preservation of the whole is reached only by disregarding the human essence of the individual. The object of the law is not the concrete individual, but the abstract subject of rights. The process of transforming the relations between men into relations of things operates in Hegel's formulation. The person is submerged in his property and is a person only by virtue of his property. Consequently, Hegel denotes all law of persons as law of property. Clearly it is only personality that gives us a right to things, and therefore personal right is in essence real right. The process of reification continues to permeate Hegel's analysis. He derives the entire law of contracts and obligations from the law of property. Since the freedom of the person is exercised in the external sphere of things, the person can externalize himself, that is, deal with himself as an external object. He can of his own free will alienate himself and sell his performances and services. Mental endowments, science, art, even such matters of religion as sermons, masses, prayers, blessings, also inventions, and so forth become objects of a contract. They are recognized and treated in the same way as the objects for purchase, sale, and so on. The alienation of the person, however, must have a limit in time, so that something remains of the totality and universality of the person. If I were to sell the entire time of my concrete labor, and the totality of my produce, my personality would become the property of someone else, I would no longer be a person and would place myself outside of the realm of right. The principle of freedom, which was to demonstrate the absolute supremacy of the person over all things, has not only turned this person into a thing, but has also made him a function of time. Hegel struck upon the same fact that impelled Marx later to stipulate the shortening of the labor day as the condition for man's passing into the realm of freedom. Hegel's conceptions carry far enough, also, to touch upon the hidden force of labor time and to reveal that the difference between the ancient slave and the free worker can be expressed in terms of the quantity of time belonging to the Lord. The institution of private property has been derived from the free will of the person. This will, however, has a definite limit, the private property of other persons. I am and I remain proprietor only in so far as I willingly renounce my right to appropriate other people's property. Private property thus leads beyond the isolated individual to his relations with other likewise isolated individuals. The instrument that makes the institution of property secure in this dimension is the contract. Here again, the ontological idea of reason is adjusted to the commodity-producing society and given its concrete embodiment there. It is just as much a necessity of reason that men make contracts, exchange, trade, as that they have property. Contracts constitute that mutual recognition which is required to transform possession into private property. Hegel's originally dialectical concept of recognition now describes the state of affairs in the acquisitive society. Contracts, however, merely regulate the particular interests of proprietors and nowhere transcend the domain of private law. Hegel once more repudiates the doctrine of a social contract, because, he holds, it is false to say that men have an arbitrary choice to secede from the state or not to do so, rather is it absolutely necessary for everyone to be in a state. The great progress of the modern state over the feudal one is due to the fact that the former is an end in itself and no man may make private arrangements with regard to it. The implications of private property drive Hegel ever deeper into the dark paths of the foundations of right. The introduction had already announced that crime and punishment essentially pertain to the institution of private property, and therefore also to the institution of right. The rights of property owners must of necessity clash since each stands against the other, the subject of his own particular will. Each depends in his acts upon the caprice and erratic choice dictated by his knowledge and volition, and the agreement of his private will with the general will is only an accident that bears the germs of new conflict. Private right is thus necessarily wrong, for the isolated individual must offend against the general right. Hegel declares that fraud and crime are an unpremeditated or civil wrong, denoting that they are a material part of civil society. The right in civil society originates from the fact that there is an abstract generalization of particular interests. If the individual, in pursuit of his interest, collides with the right, he can claim for himself the same authority that the others claim against him, namely, that he acts to preserve his own interest. The right, however, holds the higher authority because it also represents, though in an inadequate form, the interest of the whole. The right of the whole and that of the individual do not have the same validity. The former codifies the demands of the society on which depend the maintenance and welfare of the individuals as well. If the latter do not recognize this right, they not only offend against the universal but also against themselves. They are wrong, and the punishment of their crime restores their actual right. This formulation, which guides Hegel's theory of punishment, entirely detaches the idea of wrong from all moral considerations. The philosophy of right does not place wrong in any moral category, but introduces it under the head of abstract right. Wrong is a necessary element in the relationship of individual owners to one another. Hegel's exposition contains this strong mechanistic element, again a striking parallel with Hobbes's materialist political philosophy. To be sure, Hegel holds that free reason governs the will and act of individuals, but this reason seems to behave in the manner of a natural law and not as an autonomous human activity. Reason rules over man instead of operating through his conscious power. When, therefore, Hegel identifies the law of reason, Vernunft, With the law of nature, Naturrecht, this formula assumes a sinister significance, quite against Hegel's intention. He meant it to emphasize that reason is the very nature of society, but the natural character of the law of reason comes much closer to being the blind necessity of nature than the self-conscious freedom of a rational society. We shall see that Hegel repeatedly stresses the blind necessity of reason in civil society. The same blind necessity that Marx later denounced as the anarchy of capitalism thus was placed in the center of the Hegelian philosophy when it set out to demonstrate the free rationality of the prevailing order. The free will, the actual motor of reason in society, necessarily creates wrong. The individual must clash with the social order that claims to represent his own will in its objective form. But the wrong and the avenging justice that remedies it not only express a higher logical necessity, but also prepare the transition to a higher social form of freedom, the transition from abstract right to morality. For, in committing a wrong, and in accepting punishment for his deed, the individual becomes conscious of the infinite subjectivity of his freedom. He learns that he is free only as a private person. When he collides with the order of right, he finds that this mode of freedom he has practiced has reached insurmountable limits. Repelled in the external world, the will now turns inward, to seek absolute freedom there. The free will enters the second realm of its fulfillment, the subject who appropriates becomes the moral subject. The transition from the first to the second part of Hegel's work thus traces a decisive trend in modern society, that in which freedom is internalized, verinnerlicht. The dynamics of the will, which Hegel puts forward as an ontological process, correspond to a historical process that began with the German Reformation. We indicated this in our introduction. Hegel cites one of the most important documents that set this message forth, Luther's paper on Christian liberty, wherein Luther maintained that the soul will not be touched nor affected if the body is maltreated, and the person subjected to another man's power. Hegel terms this statement senseless sophistic reasoning, but at the same time agrees that such a condition is possible, that man can be free in fetters. This, he holds, is true only if it is the result of the man's free will, and then only in regard to himself. With regard to another, one is unfree if his body is enslaved and free only if he actually and concretely exists as free. Inner freedom, for Hegel, is only a transitory stage in the process of achieving outer freedom. The tendency to abolish the inner realm of freedom may be said to foreshadow that stage of society in which the process of internalizing values no longer proves efficient as a means of restraining the individual's demands. Inner freedom does at least reserve to the individual a sphere of unconditional privacy with which no authority may interfere, and morality does place him under some universally valid obligations. But when society turns to totalitarian forms, in accordance with the needs of monopolist imperialism, the entirety of the person becomes a political object. Even his innermost morality is subjugated to the state and his privacy abolished. The same conditions that previously called for the internalizing of values now demand that they be fully externalized. Hegel's philosophy of right still shows a balance between these two polar developments. Hegel maintains that the subjectivity of the will remains the ground of the existence of freedom, and he lets freedom terminate in an all-powerful state. Morality, the realm of inner freedom, however, loses all its splendor and glory in Hegel's work and becomes a mere joint between private and constitutional law, between abstract right and societal life. It has often been stressed that Hegel's system contains no real ethics. His moral philosophy is absorbed in his political philosophy. But the submersion of ethics in politics conforms to his interpretation and valuation of civil society. It is not an accident that his section on morality is the most brief and the least significant of any in his work. We shall pass to the last portion of the philosophy of right, that treating social and political ethics, Sittlichkeit. This part of the work deals with the family, civil society, and the state, and we must first sketch the systematic connection that it has with the two preceding sections of the philosophy of right. The will here turns outward to the external realm of social reality. An individual who rejoices in the inner freedom and truth of his morality, we find, has not reached freedom and truth. The abstract good is devoid of power, it is compatible with any given content. The science of logic had demonstrated that the idea is fulfilled only in actuality. Similarly, the free will must overcome the diremption between inner and outer world, between subjective and universal right, and the individual must achieve his will in objective social and political institutions, which in turn must accord with his will. The entire third part of the philosophy of right presupposes that no objective institution exists that is not based upon the free will of the subject, and no subjective freedom that is not visible in the objective social order. The opening paragraphs state precisely this. Promise is given, moreover, that the ideal will be shown as an actual existent. Mankind has reached the stage of maturity and possesses all the means that render the realization of reason possible. But these very means have been developed and employed by a society the organizing principle of which is the free play of private interests, and which is therefore unable to use them in the interest of the whole. The philosophy of right claims that private property is the material reality of the free subject and the realization of freedom. From his earliest writings, however, Hegel had seen that private property relations militate against a truly free social order. The anarchy of self-seeking property owners could not produce from its mechanism an integrated, rational, and universal social scheme. At the same time, a proper social order, Hegel maintained, could not be imposed with private property rights denied, for the free individual would be annulled thereby. The task of making the necessary integration devolved, therefore, upon an institution that would stand above the individual interests and their competing relationships, and yet would preserve their holdings and activities. Hegel copes with the problem along the lines he followed when he raised the problem of natural law. The natural law doctrine had struggled with the question of how a state of anarchic appropriation, the state of nature, could be transformed into one in which property is generally secure. Civil society was supposed to establish such a state of general security. Hegel now puts the same question, but takes one step beyond the traditional pattern in answering it. The two stages of development, that of the state of nature and that of civil society, are overarched by a third, the state. Hegel holds the doctrine of natural law to be inadequate, because it makes civil society an end in itself. Even in Hobbes's political philosophy, absolute sovereignty was made subordinate to the need of an adequate safeguard for the securities and properties of civil society, and the fulfillment of this latter condition was made the content of sovereignty. Hegel says that civil society cannot be an end in itself because it cannot, by virtue of its intrinsic contradictions, achieve true unity and freedom. The independence of civil society is therefore repudiated by Hegel and made subordinate to the autonomous state. Hegel shifts the task of materializing the order of reason from civil society to the state. The latter, however, does not displace civil society, but simply keeps it moving, guarding its interests without changing its content. The step beyond civil society thus leads to an authoritarian political system, which preserves intact the material content of the society. The authoritarian trend that appears in Hegel's political philosophy is made necessary by the antagonistic structure of civil society. But it is not the only trend. The dialectic follows the structural transformation of civil society to the point of its final negation. The concepts that point to this negation are at the very root of the Hegelian system. Reason and freedom, conceived as genuine dialectical concepts, cannot be fulfilled in the prevailing system of civil society. Elements thus appear in Hegel's notion of the state that are incompatible with the order of civil society and outline the picture of a future social organization for mankind. This applies particularly to Hegel's basic requirement for a state, that it must preserve and satisfy the true interest of the individual and cannot be conceived except in terms of the perfect unity between the individual and the universal. The abstract determinations of the logic once again show forth in their historical significance. The veritable being, the logic had said, is the universal, which is in itself individual and contains the particular in itself. This veritable being, which the logic called the notion, now returns as the state embodying reason and freedom. It is the universal which has unfolded its actual rationality, and represents the identity of the general and particular will. The state is the embodiment of concrete freedom, in which the person and his particular interests have their complete development, and receive adequate recognition of their rights. The particular interests of individuals are in no circumstances to be set aside or suppressed. Everything depends on the union of universality and particularity in the state. The true dialectical content of reason and freedom repeatedly shows through Hegel's authoritarian formula for saving the given social scheme. The urge to preserve the prevailing system impels him to hypostatize the state as a domain in itself, situated above and even opposed to the rights of the individual. The state has an absolute authority or force. It is a matter of indifference to the state whether the individual exists or not. On the other hand, Hegel insists that the family, civil society, and state are not something foreign to the subject, but part and parcel of his own essence. He calls the relation of the individual to these institutions a duty and obligation, which necessarily restricts his liberty. But he maintains that it restricts only his abstract freedom and therefore rather means the liberation of his substantial freedom. The same dynamic that tears Hegel's concepts from their ties with the structure of middle-class society and drives the dialectical analysis beyond this social system recurs in every portion of the last section of the philosophy of right. Family, civil society, and state are justified by a method that implies their negation. The discussion of the family that opens this section is entirely animated by this paradox. The family is a natural foundation for the order of reason that culminates in the state, but at the same time it is such only in so far as it dissolves. The family has its external reality in property, but property also destroys the family. Children grow up and establish property-holding families of their own. The natural unit of the family thus breaks up into a multitude of competing groups of proprietors, who essentially aim at their particular egoistic advantage. These groups make for the entry of civil society, which comes on the scene when all ethics has been lost and negated. Hegel bases his analysis of civil society on the two material principles of modern society: the individual aims only at his private interests, in the pursuit of which he behaves as a mixture of physical necessity and caprice. Individual interests are so interrelated that the assertion and satisfaction of the one depends upon the assertion and satisfaction of the other. This is so far simply the traditional 18th century description of modern society as a system of mutual dependence in which every individual, in pursuit of his own advantage, naturally also promotes the interest of the whole. Hegel, however, follows the negative rather than the positive aspects of this system. The civil community appears, only to disappear at once in a spectacle of excess, misery, and physical and social corruption. We know that from the beginning Hegel maintained that a true society, which is the free subject of its own progress and reproduction, can only be conceived as one that materializes conscious freedom. The complete lack of such within civil society at once denies to it the title of a final realization of reason. Like Marx, Hegel emphasizes the fact that the integration of the private interests in this society is the product of chance and not of free rational decision. The totality appears, therefore, not as liberty but as necessity. In civil society universality is nothing but necessity. It gives an order to a process of production in which the individual finds his place not according to his needs and abilities, but according to his capital. The term capital here refers not only to the proper economic power of the individual, but also to that part of his physical power that he expends in the economic process, that is, to his labor power. The specific wants of individuals are satisfied by means of abstract labor, which is the general and permanent property of men. Because the possibility of sharing in the general wealth depends on capital, this system produces increasing inequalities. It is a short step from this point to the famous paragraphs that set forth the intrinsic connection between the accumulation of wealth on the one hand and the growing impoverishment of the working class on the other. By generalizing the relations of men by way of their wants, and by generalizing the manner in which the means of meeting these wants are prepared and procured, large fortunes are amassed. On the other side, there occur a repartition and limitation of the work of the individual laborer and, consequently, dependence and distress in the artisan class. When a large number of people sink below the standard of living regarded as essential for the members of society, and lose that sense of right, rectitude, and honor which is derived from self-support, a pauper class arises, and wealth accumulates disproportionately in the hands of a few. Hegel envisages the rise of a vast industrial army and sums up the irreconcilable contradictions of civil society in the statement that this society, in the excess of its wealth, is not wealthy enough to stem excess of poverty and the creation of paupers. The system of estates that Hegel outlines as the proper organization of civil society is not of itself able to resolve the contradiction. The external unity attempted among competing individuals through the three estates, the peasantry, the traders, including craftsmen, manufacturers, and merchants, and the bureaucracy, merely repeats Hegel's earlier attempts in this direction. The idea sounds less convincing here than ever before. All the organizations and institutions of civil society are for the protection of property, and the freedom of that society means only the right of property. The estates must be regulated by external forces that are more powerful than the economic mechanisms. These prepare the transition to the political ordering of society. This transition occurs in the sections on the administration of justice, the police, and the corporation. The administration of justice makes abstract right into law and introduces a conscious universal order into the blind and contingent processes of civil society. We have said that the concept of law is central to the philosophy of right, so much so in fact that the title of the work might better be Philosophy of Law. The entire discussion in it assumes that right actually exists as law, an assumption that follows from the ontological principles of Hegel's philosophy. Right, as we have seen, is an attribute of the free subject, of the person. The person, in turn, is what he is only by virtue of thought, qua thinking subject. Thought establishes a true community for otherwise isolated individuals, gives them a universality. Right applies to individuals in so far as they are universal, it may not be possessed because of any particular accidental qualities. This means that he who possesses right does so as the individual in the form of the universal, the ego qua universal person, and that the universality of right is essentially an abstract one. The idealist principle that thought is the true being is thus seen to imply that right is universal in the form of universal law, for the law abstracts from the individual and treats him as universal person. Man has his value in his being man, not in his being a Jew, Catholic, Protestant, German, or Italian. The rule of law pertains to the universal person and not to the concrete individual, and it embodies freedom precisely in so far as it is universal. Hegel's legal theory is definitely aligned with the progressive trends in modern society. Anticipating later developments in jurisprudence, he rejects all doctrines bestowing the right on judicial decision rather than on the universality of the law, and he criticizes points of view that make judges the permanent lawgivers or leave to their discretion the ultimate decision as to right and wrong. In his time the social forces in power had not yet come to agree that the abstract universality of the law, like the other phenomena of liberalism, interferes with their designs, and that the need is for a more direct and effective ruling instrument. Hegel's concept of law is adapted to an earlier phase of civil society, characterized by free competition among individuals more or less equally endowed materially, so that everyone is an end in himself, and to each particular person others are a means to the attainment of his end. Within this system, Hegel says, even the common interest, the universal, appears as a means. Such is the social scheme that produced civil society. The scheme cannot perpetuate itself unless it harmonizes the antagonistic interests, of which it is made up, into a form that is more rational and calculable than the operations of the commodity market that governs it. Unrestricted competition requires a minimum of equal protection for the competitors and a reliable guarantee for contracts and services. This minimum of harmony and integration, however, cannot be had except by abstracting from each one's concrete existence and its variations. The right does not deal with man's specific determinations. Its purpose is not to advance and protect him in his necessary wants and special aims and drives. Man enters into contracts, exchange relations, and other obligations simply as the abstract subject of capital or of labor power or of some other socially necessary possession or device. Accordingly, the law can be universal and treat individuals as equals only insofar as it remains abstract. Right is hence a form rather than a content. The justice dispensed by law gets its cue from the general form of transaction and interaction, while the concrete varieties of individual life enter only as a sum total of attenuating or aggravating circumstances. The law as a universal thus has a negative aspect. It of necessity involves an element of chance, and its application to a particular case will engender imperfection and cause injustice and hardship. These negative elements, however, cannot be eliminated by extending the discretionary powers of the judge. The law's abstract universality is a far better guarantee of right, despite all the shortcomings, than is the individual's concrete and specific self. In civil society all individuals have private interests by which they are set against the whole, and none of them can claim to be a source of right. It is true at the same time that the abstract equality of men before the law does not eliminate their material inequalities or in any sense remove the general contingency that surrounds the social and economic status they possess. But by force of the fact that it disregards the contingent elements, the law is more just than the concrete social relations that produce inequalities, hazard, and other injustices. Law is at least based on a few essential factors common to all individuals. We must bear in mind that private ownership is one of these essential factors to Hegel, and that human equality means to him also an equal right of all to property. In standing by its principle of fundamental equality, the law is able to rectify certain flagrant injustices without upsetting the social order that demands the continuance of injustice as a constitutive element of its existence. This, at least, is the philosophical construction, valid only insofar as the rule of law gives greater security and protection to the weak than does the system that has since replaced it, the rule of authoritarian decree. Hegel's doctrine is the product of the liberalistic era and embodies its traditional principles. For laws to be obeyed they must be known to all, he says, citing the fact that tyranny would hang up the laws so high that no citizen could read them. By the same token, he excludes retroactive legislation. The judge's power of decision, too, he states, must be restricted as far as possible through the calculable terms of the law itself. Public trial, for example, is essential as one such restrictive device, and is justified by the fact that the law requires the confidence of the citizenry and that the right, as essentially universal, belongs to all. Hegel's conception implies that the body of law is what free men would themselves establish of their own reason. He assumes, in line with the tradition of democratic political philosophy, that the free individual is the original legislator who gave the law to himself, but the assumption does not prevent Hegel from saying that law is materialized in the protection of property through the administration of justice. This insight into the material connection between the rule of law and the rule of property compels Hegel, in contrast to Locke and his successors, to go beyond the liberalist doctrine. Because of this connection, the law cannot be the final point of integration for civil society, nor can it represent its real universality. The rule of law merely embodies the abstract right of property. The function of judicial administration is only to actualize into necessity the abstract side of personal liberty in civil society. The blind necessity of the system of wants is not yet lifted up to consciousness of the universal, and worked from that point of view. The law must therefore be supplemented and even supplanted by a much stronger and stricter force which will govern individuals more directly and more visibly. The police emerge. Hegel's notion of the police adopts many features of the doctrine with which absolutism used to justify the regulations it practiced upon social and economic life. The police not only interfered in the productive and distributive process, not only restricted freedom of trade and profit and watched over prices, poverty, and vagrancy, but also supervised the private life of the individual wherever the public welfare could be affected. There is, however, an important difference between the police who did all this during the rise of modern absolutism, and the police of the Restoration. To a considerable extent, Hegel's philosophy of right expresses the official theory of the latter. The police is supposed to represent the interest of the whole against social forces that are not too weak but too strong to guarantee an undisturbed functioning of the social and economic process. The police does not any longer have to organize the process of production for want of private power and knowledge to achieve this. The task of the police is a negative one, rather, to safeguard the security of person and property in the contingent sphere that is not covered by the universal stipulations of the law. Hegel's statements about the function of the police show, however, that he goes beyond the doctrine held during the Restoration, especially in his emphasis that the growing antagonisms of civil society increasingly make the social organism a blind chaos of selfish interests and necessitate the establishment of a powerful institution to control the confusion. Significantly enough, it is in this discussion of the police that Hegel makes some of his most pointed and far-reaching remarks about the destructive course that civil society is bound to take. And he concludes with the statement that by means of its own dialectic the civil society is driven beyond its own limits as a definite and self-complete society. It must seek to open new markets to absorb the products of an increasing overproduction, and must pursue a policy of economic expansion and systematic colonization. The difficulties in relating the police to the external policy of the state disappear if we take into consideration the fact that the police for Hegel is a product of the growing antagonisms of the civil order and is introduced to cope with these contradictions. Accordingly, the line between the police and the state, which fulfills what the police begins, is not sharp. Hegel envisages a final situation wherein the labor of all will be subject to administrative regulation. This, he says, will shorten and alleviate the dangerous upheavals to which civil society is prone. In other words, a totalitarian social organization will leave less time for conflicts to adjust themselves merely by unconscious necessity. The police, however, is not the only remedy. The unruliness of civil society is to be bridled by yet another institution, the corporation, which Hegel conceives along the lines of the old guild system, with some features added of the modern corporate state. The corporation is an economic as well as a political unit, with the following dual function: to bring unity to the competing economic interests and activities within the estates, and to champion the organized interests of civil society as against the state. The corporation is supervised by the state, but it aims to safeguard the material concerns of trade and industry. Capital and labor, producer and consumer, profit and general welfare meet in the corporation, where the special interests of economic subjects are purified of mere self-seeking so that they can fit into the universal order of the state. Hegel does not explain how all this is possible. It seems that the corporation selects its members according to their actual qualifications and that it guarantees their business and their assets, but this appears to be all. The corporation remains an ideological agency above all, an entity that exhorts the individual to work for an ideal that doesn't exist, the unselfish end of the whole. Moreover, the corporation is to bestow upon him approbation as a recognized member of society. Actually, however, it is not the individual but the economic process that does the recognizing. The individual, therefore, obtains only an ideological good. His compensation is the honor of belonging to the corporation. The corporation leads from the section on civil society to that on the state. The state is essentially separate and distinct from society. The decisive feature of civil society is the security and protection of property and personal freedom, the interest of the individual its ultimate purpose. The state has a totally different function, and is related to the individual in another way. Union as such is itself the true content and end for the atate. The integrating factor is the universal, not the particular. The individual may pass a universal life in the state, his particular satisfactions, activities, and ways of life are here regulated by the common interest. The state is a subject in the strict sense of the word, namely, the actual carrier and end of all individual actions that now stand under universal laws and principles. The laws and principles of the state guide the activities of free-thinking subjects, so that their element is not nature, but mind, the rational knowledge and will of associated individuals. This is the meaning of Hegel's terming the state objective mind. The state creates an order that does not depend, as civil society did, on the blind interrelation of particular needs and performances for its own perpetuation. The system of wants becomes a conscious scheme of life controlled by man's autonomous decisions in the common interest. The state therefore can be denoted as the realization of freedom. We have mentioned that for Hegel the state's fundamental task is to make the specific and the general interest coincide, so as to preserve the individual's right and freedom. Yet such a demand presupposes the identification of state and society, not their separation. For, the wants and interests of the individual exist in society and, no matter how they may be modified by the demands of the common welfare, they arise in and remain bound up with the social processes governing individual life. The demand that freedom and happiness be fulfilled thus eventually falls back upon society, and not upon the state. According to